get everything I want to. Don't stop me now when I'm juggernaut. Don't turn around cause you don't know what's behind you. Don't turn around, don't turn around. We see it now, seeing everything we want to. We take your time, we won't hesitate. Don't turn around cause you don't know what's behind you. Got you, we turn the page because we want to. Yeah, yeah, we run that, we leave this place. If love got you, we turn the page because we want to. Yeah, yeah, we run that, we leave this place. If love because we want to, yeah, yeah, we run that, we leave this place. If love got you, we turn the page because we want to, yeah, yeah, we run that, we leave this place. If love because we want to, yeah, yeah, we run that, we leave this place. If love got you, we turn the page because we want to, yeah, yeah, we run that, we leave this place. If love
that's that magic, jump on the beat, we savage. Eat it up, boy, then cash it like 1, 2, 3. Ooh, that's that magic, jump on the beat, we savage. Eat it up, boy, then cash it like dumb diddy dee. Ooh, that's that magic, jump on the beat, we savage. Eat it up, boy, then cash it like 1, 2, 3. We stack that like 1, 2, 3. Ooh, we don't hold back. Jump on the beat like full attack. Top of the chain, we stack that like dumb diddy dee. Heat it up. Heat it up. Just heat it up. Dumb diddy dee. Rhymes. Can't stop this shit out of your mind. Top shot, yeah, we're top of the line. Fake boy, don't waste my time. First place for the bad girl rhymes. Can't stop this shit out of your mind. Top shot, yeah, we're top of the line like dumb diddy dee. Heat it up. Heat it up. Just heat it up. Dumb diddy dee.
do. RNG are your nightmare.
Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Burn it up, burn it up. Say no.
Welcome back to MSI 2022 in Busan, South Korea. PSG and G2 will be arriving at the Busan Exhibition and Convention Center shortly as they're getting ready for that epic rematch after PSG ended the Europeans' 24-game win streak with a bang yesterday. Will they be able to do it again, or will Broken Blade actually pick a champion that will help a little bit more than that Riven did yesterday? We'll find out as we have 6 games ahead of us. Welcome to the Analyst Desk. I am Quickshot, joined by the lovely Emily for the first time we get to work together. I'm so excited.
This is gonna be great.
Yeah, and Augs.
Oh.
Rip.
Yeah.
There we go. Just before we get started, I did want to give a very quick shout out to Shox, who hosted the PGL CSGO Major in her home country yesterday. She got to interview the mayor of Antwerp in the process. The show was awesome. Shox, we're so proud of you. We miss you. Send our love. Now, today's going to be a big day. We had some upsets yesterday, which have heightened the stakes for today's games. Let's bring up the current standings to help wrap our minds around what those stakes are going to be, Augs.
Yeah, G02 ended up shaking up things quite a bit. RNG able to defeat them, taking that first place spot, but still the fight for first very much hotly contested.
I can see you two going at it for the rest of the day.
It's going to be happening.
I can already get the vibes.
We've been
from
trading
this.
blows. Luckily, I managed to pick up the G2 win over RNG first, which was really helpful in our relationship on the Analyst Desk, at least for me personally. But I think, Emily, when I look at the standings as well, I think not only the fight for first is going to get very interesting, but also the fight for fourth as well.
Yeah, and EG has a really tough day ahead of them, so I'm sweating a little bit, I guess, as the LCS representative. But yeah, like right now we're looking at, I still think we are looking at the 3 top teams fighting for that top spot, and then everyone else trying to shuffle around that 4th place spot.
And of course, the fact that PSG picked up that surprise win makes life a little bit more difficult for EG, right?
Yeah, it's unlucky.
I had a little bit of a feeling, and when we were preparing for today's show, it felt a little bit to me like recent games have been a little bit more competitive, maybe a little bit slower paced. And we wondered whether or not the stats back them up, and very luckily for me, they actually do. So what we wanted to look at was a comparison between the group stage games as well as the Rumble games, and starting to take a look at things like average game time, combined kills per minute. Emily, I'm going to come to you first, because when we were talking about this, you were very strong. You're like, do the stats actually match? And luckily they do.
Yeah, I was really curious about this to see if the stats would back us up, but they definitely do. And I think part of this is just that we don't have as massive of a discrepancy in skill between teams in this stage. So obviously, average game times are going up. You can see the combined kills per minute going like down. And then obviously, I think the big thing that stands out to me is that since we've had a lot more 5v5 like team fight compositions, teams are kind of still waiting into the mid game, and that's when we're seeing a lot more explosiveness as opposed to the early game that we saw in groups.
Yeah, I think we've seen like T1 in the group stage. We just have this crushing early game, and I think that first day when we saw them against G2, the fact they had a massive lead and that didn't work really kind of set the tone for the rest of the Rumble stage.
Let's talk a little bit about the first Dragon and first Herald, because when Jat was with us during the group stage, talked a lot about teams prioritizing one objective over the other and seeing some of those numbers shifting as well.
Yeah, and this is something that I've been tracking, because one cool thing across all the teams at this tournament is they are sometimes a lot more willing to punt that first Drake and go get something else on the map.
Hold on. What does punt mean? You're in Europe now. We don't watch
American
NFL.
football,
Okay, so
you know, like...
So give it up, right? Skip it. Is that what we're
did that in heels.
That was very impressive.
Okay.
Very impressive.
Anyway, yeah. So they're perfectly willing to give up that objective, right, for other stuff, either turret plates, getting gold on their carries. So we see the first Drake percentage, RNG and G2 are actually up there. T1, which was the lowest team in their playoffs coming into this entire event, is also kind of sliding up. But then we see down at the bottom, the teams with the top first Drake priority are actually the 2 teams in the bottom spots. So that's pretty interesting to me and something I want to track, especially against Herald priority.
Well, we've got the Herald priority as well. Emily, I'd love for you just to comment on that before Augs, I get your take on what this sort of means and what we can look forward to today. But again, that's that Herald priority. And you're seeing obviously the gold, the value going up, T1, 100%, not missing that.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that is something that we saw from them domestically as well, where they're like, okay, we are willing to take this. EG, a team that I'm very familiar with, like they love just keeping Danny on on the bot side to chew through plates while they were contesting Herald and kind of eschewing going for the Drake. So that is something that's really interesting. Also, some of these teams that might be struggling a bit, again, at the bottom of the table, they're not able to contest those early Heralds from the positions that they're in.
Yeah, I think really T1 solidified swapping up towards that Herald, contesting the fight, using that to really snowball the game effectively. And against the likes of Saigon Buffalo and PSG, that has been rough. They haven't been able to make it back in a lot of games. But interestingly enough, G2 haven't really prioritized the first Herald as much because we've seen them, as we talked about before, go for these compositions that lean more into those later team fights. And then when it comes to like the Dragon fights later on, that's really where they've been flourishing.
I also think fair to say that G2's early game hasn't quite matched up to that of RNG and T1's. I mean, they were behind T1, you know, they had to come back. Talking a little bit about one of the other objectives, T1 and sneaking Barons, doing it in Fog of War, rushing it down. I don't know what the right word's going to be, but it's something that we have seen often.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say sneaking. They kind of just do it right in front of you, and then they have the hope that they'll just be able to outskill you. And honestly, group stage, this actually works pretty well, but in the Rumble stage, they've been contested so heavily on these Barons, and they haven't been so clean.
Yeah, I mean, I think still from T1, we're seeing them kind of struggle to adjust to the meta at this tournament, despite still being obviously one of the best teams, right? So my thing in tracking them is obviously, yes, these Baron takes, but also how their compositions change and how they slowly start to move away from what we saw from them early in domestically, which is like, we're going to smash lane, Caitlyn Lux, we're going to rotate that around the map, we're going to get all the first turrets, we're going to get first Herald. And seeing that shift, I think they are going to start to adapt going forward.
Talking about meta, talking about team comps, you're going to hear that a whole lot from us today. But listen, let's continue breaking down why yesterday had some of those unexpected results, as well as set the stage for what can, come throughout the last 2 days. I want to look at some of the, most picked champions in terms of now the Rumble stage meta, the teamfight meta. Teamfight comps seem to be taking over. I mean, take a look at this. Ari, Lucian, Kalista, Wukong, all still sitting at 100% pick and ban. That Lucian, by the way, 18 games played in Rumble, 18 bans for that champion. No one's letting it through.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so powerful. Obviously, you get that strength in the laning phase, but even especially paired with the Nami, that first item spike really substantial. But on top of that, something I want to highlight is the junglers, right? We saw domestically things like the Volley Bear for EU as the Jarvan. These ones had the very strong ganking power, but really the Wukong, Viego, who are so relevant in skirmishes and team fights, have been dominating so far.
And we saw Wukong get through a little bit more yesterday, right? And then we also saw Ari, who was like incredibly hotly contested. I feel like she's been getting through as well, as teams have been more willing to pick things like the LeBlanc, like the Zoe into her, or go for something like Lissandra or Galio, like we saw from PSG yesterday.
Is Viego a trap card? I think Viego's kind of like 2 wins, 6 losses, 2 wins, 8 losses, something like that. Does it just suck, or is it not being piloted correctly?
I feel like, yeah.
The thing is, Viego can be tricky because he's such a momentum champion, right? If you're ahead, if you can get like an initial good fight, you can really start to snowball things. Wukong can just dive in, press his ultimate, job done. But Viego is very team reliant to set up that initial reset. And if you don't get that, if you don't get the health bars down, he kind of just does little.
I also feel like I haven't seen a game necessarily where I'm like, wow, Viego sure was the problem, right?
Yeah.
So like,
fair enough.
It's not necessarily these bad. Like when I'm thinking, like for example, Owner had that insane play topside, right, on the Viego, and his team still lost. I don't think it was the Viego's fault. I'm going to
go back to that Wukong, by the way, because it's something that for anyone that's watched a lot of our shows, especially Orgs and I, KISS. Keep it simple, Scion was some of the strategies, simple one. Okay, give me some examples of teams that have adapted or have improved, because I think it's fair to say G2 were kind of early adopters on this teamfight meta.
Yeah.
Yesterday moved away from it. Emily, who has kind of caught up, so to speak?
Yeah, I think everyone was kind of looking, so I think G2 had the best drafting starting off in the group stage and then going through into the Rumble stage. Yesterday, I finally saw EG. I was like, oh man, you actually had a draft gap. It was great. I was pretty happy with that. I do think, though, you are seeing teams like EG, like RNG, look for more of these 5v5 compositions because, I mean, part of it might just also be the ping, right? But then it's also going towards more of a, we're going to have 5v5 around objectives. We've seen a lot of games decided by like one explosive fight that then sets the momentum in one team's favor. And I think, G2, again, we're the early adopters of that. And now we're seeing a lot of other teams follow suit.
I think in specifically talking about G2, if Jankos and Caps don't really get, had a large influence and then start to take over the game, we've seen that that's how they seem to struggle a little bit. And teams are also, even when Caps is kind of winning his lane, the composition can allow you to deal with G2 and fight them later.
Yeah, ultimately, like we saw that two losses, PSG managed to pick like a neutralizing pick with the Lissandra into the LeBlanc. For RNG, Wei just set up a camp mid lane, and even though Xiaohu struggled on lane, Caps couldn't have the impact. I think the critical thing for RNG in their adaptation is putting Gala on picks that will outscale the enemy AD carry. That day one when G2 dominated, it was like Ezreal into the Kai'Sa. If you don't get ahead of the curve, which to be honest you shouldn't into a Kai'Sa, you'll never be as relevant. But when we saw like the crit Xayah from Gala, it was just absolutely monstrous when they got it ahead.
Yeah, and here we're seeing PSG with that comp. I think I want to call out Gala as a standout at this tournament as well, because I know going into MSI last year, I was like, he's kind of only good on the Tristana, maybe. I'm not really sure. Like, it was, you know, an unsure showing, I guess, from him initially at last year's MSI. Now he is just such a great weapon for this team that once they get ahead, it's like, as long as RNG point Gala in the right direction, he's going to deliver in those team fights, and that's exactly what you want from an AD carry.
And ultimately, I feel like the meta shift really heavily favored him, because we saw domestically, Jinx wasn't really a great pick for him. The Aphelios did work, but he was playing it kind of like you play Kai'Sa, like you dash in with Gale Force and go for that assassin play. But with these more typically mobile picks like the Kai'Sa, like the Tristana that can go aggressive, he has just absolutely flourished.
I'm trying to remember what Freak was saying yesterday. Pentakill, quadra kill. It's just, this is Gala's show. And I mean, it's absolutely taking over. But I think crucially, the takeaway for me and for what we'll talk about today, the scaling AD carry picks, how it fits into the team fight composition and how well it's executed. We'll be judging and analyzing that throughout the day. And as we focus our attention on some of those upcoming matches, let's take a moment to hear from T1's Guma after they won over PSG yesterday in the Verizon Matchday interview.
Welcome back to Busan. Laure here, and joining me right now is Guma Yoshi. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
2-0 on day 3 of the Rumble stage. How do you reflect on these results?
네, 럼블 스테이지 3일차 이전 전승 달성했습니다. 오늘 하루 어땠나요?
안 진 날이라서 오늘은 그래도 기분이 최악은 아닌 것 같은데 네, 괜찮은 것 같습니다.
I want to say, you know, it's not the worst because we didn't get any loss. You know, it's all right.
It's all right, let's say that. But I guess coming as one of the tournament's favorites, you expected better results in the Rumble stage. Could you talk me through the difficulties you faced so far with the team?
네, 사실은 이제 T1도 강력한 우승 후보 중에 하나로 꼽혔던 만큼 사실 럼블 스테이지에서 조금 더 좋은 성적을 예상한 그런 분들이 많은데 어떤 점이 좀 어려웠는지 한번 말씀 부탁드립니다.
일단은 제가 좀 방황하고 있다고 생각이 들고요. 근데 솔직히 괜찮아지고 있다고 생각하고 내일 G2전으로 증명하면 될 거라 생각하고 있습니다.
So I want to say I kind of feel like I kind of lost in here. You know, I'm not getting the grasp of it yet, but I'm looking forward to, you know, play better at the G2 game tomorrow because I'm slowly getting there.
I hope you can find your form till then. Well, you were unmatched in the LCK, and the playstyle here is much different. So how does it compare to the LCK when it comes to the international event you're facing right now?
사실은 이제 LCK 있는 동안은 정말 적수가 없을 정도로 압도적인 그런 모습을 보여줬는데 이제 MSI에서 치러지는 경기들은 플레이 스타일이 굉장히 다른 것 같아요. 어떻게 생각하시나요?
오늘 PSG가 G2를 잡는 일이 일어났었잖아요. 그리고 사이공 버팔로도 되게 RNG 상대로 꽤 좋은 경기력을 보였었고, 그래서 역시 각지에서 그래도 모인 1등 팀이다 보니까 다들 만만하지 않는구나라고 생각 들었고, 네, 잘해야 될 것 같습니다.
So we just could find out that, you know, PSG defeated G2 and also Saigon Buffalo was doing a fantastic job against RNG as well. So MSI is all about the match between the champions around the region. So none of the opponents are easy, you know, I have to really always focus on.
I see, yeah, and every match is unique. But focusing more on you, this is your second international event. What are you looking to prove here at MSI personally?
이제 구마요시 선수는 이번 MSI가 두 번째 국제전 무대인데요. 개인적으로는 어떤 부분을 증명하고 싶으신가요?
일단은 스프링 때나 롤드컵 때 나오던 메타 챔이 아닌 좀 다른 챔피언들이 많이 나오고 있어서 그것들로도 잘할 수 있다라는 걸 증명하고 싶고, 그리고 MSI 처음 오는 무대여가지고 MSI도 우승해서 증명하고 싶습니다.
So I want to say that the meta champions in the spring split and also at Worlds is so different from the meta champions right now at MSI. So I want to prove that I can do well on that picks as well. And also for me, this is my first MSI, so I also want to win MSI trophy too.
It's all about learnings and adapting also. Well, Guma Yoshi, 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
화이팅 하세요. Jisun,
감사합니다.
thank you so much for the translation. And Berlin, back to you.
Thank you so much, Law. What a fantastic interview. And I think one of the key takeaways for me is listening to the T1 players, both on broadcast interviews as well as journalist interviews. I think like Carrier spoke to Inven and was talking a lot about the struggles. I think T1, in my opinion and my experience, a little bit more open and maybe a little bit more acknowledging of some of the things they have to adapt and change to here at MSI.
Well, I mean, you have to remember that this is still like a very young team, even with like Gumayushi saying there that like going from Worlds through the split to now, it's still a very different meta. He still wants to be able to prove that he is flexible. This team had a lot fewer expectations on them, I think, at the past World Championship because everyone was expecting Tamwon to be Korea's team, right? And then T1 were just a pleasant surprise with all of their young players working together with their veterans and almost making it to finals, right?
An argument could be made that this event it is an unpleasant surprise as T1's expectations pre-tournament.
Pressure on them.
Give me a minute with this one because let's take a look at today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's G2 versus T1. It's Faker versus Caps, round 13. Caps is 9-3 up over Faker all time. And after G2 took down RNG in the first round robin, Faker was asked about his rivalry by Andrew Amos from Dick Serto. The exact quote is, "I don't think I care too much about the stats, so it doesn't go towards any rivalry. But I did lose to Caps a lot, so it just means I have to get him back next time I meet him." When I read that, when I see his interviews, I don't think Faker. Orcs, do you know what I think?
What do you think?
Shaker.
Oh my
He's
God.
scared. Come on.
Oh my, you can't
Boo.
say that. He's the GOAT. How can you say that about Faker?
Well, that's something that I do think is important to call up. I actually just want to move us along to the video because we've got a phenomenal hype piece. If this isn't exciting enough already, the 9-3 record, then Azael's voiceover will do the trick. I did that a bit quickly. Sorry, guys. We're going to the video. It's hype, I promise.
This is it! The greatest team in the history of League of Legends, taken down by the greatest team Europe has ever produced. G2 is heading to Paris.
Revenge is still what drives Faker and T1 versus their nemesis, G2 Esports.
And G2 will remain undefeated in this tournament, and T1 take their first match loss this year.
In their first matchup, the LCK champions were quickly brought down to earth by the team that's sailing up as the new favorites to lift the MSI title.
Decent knockback there onto Zeus, but he's going down low. Double kill for Yankos already in the Teamfighters Caps. He's picked off Gumayushi, and G2 once again wiped the floor with T1 in the 5v5.
Caps is currently 9-3 against Faker. 9-3 against the greatest player that has ever entered the Rift. This is an incredible record for the best in the West. But for Faker, this humiliation cannot stand.
Froggy dashing in, he misses on the second stack of the ult. BJ still stepping forward, he wants to keep him interested. That's one shot down, but Faker's here. Oh no, they've overstayed. They've bit off more than they can chew, and it's a double for Faker himself.
Although Europe may be high on their recent victories, we may be poking the slumbering beast that is the LCK.
졌지만 다시 만나야 된다면은 저희가 실수를 하지 않는 이상은 절대 지지 않을 것 같아서.
In this featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, we'll see the best player in the world today against the greatest player of all time. This is a matchup you won't want to miss.
I love that video. It is so well made. The story, the text is incredible. And yes, I think I'm going to poke the sleeping bear that is the LCK. The humiliation that Faker has suffered at Caps' hands. Now, before we go in depth on the matches for today, let's take a look at the schedule and have a quick overview of the action that we do have ahead of us. We've already touched on the fact that Battle for First is going to be very interesting. There are currently 4,096 scenarios remaining, and Saigon Buffaloes straight up lock knockouts in 4 of them, and they will require some tiebreaker shenanigans in 95. That's 99 out of 4,096 scenarios. The odds are very much against them.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not just the odds themselves, but also we need to see the turnaround, right? Yeah. We need to see the play improve to get those sort of results, because it is a rough situation to be in.
Okay, let's talk about some rough situations. In light of yesterday's results, seemingly invincible G2, they went 0-2 on the day. We on the desk decided to put together some blueprints for how EG, PSG, and Saigon Buffaloes can focus on what they need to do to pick up more wins in the tournament. I want to start with, what is EG's blueprint? What do you want to see from them? Because they've got a tough day ahead. And Emily, how do they win?
All right, so I'm going to remind people that they were really shaky all split, right, until their playoff run. And in that playoff run, one of the things I did love about them was their drafting and preparation. They seemed to have a lot of really good responses to the teams that they faced, especially Team Liquid and 100 Thieves when they faced them in the finals weekend. So I really want to see stronger drafting. I think we kind of started to see that yesterday and the day before. But to continue to try to focus on things that are easy to execute for them and then go well into what their opponents want to draft. Inspired and Vulcan teaming up. I thought, again, we saw that a lot in the Saigon Buffalo game where they were constantly roaming around the map. When this team works the best, it's with those two players really setting up Jojo and Danny for success, either through set plays on the side lanes or they're just constantly contesting and shoving forward. Like we saw Inspired and Vulcan pretty much constantly pushing into red side and harassing BJ so he couldn't do anything.
And I feel like it's really important for Vulcan in particular because I feel like at times he's been a bit of a liability where he'll go warding alone, enemy team will look to pick him. And then the problem is EG won't just let him die. They'll all just try and dive in and save him.
They gotta let it go. You know, like they gotta leverage it elsewhere. Just let him go.
How easy or how difficult will this be knowing that EG faced T1 and RNG today? So we've got the blueprint, but you've got two of the three most difficult teams to face off against.
I mean, yeah, it's remarkably difficult, right? Which is where I still think like their mid-game macro is a little bit behind these other teams still. And so then where I'm looking at is, okay, take a look at what PSG did yesterday. They had a really strong draft into what G2 wanted to do, and it was easy to execute, right? So if they have a draft like that, I think EG's chances of winning increase exponentially. It's still tough, though.
You make it sound so simple.
It's
you make
easy
it sound so just win.
It's not easy in
Just
execution.
kill the
Just
Nexus.
win,
That's
forehead.
all you gotta do. Just kill the Nexus. Okay, Orgs, I'm gonna give you a really tough challenge now. What does the blueprint look like for the Saigon Buffaloes?
Okay, well, starting off, we can talk about the positives we've seen from them. And I think the draft creativity, particularly that game up against G2 where they flexed the Vlad and the Vayne. So even though G2 were on red side with that final pick, Broken Blade didn't know what he was going up against, so he was forced into an uncomfortable position. I think things like this can really take the edge of your opponent and find you a potential advantage. But ultimately, it's not just about the draft. The execution needs to be better. We even saw when Saigon Buffaloes can get a lead, like that first game off the group stage against T1. They got a big lead bot and didn't know what to do with it. So knowing how to move that around the map and take over. But ultimately, I think my big sore point for this team has been mid lane. And to be fair, Froggy hasn't had the best tournament, but I feel like he's been left out to dry a lot. We saw RNG send 3 men mid pre-level 6 to dive him. And there's been so many games where he's come out of it like 0-7 because the enemy team is just targeting him again and again. And you need to do something to defend him.
Yeah, I'd like to see something out of Saigon from like what I saw from RNG, right? Where Wei was constantly covering Xiaohu's lane when he was having so much trouble in the lane against Caps. I'd like to see them kind of try to keep Froggy afloat so he isn't such a liability when they do come to those mid-game team fights, right? Because that's where like we kind of saw their scrappiness and they're willing to fight as a plus, and I still think it is, but you need to get your team there so that they still have items and they can work around it. It's
so
really hard.
Because not only, like Orgs mentioned, other teams are not punishing Froggy, but I've seen a lot of discussion and criticism levied at Froggy's own play, decision-making, itemization. His champion pool as well is kind of,
my Lord.
A little bit against the grain.
Yeah, that game where he was playing Veigar, it was like the last item, Shadow Flame instead of Rabadons. That was
right, let's move
painful.
on. Let's take a look. What's the huge victory for the PCS representatives yesterday? I want to take a moment to revisit that game and break down exactly how PSG came out on top. It was the first defeat that G2 had suffered in 24 games. We're going to bring up some highlights for a moment, and when we do, Emily, let's talk a little bit about the composition that was put together, and then maybe the execution as well.
It's team fight comp. You just have to know. So basically, this composition is like we get unified into team fights and he can pop off, right? Like you have the Rel to set up as your primary engage, you have Ornn, you have Lissandra hopefully tracking the LeBlanc, right? This is a pick that we see a lot going into LeBlanc for that reason in team fights. And if team fights end up like this, we're going to say the word team fight a lot. PSG come out ahead because this ends up being so split. Bae can get that target selection in there. And this is when they really started to snowball the game. So I think Bay on the Lissandra was also a massive part of this, because you want to put him on something where he's comfortable, he can still contribute. I think he, similarly to how we were talking about Froggy, has been kind of a sore spot for PSG and something that's been targeted by other teams, both in draft when we saw them taking away the Vex, which was really good for him in groups, to just targeting him in lane and making sure he was far behind. So getting Bay on something where he can contribute, like the Lissandra, like the Galio, even though they lost that game, I like that as well. That's really important for PSG, and it was super important for their win against G2.
Yeah, and ultimately, I felt like G2's approach to the fight was like a little bit rough. You saw Jankos and Broken Blade focusing on the Dragon. Caps was trying to find this flank angle, but wasn't really executing. And I think the fact that there's so many engaged tools on this lineup for PSG, the burden of execution is lower because anyone can just say, hey, there's a window.
Yeah.
They go, they look for the engage. Once you get one kill, the resets start coming in for the Tristana. You get the frozen thralls for the Lissandra as well. And it's like, just take each target one by one.
Just before I ask for the PSG blueprint, I have one last question on G2's losses yesterday, because Ashley Kang had a fantastic interview with Dylan Falco. Was talking about not only the losses and the defeats, but also the fact that in the second game of the day, they ran that Riven into Gwen. I was theorizing that Gwen being such a prolific pick, that they want to experiment. You know, G2 at the top of the table, they can afford to, you know, throw a couple games away to look for a counter. What I love is I was validated by Dylan Falco, who said, Broken Blade, it's in the name. He was a one-trick in solo queue. They gave it a shot. Look, it didn't work, but I mean, what do you make of that?
This will be something they brought out in a scrim, and it'll go super fed, and they'll be like, oh my god, this works so well, we can do this. But honestly, I feel like the lack of flash is something that Azael hit on, made it really hard to team fight. And ultimately, you know, you say they had the 4-0, so they were able to be like, you know, take things a little bit less seriously. I don't think that's the case. Getting first seed is so important.
Yeah.
If you can choose your opponent, if you can avoid playing against T1 or RNG in that first round of the knockouts, it is.
I agree.
No, I'm not
I agree with everything. I think it's G2. This is the team that does that. We only have a few minutes left, right? We will have a lot of time to talk about it, but of course, because G2 gets that immediate chance at redemption against PSG, Emily, I'm going to come to you once again and start off the blueprint here for PSG. What does a path to success look like for the Talons?
We're going to touch on Bay again because, you know, once again, I think he needs to be on something where he can contribute to these mid-game team fights. I thought the Lissandra is good. Again, I also thought the Galio was good, the LPL special, right, where we've seen mid laners be able to contribute. Maybe they might be weaker in lane or take over a game when they're really, really strong. So, and then easy to execute team compositions with that 5v5 potential. We're seeing games go longer. We're seeing a lot of 5v5s around objectives. That's how they kind of were able to counter G2 in their unexpected win. So I think that they already have a good blueprint to
It helps if you've beaten them already.
Yeah, exactly, right? They're like, okay, we've done this once.
Yeah, and I think as well, Unified being that pivotal carry in teamfights, like in that comp we saw, the Tristana able to do that damage, but also Kaiwing being on primary initiation, and not just that, but also being able to move out the map, because I think he's had some really intelligent roams, particularly up to the top side of the map when he finds a window, where he's found opportunities to snowball the game in their favor, and he has a really good read on that.
All right, I'm going to put you both in a difficult position now, because PSG versus G2 is a minute and a half away from draft. I want to know who is going to win, and what will be the determining factors in that victory?
I feel like G2 will win because they can heavily invest into targeting Bay and hopefully make that work. And on top of that, they should index more into team fighting once again that we saw them do at the start of the
you're thinking they're going to learn from the experimentation yesterday?
I would hope.
You would hope so. Emily, who's going to win here and
I'm
why?
also going with G2 just because I think they're a better team. They're better around set plays. Their mid-jungle, in my opinion, is kind of where I see the most discrepancy between these two teams. And I think that it took a lot to knock them off in like a single game, right? But I still think ultimately if these two teams play each other a lot, G2 is going to come out ahead more often than not.
I've got one last question for you, Emily, just before we get to this game. What will Evil Geniuses be looking for, knowing that ideally they want to pick up wins against both of these respective teams, looking towards that semi-final, because PSG are pretty close, pretty scary?
I mean, if I were EG, I would still want G2 to win. to knock PSG down because they're closer to me in the standings. Yeah, and they're like more in contention.
Well, we're going to have to find out exactly how this one is going to play out. G2 Esports will need to look for some sort of revenge from yesterday, as well as maybe some adaptations during the course of that draft. We are about 20 seconds to go until picks and bans. As we said, we're going to be talking a lot about the blueprints to victory, going to be talking about the meta, going to be talking about the team fight compositions throughout the course of the day. I think I might have to keep going for about 10 more seconds because we're nearly done.
Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling.
Free show. I definitely would have liked slightly more to talk about it. That's it. That will do it for our free show. Without further ado, let's jump into day 4 of the Rumble stage with G2 taking on PSG. I think I'm a few seconds short.
이 혼란의 중심에 6팀이 서 있고 모든 팀들이 하나의 링 안에 들어서서 싸우고 또 싸웁니다. 그 자리에서 쓰러질 때까지.
G2를 이겼기 때문에 이제 모든 팀들도 이길 수 있다는 그런 약간 자신감도 얻게 되고.
I mean, it's been a long time since we actually have lost, right? But I think this will actually make us a lot stronger.
저희가 또 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각한 상대들한테 졌기 때문에 그 다음에도 한 번씩 기회가 있으니까 그 기회 잘 살려봐서 복수를 하고.
지금은 좀 저의 자신감을 잘 찾아가는 게 중요한 것 같고.
When it comes to T1, we take the games very, very serious.
G2? 그 다음에 만나면 복수하겠습니다.
T1이랑 RNG를 이기려면 저희가 더 똑똑하게 또 더 창의적인 플레이를 많이 만들어야 된다 생각해요. 그 차이가 진짜 크다고 생각하기 때문에 한번 그런 허점을 찌러보고 싶긴 하네요.
Tình trạng của bọn em bây giờ khá trầm sau những trận thua mà bọn em vẫn rất muốn giành chiến thắng.
왕좌에 군림하고 있는 스프링의 제왕. 절대 포기하지 않는다. RNG.
拿下季中冠军赛3冠，我们就是当之无愧的 MSI 之王，没有什么能阻止我们。
다가오는 럼블의 카오스 안에서 그들의 꿈들이 충돌합니다.
Hello and welcome back to Berlin for the 4th day of the Rumble stage. Today's the day we can actually lock several teams in and out of the knockouts. Even Saigon Buffalo are still alive. There's actually one situation as well where PSG Talon gets first place. I'm not saying these things are likely, but these teams are all alive, all jockeying for position. G2 themselves, now a game behind RNG. They don't rematch them until maybe the knockouts. Need to find a way to get that leg up and hope RNG drops one later if they want first seed.
Yeah, it's really exciting because everybody does want first seed. First seed by far the most important thing here, because you do get to choose your opponent heading towards those semifinals, and there's such a close race between those 3 pool 1 seeds. So every game here extremely important for them. The rematch versus PSG, of course, everybody going to have that in their minds of yesterday, the beginning of the O2 day for them, and see what they've been able to correct and learn from the previous one. Of course, the big standout thing to me from draft is that PSG took the Ornn, which was so critical for G2's success, and then they had to deal with getting Aatrox and trying to come up with a way to win earlier than usual rather than relying on some more secure team fights later.
Yeah, it does seem like we've gotten several comebacks that are basically, well, our team fight's stronger, so you couldn't close the game out in 22 minutes, and we got to 3 items on our primary carry, so guess what? It's time to play a real game. And that's just tended to work out pretty well. I think back to the G2 T1 game way back on day 1. Like, that was outstanding. Well done, G2. But, yeah, it turns out they can win Wall Tristana, and it's easy to team fight for them. They've got the Ornn running around. Like, that's really, really helpful. So, yeah, are we going to have that same blueprint? We heard the analysts talk about it. go get a reliable draft, go play hard engage, just put your bot lane on a carry, here for the PSG side, because I think those two have been really, really, really good. Does that work here against G2, who are definitely looking for vengeance?
Yeah, from the PSG side, they're looking at it. They've found a really good strategy here with Bay, constantly putting him on these supportive or denial mid picks. Lissandra duty, Malzahar duty.
Great.
That type of stuff gets memed on for mid laners. But
Mal's won worlds.
That is what you have to do when you're playing against Caps. Honestly, almost every mid laner is going to have that duty because he does need to be defused. Basically, Caps is actually just a mid lane bomb waiting to go off, and he's been destroying every single matchup that he has gone into. So from the G2 side, yes, they want to create space for him. They want a more stable setup for the rest of the squad because the way that Caps has been playing, he will get you advantages as long as you don't lose them elsewhere.
Absolutely so. Going to be a very exciting battle here. I think Riven's going to be just disappearing from Champ Select here for G2. I appreciate that they tried against their maybe stiffest competition in RNG yesterday, but we're going to see what they actually want to do in this draft. And yeah, I think priority on Ornn. Are there good Ornn counters, ones who team fight as well as him? What kind of bot lane carries do we see? Because Lucian and Kalista are pretty much unpickable because they're banned almost every game.
Yeah, I don't think there's actually any mystery with Ornn counter picks or anything like that either. The Aatrox is a premier counter pick, and they used it yesterday, but unable to get enough of an advantage out of it. And I think the only one that really has had a big impact has been the Mordekaiser.
I love
so
that.
The question is, do you have enough time invested in Mordekaiser play for you and your team? Because it does alter how you play with your team a bit. Did get extra move speed off the passive on this patch too, so it's a little bit better. But as far as the bans, we don't expect a lot to change with the bans. Ahri as well probably will follow. There we go, get that one. And then you start to whittle it a little bit down. Sometimes you get some targeted picks towards AD carry pool, whittling down here, especially from blue side. PSG has the options. Kai'Sa, Flacket has been actually amazing for G2, doing so much, carrying a lot of their team fights, and especially to me, his Kai'Sa play.
Yeah, he's been really, really good. G2, though, have been attacked for a bit in the bottom lane. The stat that I brought up and have brought up again is deaths pre-5 minutes. So the leader, by the way, is Froggy over there with 4. He's not doing too hot.
Froggy has not had a good time.
But the G2, so there have been 12 total deaths by the 5-minute mark on the Rumble stage. 3 of those 12 deaths belong to the overall G2 bot lane. Targamas at 2, Flacket at 1. So they have had their stumbles in the early game. It's like a long row of people at 1, and then Targamas up there at 2, and so they combine for 3. The math's pretty simple there, but what it comes down to is, okay, their late game has been outstanding, right? They've done a really, really good job in the team fights, but make sure they can step up in the early game.
All right, really, really high importance here on grabbing this Lee Sin. After the Wukong has been banned, previously, most of the early jungle picks had gone towards Viego, but the priority really falling off with the lack of success. And honestly, I do put a lot more emphasis on the Lee Sin. So I think this is a good adjustment, kind of halfway here through this Rumble stage, getting for that first pick. Also not showing bottom lane yet. Now, Kalista has almost always been answered by Tristana lane. And it's gone for the all-in Tristana lane. You get Tristana plus Nautilus. So if they lock in the Kalista here, that one is locked in now here for G2. That's what you expect for Unified and Kaiwing. And to me, the way that PSG wins is Unified has to do well. He is the carry of this team. Him and Kaiwing have done so much. So, and especially when they've prioritized getting him Tristana. This to me seems like a no-brainer Tristana Nautilus combo for PSG answer to the Kalista. But with the way that G2 have been drafting, I actually do kind of trust in Dylan. What is this plan? They've also got to know that is the most obvious answer in 2-3 here.
Yep, trade out 1 blade for 2. I think scissors, you put the little lever in the middle and it becomes scissors, but it's still 2 blades, so I think that's just an upgrade in kind of all cases. Okay. Have seen a lot of the Rel coming through as an answer alongside Tristana. The problem with Rel, to me, is Gragas looks really good against both Trist and Rel. Unless you're going to do a flash, you could just body slam on reaction to crash down and kind of break a lot of that. So do you want to see if Targamas goes for Gragas as an answer here, or if it's still just the Leona Nautilus that we see so often? Obviously, less of an engaged champion if you are on Graggy.
There it is.
Yeah, there's a duo that you pretty much called out here, the Tristana that you wanted to see. And yeah, I'm just curious, is there going to be enough engage on G2?
Yeah, yeah, like you said, Gragas is the premier counter into Rel. We did see, and I like Azael did a replay of one of the answers where Rel then has to get fancy, and yeah, you're like flashing to remove some of the timing and some of the counterplay there. Looks like we do get the lock-in. Now, I'm assuming this is going to Jankos for Jungle Poppy here. Poppy did get the buff on the Steadfast Presence, which is a big part of the reason you pick Poppy in cases like this. Tristana, Rel, Lee Sin all have dashes, all can be interrupted here by Poppy. Jankos can truly be the grandpa protecting the rest of the squad here against all these dashing champions from PSG. I really do like this flex here. They don't have to lock in their answer for the support role. And technically, Poppy could go support, but I'm assuming it's going into the hands of Jankos. We'll see if they ban Gragas on the side of PSG to make their bottom lane a little bit more safe. Because again, Unified and Kaiwing are critical to the PSG success.
Really are. They're going for the aggro options though instead. Pyke going to be removed. Certainly can duel back pretty well. Halo Blade's Pyke, he has really high AD. The Q's going to land. Like, you know, if you're going for just the shots on Tristana, I can see that kind of working out as looking good in the 2-on-2. They're obviously not expecting it as Poppy support. Is possible. Like, you could do it and just go surprise. It's jungle last. Right now, they're not banning as though it's the case, but we'll see.
Honestly, too, one of the biggest things for me has been Targamas roams. This man has been so quick with his roam timings, really opening up some Caps play, as well as even visiting up top 4 Broken Blade. So taking out the Pyke first against G2, you can always give some points to that ban, and they opt for the Zoe answer instead, taking this one out from Caps. Don't want to let him have that extra range from mid lane. Of course, there hasn't been a ton of investment otherwise into mid lane. Every other mid lane ban so far is just standard.
Yep, and haven't seen the rest of the draft just yet. Nautilus would come through as a very standard engaged support. That's going to be the lock-in here. Pretty hard to anchor to interrupt a crash down, something like that, but you still have obviously just overall engaged tools. Poppy, not the best team fight starter. Honestly, you'd want something bigger than that. So Nautilus fits the team comp. Again, not the lane counter, but they're drafted for the 5-on-5, which totally reasonable.
Yeah, exactly. Point and click with the ultimate here is one way to force Tristana to stop jumping around if she's starting to get resets as well. Top side, they do go with the Kennen into the Gwen. We've seen this several times. You know, decent matchup. You can hover the range outside, get just inside of the mist. Your early laning is pretty decent. The real question is, what was the protection ban on Zoe? Is it just respect to Caps, or is it actually going to be something that has to worry about that range like the Syndra?
All right, Syndra definitely a bit more mid-range and fairly reliable crowd control, hoping for, you know, decent laning phase, but obviously...
Oof. This to me though, Freak, this is that deviation where I have loved the hone-in of PSG identifying themselves that they want Bae on denial picks. You know, safe picks, Lissandra, Malzahar, these shutdown kind of memeable mid lane picks that will guarantee you some level of value though. This one is definitely much more risky for Bae to be on. He is so much more vulnerable on Syndra. It's a very, very aggressive mid lane matchup into Corki. You want to punish the Corki early. Caps is throwing it down and saying, hey, Bae, you better do something early because I'm going to scale into a massive mid poke source of AP, regardless of you banning out the Zoe. And so this actually puts so much pressure on the mid jungle of PSG, and I think that's exactly what G2 want.
It's going to be really interesting. Of course, Corki, ever since Hexagar buffs from about 2 months ago, he does Hexagar first item in any sort of reasonably threatening mid matchup, and you're going to be fine. Very hard to kill you if he goes for this play. So Caps, going to be happy to scale. Pressure is on Bae, as you mentioned. And in terms of 5-on-5 power, honestly, it feels pretty close.
Yeah. I mean, they do have the possibilities to pull off these plays. You know, if you look at the champions, Syndra and Lee Sin, that's a great combo. But then if you look at the name tags, Jankos and Caps have been the best mid jungle at the tournament. And so they're kind of daring you, make some early plays on us, or else we are going to outscale. You know, we've got Poppy for super secure team fights later on, interrupting so much of these Dash champions from PSG. And then, of course, the Corki Rockets later.
All right, it comes down to G2 trying to keep pace. They are a game behind RNG, but if RNG drop a game and G2 wins out, tiebreak first place, pick your opponent for semifinals. It's probably EG or PSG, we'll see. And, you know, G2 would feel very good about that one. But if RNG doesn't drop a game, all G2 can do is say, well, we're just going to chill in semis and, you know, probably T1 is then my guess at that point. PSG Talon, though, they are a game behind EG, right? They got to make sure they can keep this one going. They need to make sure they can find their way up to the top of the standings because 4th place is the cutoff, and PSG at 2 and 4 have not made it into that just yet. We are on to the Rift. Now that G2 have looked mortal all of yesterday, PSG Talon, who slew them 24 hours ago, gonna have to repeat that.
All right, let's see. Fishing for a trap on top side. Okay, we'll see if they can get the wrap around. You generally, one person goes this side, the other two go here. See if they can pincer and get a summoner spell.
Yep. And Dash is on backwards, gonna be fine. Yeah, target miss, you know, if you really screw up, flash Q, anchor, force flash out, you know, let your top lane feel good about that one, but yeah, not gonna be much of a thing going on here. Bay able to go for a deep chance at a ward if he wants one, will do so. This will track. I actually like that ward because in any sort of default poppy pathing, blue, Gromp, wolves, and then toward the Raptors, right? Through that vision cone. If you don't see him walk towards Raptors, he's wrapping down bottom side.
Yeah, one of the most important things is just seeing quadrant transitions for junglers early on. Because again, Jankos, so he has opted for the phase rush poppy, which definitely gives you more options once you're...
Oh, what a good position.
Barely does not catch that ward. Oof. Big miss.
I like that ward even more. I like that ward even more.
Genius ward.
And that's one of the nice things, right? Like, put it as far back as you can while still seeing the route out, and now they don't know that this is still deep warded.
Hey, we said there was extra pressure on Bay, and look at him just standing up here on the mid-season invitational stage. Genius ward placement. Okay. Meanwhile, it doesn't matter. Juhan also is on G2 vision. He does know it, though. They got an auto attack off on that ward, so during the placements, definitely know that they're going to be tracked both sides here. So both junglers known to be on the top side of the map and will be transitioning towards bottom half.
Nice little stun there. Gets 2 first. Easy QE.
Yeah. The other thing here, too, with that ward, we mentioned that Syndra wants to play aggro early into Corki, and you can see him playing up in lane, pushing this wave. He knows that he can hover to his blue side because of that ward. They know the Poppy has not transitioned.
That's a really good pullback. The target's going to take a turret shot. Actually, 2, it looks like. That's pretty meaningful damage. Goes a little bit too far, and Kaiwing there for the flip back in time.
Yeah, even in the level 2 versus level 1 kind of discrepancy there, the tower is the real trump card.
Yep.
And nice little playing on the range there. So Jankos is going to head over. Ward has already expired, but the work that ward needed to do has already been done. And so Bay, when we saw him hover up towards that top side previously, did not have anything to place, and so still continuing up a decent amount of harassment. 1 potion left for Caps.
Yeah, managed to go 18 to 16 in CS, so good job denying 3 there on Bay's side, but well done by Caps to get the CS anyway on most of that one. Obviously losing some health, and we'll see when he wants to TP back to the lane. Ideally, Tier and a Hex Drinker I think would be a really, really, really great recall timing, but that's obviously very far away.
Yeah, that's definitely a reach.
1,800 gold.
he is playing First Strike, but it's still definitely a reach.
You're recalling one before that.
Yeah, especially against Syndra a lot of times. Yeah. Bay actually hitting the combos to get that stun, so not getting the return First Strike extra generation.
And we're just chilling a little bit more, right? We'll see if that CS lead grows above 2 right now.
Yeah, which is a pretty good pace for the G2 squad here, especially with the solo laners that they have. 2 very strong AP scaling solo laners. Again, PSG, they don't have to rush this early on in the game. Only 4 minutes is not the time period where you start crunching in on the time scaling.
Yeah.
But are looking for some early invasive movements here with Juhan.
I believe he knows that it was a topside start for the Poppy. With that, Scar's Bloom knows, okay, he did take Krug's part of the rotation. If he never saw Poppy specifically, doesn't know if it was 24 CS or 20, didn't know what kind of clear it was. But ultimately, looks like he wants to re-invade here. I mean, they do have topside pressure, right? So he and Hanabi could kind of combine for something here. Jankos has a ward that will track if Hanabi comes down. Obviously, Brooklyn can see it. But with that smite, he's going to get Krug's no problem. And now it's going to be a little later recall from Juhan, who might have been waiting for ambient gold to get pickaxe plus control ward. I'm not certain on his exact gold income, but recall's a little bit late, and you can see that Jankos already on the map.
Yeah. You always want to get your components here for your Iron Spike whip.
Yeah.
Grab your pickaxe is the key timing that you're trying to wait for. Always nice to grab the extra control ward.
Yeah.
For the extra little bit of time there. Obviously, vision is paramount, and Jankos himself being able to clear out the kind of very shallow ward.
Yeah, I know with the 7 camp, clear gets you pickaxe pretty much every time. Again, I don't know because I don't play a lot of Lee Sin right now, but like he might have had to wait for the control ward itself, and that's why he was kind of delaying the recall. I was like, I might as well be out here instead of sitting in the fountain. Anyway, as you mentioned, has the vision. Look for the nice flip back there, going in for Flash hit. Flash gets away from the Tristana slow, and they trade back on a Kaiwing exhaust on. Might have enough damage as, honestly, Flackett takes an ignite to maybe push him off, and Kaiwing will stay alive.
All right, we've got double summoner still up here on Unified, so he's got the bit of an advantage. Targamas does have his flash, and Jankos is on the way, though, so G2 might try and punish the offensive use of summoner spells.
And they've pinged that they don't know if Jankos is around.
Flash.
They're coming in. All right, are we going to have a play? There's the first shot. Great rocket jump time by Unified. Able to see the anchor come down. Rocket jumps away from it. Now Juhan's over, and he's not on vision either.
The timing of the ward, though, in Tribush did see him. So that ward just expired. The last remnants of life of that G2 Tribush ward did see, and so Jankos just pulls through. They call off the play. It's still going to be a win for PSG Talent, being able to push up and grab this dragon, start their dragon stacking at 6 minutes.
And it's going to be claimed. It looks like no problem at all. Scarsman's going to see that one happen. They know someone's around. There's Targamas on vision. Juhan has smite. You pretty much can't screw this one up. It's obviously possible, but there you go. Q follow. Out he goes, and no ward. Has to pull over Bay, and does so.
Yep, no danger though. And again, since the options with Poppy are either to go Predator or Phase Rush. Phase Rush is so much better for later in the game, but obviously Predator makes you more scary towards some of these early gank possibilities that he could have had. It would also require buying boots though, so if you don't want to invest money in early boots, or if you want to go with the free boots, then you never want to take that rune, and that's probably the option there for Jankos.
Fair enough. Pushing on towards that one as he's going to knock down bottom Scuttle. Thank you for the gold and XP. We did get the Hextrigger recall out of Caps, able to sit around long enough to buy that. Couldn't afford tier. That's fine. I'll stack it later. The important part is that he's going to feel good about pretty much being un-all-inable anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a crazy good item. Hexdrinker got buffed so effectively that you can generally get almost enough money around the level 6 timings. So if you can get your recall off, get enough money for your Hexdrinker around the Syndra level 6, it protects you against that very big kill opportunity spike for the Syndra lanes. And they call Kaiwing back over to clear out the wave once again because Bey is low on mana, needs to get his recall off, even with those Sork shoes. Is going to try and find some extra distance here. Caps found him last time around and interrupted the recall, but Bey's going real deep now. Maybe they just hand off the blue buff and give him some more time out there with extra mana.
And speaking of Caps and Bey, he's now up in CS as he collects that wave, 72 to 71. So Caps, congratulations, you withstood the only hard part of the lane. You've got Hexdrinker, you're up farm. Smooth sailing, bud. Enjoy your team fights.
Yeah. All right, let's see if anything changes at Rift Herald fight. Both AD carries are bottom side. Caps, does he have a package he's picking up right now? Can't quite hear the game noise. If he does not, then
he's moving too slow.
Yeah.
All right, it's going to be a little bit of damage towards Targamas, but looking to play for this. And Smite is up and improved on both junglers. 900 would be the hit. Ult's going to come in and grab the support. Eyes available. Nicely claimed. That is smited away by Juhan. I believe they stunned, and that is a kick flash to get the kill. First blood for PSG Talent.
Oh my goodness. Jankos getting a little bit too much there. Yeah, since Caps does not have the package, I thought for sure G2 just gives that one up, but wanted to get fancy with the Poppy there. And Jankos goes down for giving them first blood as well as the first Rift Herald.
Well, 500 gold leads. Going to feel pretty good right now. PSG Talent, who they actually managed to repeat history from yesterday. It would be G2 losing 3 in a row. Incredibly unexpected, but we'll watch this one again.
Yeah, Jankos, I mean, he gets an ejection, but it's only on the support here. Wants to go for the eyeball hits plus smite combo. Doesn't quite get that, and then, of course, you're going to pay the price up against the wall here. Flash kick from Juhan as well to secure the kill.
Yeah. I'm really smart to think if he didn't kick flash, there's a really good chance that Jankos gets like half a second and then flashes that thick part of the wall, and that chase gets really tough. So does take the cooldown burn, but guarantees the kill with it.
The benefits of having so many stuns on your team, though, with Kennen plus Syndra landing there, setting you up. Plenty of time for Lee Sin to get in there for the play, and now PSG starting to feel the momentum.
See if they can keep going. Bot lane actually looking pretty good as well. 7 CS lead with only about a 3 minion difference on the wave. So definitely Unified and Kaiwing feeling good down here. We did see Unified, by the way, lose his summoners off screen a while back. A Gage comes in though. Targamas could be the target. No, it's going to be on a flat. Get a flash away for Targamas as he was the one who had the summoner still up, able to get away with a 900 gold lead to PSG Talon. Cap's going to try in the mid lane. Again, that power spike looks good. The ulti does decent damage. Hector goes still up, so not even close to dying. There's the pop for the cooldown. They trade blows back and forth.
Yeah, as soon as he sees the extra members down on bottom side, goes for the super aggressive Valkyrie. Does have his blue buff still as well as he clears out mid and gets some extra vision around him. Interesting, I want to see if they go for a topside play because PSG, they're going to take this whole tower, which is not explosive. And the Rift Herald at the same time think this sucker is going down quickly.
Can they stick around for the rest of it, though? That last plate is very tanky. Extra armor and MR on turrets, on turret plates when there's multiple people around, especially when they've been slain recently, both when they've been slain and just people in general. So pretty tanky turret, and doesn't go down just yet, but obviously quite a lot of money earned, though some of that has been shared by Kaiwing, so not the biggest donation to Unified. And now they're going to run away. Target miss, no flash, but good anchor. Kaiwing can time the W, does so. Actually just dodges it outright. Well done.
So, Quirky package saved there from Caps for the spawn of this dragon. It looks like they do not want to allow PSG to even start stacking after the first early dragon. Now G2 have a package timing and Caps is looking to use it bottom.
And teleports are coming up pretty soon. Similar timing, Hanabi, I think a little bit later than Broken Blade. Broken Blade's up is 3, 2, 1, and basically now. And there's like a 5-second desync for Hanabi. So does that matter? Because Dragon is up and G2 already on it. And looks like PSG Talon say, no, Hanabi's like, I don't have teleport, can't happen. And they're not even gonna make the play. So G2 able to tie in Drakes.
Yeah, love it. Just use the threat of the package while he holds it. Dragon picks up no problem, and as it times out, you can always use it to, you know, push mid or something, extra wave or something with the package. Get your recall off. The timings are quite nice. Tier stacking away, G2, even though they gave up the extra first blood, which was unnecessary, as Jankos went in, still, they have very, very strong scaling on their side. And going according to plan here.
All right, Mascot Mythic is in. Kraken Slayer, sub 12 here for Unified. Again, got his share of some plates, soloed one as well earlier on, so that's going to feel comfortable. Unfortunately, there's nothing to play for. Herald is, you know, relatively soon. I think it's about a minute. We don't have the little marker down the mini-map, but it was slain not long after the 9-minute mark, so should be fair. Well, actually, it's going to be after 14 minutes. You can't get second Herald before plate, so it's going to be a bit, but we'll see if Flathead almost certainly will get his shield bow in time for that. Not doing this rated Dirk Spike that we had seen other Callistas do at this tournament, so a more just get to 3 item kind of build here.
Yeah, almost 50-50 on those possibilities. We do have the Chem tech, or the Turbo Chem tank picked up here for Jankos. Yeah. Has the extra move speed now, even without the Predator. Also, his free boots came in, so that was the key as well. Plenty of move speed now for the Poppy to actually get in to some of these fights, get an angle for one of those wall plays for himself. Also, Poppy's so good at marking Kennen. One of the things we mentioned in Champion Select is trying to always mark Kennen for the mid-game team fights, which we're approaching with. We haven't had too much action yet, but should start to be a concern for the teams, especially once the Unleashed teleport comes in.
Yeah. You mentioned Mark and Kennen, actually. I want to point out that I think, well, we got to fight the bottom side first, coming a bit low, crashes backwards. Good rocket jump timing. Let the stun hit during the cast time of rocket jump, and then your move block overwrites theirs. Good job getting out.
All right, let's see if the 4v3 takes place here. Caps has teleport, and he could teleport to the turrets, even though they're not unleashed yet.
20 seconds. Turret dangerously low, though. If you TP, I think the turret actually dies before your teleport finishes.
Now it does.
Yeah, I mean, Brookblade doesn't have TP anyway. It's going to be, Cap's not going to be here as well. Turret goes down. Well done, bot lane siege. There is a Caps teleport into the bottom lane. Not going to mean a whole lot for him, though.
Yeah. I guess they don't really want to fight on the expiring turret, then just uses it to get right back out to lane in case there was an overchase from PSG. And so PSG keep up their gold lead here and more money, even though this one shared over 4 members. Unified still at the top of the gold list here.
Yep. Hanabi, of course, doing well in lane as well, has at least taken 2 plays. Now, Broken Blade actually had TP back to top lane, has run away back to farm Krugs, and he's just kind of letting Hanabi just like knock down his turret right now. Broken Blade does not think he can safely farm, it seems, because he's letting a wave die to his turret, I think off the threat of maybe Lee Sin being there.
Yeah, pretty annoying harassment, plus the transition up through mid lane here from PSG. going to secure Rift Herald number 2, it looks like. Jankos is on the way, though. Actually, Syndra is bottom. Bay does have teleport. And the Herald has already been taken.
That's almost entirely top turret right now. Targamas going to be taking a lot of damage. Nice pullback, but it's going to deliver damage towards Caps. The stun lands, the execution nearly there. 1, 2, look for a third. They've got it. And PSG Talon are crushing G2 2 days in a row.
They wipe them off the map, and Freak, they had already just taken Rift Herald number 2, so they can do damage to these turrets. They will lay waste to G2. They will lay waste to their turrets as well. That's going to be an instant 2-turret pickup on top of 4 kills.
I cannot believe what I am seeing over the last day. We were talking about how long will the G2 win streak last.
Those are not happy faces.
How long will the G2 loss streak last, Kobe? This is chaotic. They crushed the best teams in the tournament back to back on day 1. They crushed EG 5 times in a row.
There has been so much focus on Rift Herald fights, and back-to-back in this game, Rift Herald fights for G2 have been disastrous. Targamas gets caught by the crash down here as he's trying to throw out his anchor to pull him away and buffer, but Bay comes in with the 2 stun on the back line. They can't even reactivate the Kalista ult. That was just complete domination from PSG. Every timing works out for them. They've got Bay in the back line with the Syndra stunning them up. They caught Targamas as his hook is going out towards the wall with the crash down. My goodness, that was just
fight. Nice.
So incredibly one-sided. And because they were able to get it right after they took Rift Herald number 2, G2 have no defenses in mid lane now. So when you lose 2 turrets mid this early on into the game, then your jungle becomes just the enemy teams, basically. And PSG constantly going for these invades. They've already got super deep wards into the blue quadrant and will easily be able to take up this dragon. What can G2 do to dig themselves out of this early game hole?
Look for a little bit towards topside, maybe, but Jankos walking right over a ward. Gets spotted, no dive available to Hanabi. 2-0-2 on Rocket Belt toward Void Staff. That is basically lethality cannon, right? Stacking Magic Pen. You want to do as much damage as possible in the ultimate. Kaiwing here for defense, so it's going to be Hanabi starting it up. Finds a stun, a lot of damage. Caps jumps away. Hex Drinker is down.
I mean,
Kaiwing not in range for more.
It's not going to get you a kill, and because everyone else is pretty far away, it's not really going to get you much except for recalls forced here by PSG. But again, a huge chunk onto G2 members, forcing them off the map, and just allows these easy recalls here for PSG to get their resets. This game has been just crazy from the G2 perspective. They look like so lazy with their Rift Herald setups, you know, single members straggling in, going to poke around the objective after, you know, PSG already burning them down in almost both cases. So let's see if they can finish it up here, because this means amazing things for PSG as we're looking towards that 4th place spot. This would be 2 wins over one of the Pool 1 seeds if they're able to complete this one versus G2, putting tons of pressure on EG and the rest of the teams that are fighting to try and get out of there. And
for sure,
my goodness, G2, see what they can actually do. They do have strong scaling, and we've been talking about with both the Gwen and the Corki. So all is not lost. It's just some avoidable mistakes early on in this game, for sure.
No, I totally agree with you on that one. Obviously, the team fight will still look pretty good overall. I think it's very well structured with a Nautilus and a Poppy, right? You can evict Hanabi. Like, Jankos can just either be superhero land R, or just tackle the man and just be in range in the first place. So they can stymie PSG's tools, but obviously they're really, really sharp on the blue side.
Yeah, and the in-game indicators of how far you are behind, the objective bounties have popped up. So G2 can try and rally behind that if they make a big play and try and collect on some objective bounties, but you never want to be in the spot where those show up, as it means PSG will, again, move their vision up, start to take away a lot of your jungle camp income, and force you into some of these more dangerous rotations through the fog of war.
Here we see the movement. Just, going through. Not a huge problem just yet. Broken Blade and Hanabi squaring off. Broken Blade willing to drop CS once in a while to see, but can I find a flank kill? Can I find a solo? Because one of the downsides of this Kennen build, he's flashless, and he has no defensive stats. So if your fight looks good, it's hard for him to get away because you kill him really quickly.
Yeah. And so far, the Kennen has had very good DPS. Yeah. So many good catches and setup from the rest of PSG. Again, I just want to shout out Bay because he has been the one with the big magnifying glass on PSG. You know, a lot of people very critical of him, but he's stood up. He took up the Syndra. We were talking about more dangerous of a pick than he's been let on. He's been on these very, very safe kind of denial picks previously, but had the huge Syndra stun on the back line in their chase previously, and yet to die. I don't know if we're cursing him currently. But he is.
Wow. PSG Talon looks so good right now. G2 look out of sorts. I haven't seen Jankos get a super cool flank in so long. And I haven't seen a 5-man package yet, Kobe. Does G2 even have it in them? Because PSG Talon are careening towards a 9-game winning streak.
We have seen already, too, in several occasions, though, at MSI, teams get some early leads and then be unable to extend them through the mid-game. Some of them have fallen prey. You really do need to keep up your aggressive checks on an opponent if you do have a lead like this and they have scaling outs for later. Like, you can't get lazy with your siege of G2 if you allow them equal income here, being able to farm camps, being able to push out waves on side lane without being punished, then you could be in one of these cases where you set yourself up for, one big cash in on objective bounties, and all of a sudden you're still facing a 3-item Corki, regardless of how far ahead you got in the early game. And that becomes a scary situation. Regardless, though, PSG Talon very happy with the opening.
And there we go. Package going to be claimed up. Caps, we saw him near it 4 minutes ago. Decided I should wait. It won't be back up in time for the 4th Dragon of the game. So we'll just chill for like a 10-minute timer.
Yeah.
Grab the package. So G2 clearly saying, all right, look, we're down 5K. Winnable. I assume it's going to be a dragon fight.
Same. Interrupted the first one already, so those stacks aren't going to be super quick. Caps back to the top side, though. Only 18 seconds means
His TP.
think they're going to hard commit to this, because Jankos is definitely there as well. So
and he's spotted.
I think it's a good choice. Dragons are not going to be imperative anytime soon. It would still need another one for PSG to be able to cash in on the Soul, as well as really needing objective bounty money. So G2, intelligent decision. Yes, they made mistakes to get behind like this, but now that you're in this case, this is the best way to get out of it. Trade for money on the top side.
Getting 2 would have been such a big deal. Has package get out, though. Not going to get the second turret, so good to see how to be recall in time. But that would have been, I think, about a 2,000 gold swing. Dropping that gold lead by a lot. I want to point out, though, this 5K gold lead that G2, or that PSG Talon had at 20 minutes, G2 T1 was 5.8K, and G2 had won that game. So thank you, Stats, for checking that for me. I appreciate you. But G2 literally came back from worse against, I think, definitively a stronger team in T1 back on day 1. So, again, you can hold out hope. Yes, it's a mountain to climb. Yes, they have to find a teamfight win in 4.5 minutes, or PSG get Infernal Soul, and that's just going to double the lead we already have right now. So 4.5K, we'll see if they can walk that one back.
Definitely doable, definitely winnable, they're saying.
Definitely winnable.
And as we were kind of alluding to, it's kind of been calm farming for G2 since they got in this hole. They don't have a lot of options for preempting the plays and simply trading gold, trading objectives there. Now you see bottom side, they're pushing up with Gwen. Broken Blade probably won't be able to get any damage on tower because they don't have deep vision, and there is a defensive swap here from PSG. He actually extends a bit too far.
4v1, Baron is on the map, but will it matter? Also going to come across, they're going to definitely get the stun here, and Broken Blade, not a lot of ways to live. Meanwhile, on the side of the map, we do have an attempted kill. Broken Blade still trying in the 1v3, jumps over, big damage goes down, Juhan gets it, and now again, Baron is a possibility. It's 4v2 on that side of the map.
They chunked out Bay, and Bay does not have teleport, so low health Syndra, but even with that, they don't have the damage here. They don't have the threat on Baron, and it's an easy call for PSG to just push mid.
That's really smart. Because they didn't even threaten Baron. They threatened mid lane and taking your Nexus turrets.
It's a Tristana. Guess what? You allow Tristana to push mid, your tower's gone.
But that is still really smart, because I think so many people, I like the macro in this game a lot. You've been mentioning how it's been kind of calm. It's because teams are cross-mapping when it's like, oh, they have package. We can't fight second dragon. We're not going to bother, and there's not like 3 stupid deaths. And then the second time around, G2 goes topside because they can't fight for third dragon. No stupid deaths. Like, there's been a lot of really smart cross-map plays.
Yeah, I think it should have been more aggressive contest on jungle camps towards the mid stages. But here's the teleport to the bottom side. Was interrupted. Targamas and Jankos almost able to chunk down and finish up on Bay, but Bay got to the wall and flashed over. Broken Blade was trying to create as much time as he could, but really the transition point here is the choice to go to Baron without having a ton of threat on it. And then Tristana, PSG being able to make that smart call to run straight through mid and open up that exposed inhibitor now.
Yeah, that's what I was alluding to. I agree with you on the jungle contest point. That's actually a really good call. That there probably were many missed opportunities, but saying, oh, we don't have to like walk at Baron and stop you. Because there's plenty of players out there be like, oh, they're Baroning, we have to go. It's like, no, we'll kill inhibitor. Oh, you're right, we have to recall.
Yeah.
Like, that's really smart.
Definitely true here for PSG, extending their lead. And here's another teleport flank.
Oh, this is going to look really nice. Hanabi has everything up right now, including Flash. Caps versus the Zonias. No way out for him. Deleted. And here comes the backline cannon. Got to run low on health, but is it enough there? Hanabi slinking away with his life. A shutdown for one. A 1-for-1 team by Targamas. Low. Stopwatch. Here's Broken Blade. Can he win the 1v4? Going in for damage. Could be the turnaround. Flackett's alive. Shield build looks good. And Bay will fall. Explosions on the Rift. And G2 want a bit more. Broken Blade going to reset the jump off the minion. Not going to be in range of anymore. What a team fight. 3-1. G2 own the map.
Targamas was able to live with the shield off Locket into the stopwatch. Enough time for Flacket to be able to put out the DPS, and Broken Blade wrapping around gets G2 this opportunity.
But the health bars are so low, it's tough to really play the Baron because Targamas is always going to be...
They've got Rend.
Yeah, but is he going to be a free kill, though, is the problem, because there are a lot of low health bars. Unified and Kami got to play this one well. 2v4 in front of the Baron pit. Is it going to be enough? Flacket gets crit. Big damage, 5k. Rendable soon. He's got to go soon. Targamas pulls in one. Could be a kill. Will drop. Baron low. And it's going to be claimed. Spider for Poppy. Flacket should die and will do so. Jankos doesn't have the W to stop the jump, so that might be another one. Reset on the jump. Yes, indeed. Should find it. Tackle. Not going to be up in time. And that is 3 kills. That is equal goal to the Baron claim, but Baron's still on 2 for G2.
Yeah, and objective bounty shutdown there as well. Just as they clean up the Baron, that's the last objective bounty shutdown they can get. So worth it for sure for G2 to cash in on that. And Caps had revived, so Caps also wearing a Baron buff. All you need is 2. So that you can do a 4-1 split push. Anyways, here's how Caps died in the first place. Really nice engage from Kaiwing. You see the Flash immediate answer here. And then they've got the wraparound here with the Kennen, but the exhaust down was in time. And then Targamas, not only did he get the exhaust onto the Kennen, but also really good timing on his stopwatch after the shield damage had been done. And once Broken Blade gets there, Flacket knows he's got a new frontliner he can charge behind. And so chasing forward on the Callista, Broken Blade giving him the space and allowing G2 to rotate over Baron, and then they flip it.
But Dragon Soul, the kills were long enough to go. The respawns come in, but Dragon Soul's been claimed, so here comes the team fight. Is it winnable? The pull-in comes out of the backline, but Unified is free-firing, pulled back, package in, Unified stuck in place. The rocks get in for Cass. Can he find the kill? No. 3 for 1 so far. Broken Blade left, just the solo laners, and Unified stands along his teammates, finds the 4th kill, and G2 lose Soul. G2 lose the fight, and Caps has no team left.
And they can chase Caps while sending Tristana mid. Johan!
Big damage, sidesteps that one. The flash follow, Caps! Doesn't need 4 teammates for that fight, but is he needed for the base to fall because there are minions, and that inhibitor should drop.
Yep, Tristana going mid, gonna explode that one really quickly. Caps will be able to get his recall off. It's now the 3-item Corki, so it is scary, but PSG, I wish we could see the setup coming out of that replay. I want to go even further back to see why G2 were a bit late on this. Maybe it was just the death timers, but PSG being able to burst down the Dragon Soul before this fight was very, very meaningful. Caps went in, had to jump over the back of the pit, and then he was already out of it. Meanwhile, Unified hops forward. They finish off the extra kill there behind Hanabi on the Kennen, able to get so much done there, and finishing off the extra kill before they sent Tristana mid. Now it's no inhibitor towards mid, plus the soul picked up, the extra damage. I mean, this full damage Kennen build, Freak, that's why you see them.
2,600. Mid and bot lane combined don't even compare. Really, really beautiful done. And we're looking at yet another victory here. PSG Talon 3-4 at 3 wins would tie the win count of EG. Of course, still games to play for that team, but the road toward a semifinal spot definitely looking not too bad here.
Yeah, definitely. They definitely do have options, and having the soul is very nice for them. But the scaling we mentioned for G2 is now coming to fruition. And they've got a lot of range there with the 3-item Corki, so we'll see. Broken Blade and Caps pushing on bottom. trying to trade back some gold for G2. Both of those were objective bounties on, so extra money there and teleporting back for the defense of their inhibitor.
And they won't find a stun to that one. Now here comes a siege, knocked back onto the Lee Sin. Not going to mean a whole lot more. Ultimately, Jankos will not find the next engage. Hanabi does not have flash, does not have a stopwatch. His Banshee's Veil blocked the pushback, which I think is actually very smart, considering you lose a team fight if Jankos manages to evict you. So I think that's actually really intelligent here, despite being against, I mean, half AP to be fair.
I mean, there's a ton of damage flying around in this game, and Soul is definitely meaningful, but it also means if you get the perfect knockup, the perfect opening there, Targamas has been very strong for initiating for G2. They can get kills very quickly. All the PSG members are fairly squishy, except for Kai Wing.
Yeah, they've supplemented at least with itemization. I agree, they're still very one-shotable.
The Kennen has no stopwatch, but Lee Sin does.
Yeah, Lee Sin stopwatch. You've got the Banshees on the mid lane and a Maw for Tristana, so they're aware of that threat, Kobe. They're like, yeah, Tristana's not natively tanky. I'm gonna take a pit stop here, 2,800 gold, get a Maw. Like, I don't want to get one shot by Caps.
I think the biggest advantage here for PSG, just usher these super minions up the mid lane, and then G2 have to answer the super minions as well as this bottom lane where the secondary turret should not be fought over. This one is not worth it. Should definitely give this one up, allow PSG to push a little bit closer, and go for a more defensible position inside your base with that wall and the inhibitor turret.
Minute 18 until Baron spawns. You have to believe PSG Talon going to start playing for the top side. They've knocked down all the tier 2 turrets. Mid's already pressure at that point with the inhib down. So I feel like top jungle's the play, and you play that dance, getting rid of all the vision, and then say, all right, Baron, can you face check this? Jankos does have flash, does have smite, and could even evict Juhan.
Yeah. It's critically, too, you're going to have to watch marking Hanabi. Hanabi has done so much damage for PSG, so that means Jankos and Targamas will have to have that on their minds. Where is Kennen? This Kennen has Proto Belt and Flash, and a Banshee's Veil as well. With Banshee's Veil, makes it a lot more difficult. Somebody's going to have to, you know, maybe Caps throw out a rocket early to try and get that off so they could actually eject the Kennen. Otherwise, the Kennen has not only done a bunch of damage, but also created so much space that PSG very, very happy about the possible setup here. With Baron arriving in 25 seconds, they want to take over vision control around the objective first.
You can see the kind of vision that they have right now. Sweeper does catch the first ward. Control ward going to be easily visible as well, but they can't play that far up. Caps' poke actually doing a good job of pushing PSG out of a jungle they maybe should already own. Now, top is pretty much equilibrium. That's kind of about where both teams have their territory, you know, where those minions are beating. Mid is an automatic push, but Flakked easily clears it with a Hurricane.
All
Baron's
right.
alive.
Baron starting versus a 4-item Corki. Let's see how much work the Rockets can do. PSG are burning it down, though. 7,000 health and counting.
But can they get rid of Jankos is the problem. They don't find the stun. This could be it. This could be Jankos finding everything he ever wants. Targamas low. Gets a shield. No eviction. Is it going to be enough TP into the pit? They're going to go for broke. They get the smite. And here comes the team fight as well. A lot of space built by Hanabi. Staying alive. And then elite one. Targamas is down. Broken Blade dives in. Gets one back. No, pushing back on a Caps. Jankos one hit from dead. And he goes for everything. Unified. Just going to delete the LEC! PSG Talon, a triple kill for the Rady carry, and that's going to be the base.
That's going to be the game! PSG! Huge, huge stuff there. This sacrifice from Hanabi. He goes around the back of the Baron pit. He takes out Jankos, so Jankos can't get in for the smite seal, and Unified's going to finish the game.
And Broken Blade is against the world. Even two's not going to be enough. He's going to step, he's going to try, but he's going to get cut down. The Rock of PSG Talon unified, unkilled, 707, and G2 fall to 4-3. PSG Talon find their third win.
PSG Talon have G2's number, and it's G 0-2 versus PSG now. Unified again. We mentioned at the beginning of the game, this bottom lane for PSG Talon has done so much work, has been so critical in all of their wins, and yet this game, every member stepped up.
Yeah.
Bay with the Cinder Stun early on the backline, getting them that team fight lead, that early lead in the game that PSG were able to use for so many minutes to extend. And Hanabi on the cannon, huge, huge damage.
And it means, I believe, that PSG Talon retain control of their own destiny. Even if EG wins out, if PSG beats EG, you tie in wins by winning out, you pick a tiebreaker, and you make that move forward. So beating G2 keeps them, again, in control of their own destiny. They can always catch EG regardless of that team's results. And the fight is to, again, make the semifinals, and they're on the road.
This is so big for PSG because the single win that they had gotten over G2 previously still put a lot of importance in their next game versus EG, because then if EG won, they would have head-to-head tiebreaker. But now, with another upset win, they've got all the power, and everybody's sweating now in this group. This makes Rumble stage so much more exciting here. Thank you, PSG. That is huge. Back-to-back upset wins versus G2.
You know what's fun, actually? Only CLG has ever gotten more than 5 wins in a Rumble stage at MSI. Even G2, when they won in 2019, went 5-5. I'm just saying, they can do that again here, but being 4-3 means they're on the road to that 50% record in the Rumble stage. Now, PSG takes down G2 for a second time in a row, and after the break, we'll hear from the victorious Unified, so stay tuned. In goes Inspire. They've got 1 so far. Juhan's next. 3 down for Danny. Tryndamere finds the 4.
I feel like what's holding us down is we're not too confident in making aggressive plays. Once we get in the mood of doing that, much more consistent, that the results will be way better.
Gangplank ulti just absolutely massive, and say it's 1 versus 3. T1 bounce back.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Red Bull gives you wings.
the State Farm analyst desk after PSG take down G2 and move to 3 and 4 in the standings. So I'm going to revisit that PSG blueprint that we started at the top of day right here and see if they kind of followed some of our instructions. So get Bay a pick he can contribute on. I actually definitely think this is a big check mark. I don't know what's going on here. But it's a plus because actually, even though Syndra wasn't one of the things that we highlighted, it's actually one of his most played, his third most played champion, and he has a 67% win rate on that pick. Easy to execute team compositions with 5v5 potential, I think was also there. And then this is the big thing. Unified on a carry, again on his Tristana, and then Kaiwing on primary initiation. Kaiwing is someone that I've actually talked about at multiple international events. I think he's a phenomenal support. Even in some of the games they were losing earlier at this event, his rel was still getting these insane engages off. So Kaiwing on primary initiation is also great. Bay with the follow-up with the Syndra stun, something he's super comfortable on. And then Unified just firing from the backline on Tristana. You know, Trevor, you talked a lot.
Come on.
Smack.
You know, I feel like we made a mistake because I don't think PSG needed a blueprint. I think G2 were the ones who needed a blueprint because, yeah, that kind of floundering. G02 doesn't even work anymore because they've lost 3 in a row.
Oh, come on. Okay, don't pick on me. Right, listen, that was a fantastic game. I love the fact that we set up some expectations on the blueprint. We've got a lot of content to run through, so let's pick up the draft order really quickly and talk about, first of all, his adaptations. Augs, I'm going to come to you first.
Yep.
We did take a look at a few things. We wanted to see some specifics out of Bay, Unify. It all came true.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing is something I really like is they had multiple ways of engaging, right? They had the Rel, which is really good at just finding those big snap engages, but the Kennen on the flanks also really instrumental. And I felt like they were picking the fights, they were starting them on their terms. And the problem is for G2, even though things like the Poppy, I think, worked well into a lot of champions that PSG had, ultimately they were kind of still at the whim of the enemy team.
Yeah, I feel like I actually really liked the Poppy in this draft. The other thing I do want to point out is the Kalista. When I think of Flakked and his success, and I do think he's definitely like still stepped up at this tournament, right? I think of him in LEC as like a team fighter, right? Like I think of the Jinx, I think of the Aphelios, I think of what we kind of saw them going through with in playoffs. And Kalista, I don't think it was bad. I don't think it's the reason why they lost. But I think if G2 still want to do these kind of 5v5 team fight compositions, I'd want to get him more on a hyper carry.
I want to move us along because we only have a few minutes and bring up the first replay. I also want to explore some of those thoughts because I think Broken Blade, the impact he's had during the group side, Rumble stage rather, on tanks, in my opinion, has been more impactful than some of the carries. This first fight, Emily, around the Rift Herald, a clear change of priority for PSG, not only looking to play it, but also picking up Dragon as well.
So yeah, PSG actually were able to get first Drake prior to this, and then they were able to cross map on the Herald. I think the other thing that happened here is that it seemed to me, and I don't know if you guys agree with this, that Jankos felt like he needed to go in there, right? Yeah. When G2's composition actually doesn't need to contest that. They can still step back. We still saw them winning a few team fights later on with this composition. I feel like that was one thing where it felt like they thought they needed to make a play in that moment.
Make a decision under pressure.
Yeah, and it actually ended up snowballing the game significantly, in my opinion, for PSG.
Yeah, because I think if you have the Gwen into the Kennen, you're not going to have a fun time in lane, but you are going to be super relevant in the later team fights. If you have the Corki and the Syndra, you're not going to have priority, but again, super relevant later on. But it felt like despite they drafted to lean into that, they still felt like they didn't want to take their hands off the wheel.
I need to take a second and Augs, ask you to explain to me where this Bay comes from, because in our next replay, not only is a setup great from Kaiwing, which is one of the things that we wanted to see on the scorecard, but the Syndra flanks, the Syndra, I mean, this is PSG's best game of the entire tournament.
Yeah, well, I think ultimately a lot of the weaknesses for Bay have been like laning phase, but even then in team fights, there's been some bad games, some better games, but it feels like the team, they know what their role is, they're very coordinated. Kaiwing did a great job of setting up this TP ward. Bay just has to come in and like a lot of the work is already done by the team. G2 are already escaping and he just comes in, lands a stun, and everyone's there to follow up.
And this is like the platonic ideal of what you'd want to see from PSG team fighting in this thing, right? Like Kaiwing going in, being the primary initiator, Bay being able to follow up with CC. Once again, I do want to highlight, this is one of his most played picks. He has a very high win rate on it, actually, if you take out a lot of his like one-offs, like I think there's like a Seraphine in there or whatever. It is something that he's still super comfortable on, even if it's not something we thought of like the Lissandra, like the Galio, where he's going to be kind of radiating pressure outward instead.
Yeah, and I feel like one of the things is because Caps took Corki, you're not under as much pressure to neutralize. It's not like the LeBlanc where you can get bullied out. So it was really comfortable.
Yeah, as soon as Corki was locked in, Emily actually sighed. Like, legitimately.
I just don't like watching Corki.
Now, the thing is,
it puts me to sleep.
The thing is, the draft itself, I don't think was the deciding factor in how this game played out. I mean, PSG just outplayed G2 at every opportunity, every single team fight. After that second Herald, Medic and I basically just said, well, that's it, we're done. However, there was a momentary glimpse of hope as G2 did pick up at least one teamfight win in the mid lane, went towards Baron, and then all went to hell again. Emily, I'll come back to you with this one. But as it started off, it looked like it could have been bad for G2 because the TP flanked from behind.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is where you do end up seeing, like, watch Broken Blade coming back into it. Because, again, it looks like it's going to be pretty rough for them, and then this is exactly what you want the Gwen for. Just like Ox said, it's not going to be the strongest in lane into the Kennen, but Flacket is able to free hit there, and then Broken Blade is just, you know, at the front line being like, okay, come get me, you can't fight me.
I think the critical thing is that it was a great job from Jankos to interrupt the Kennen from getting in.
Yep.
And that was why it worked. It's kiting back using those tools, but the problem is they go into the Baron pit so low on HP, and I can understand the thought process. You're in a desperate spot, you kind of have to go for this, but they end up losing so much out of it. And actually, because of the timers here, the soul is what follows up after, and PSG are able to secure that.
How good was that soul fight, by the way? Because
it was, I mean, I think Juhan honestly had this fantastic kick. We had the Kennen ult as well. Like, they really outperformed those team fights.
I do need to move us on. Phenomenal game from PSG. They take down G2 for a second time, and Law is joined by Unified in the Verizon post-game interview. I mean, we didn't even talk about him. He's amazing.
And we're back in Busan for day 4 of the Rumble stage after this back-to-back victory from PSG against G2. And I have Unified with me to talk about this game. Ni hao, and thank you so much for joining me. Can you talk me through the late-game team fights and especially how you handled Gwen, Corki, and the exhaust from the support?
首先，恭喜你们获得了本场比赛的胜利。第一个问题也想问一下，关于这局比赛的内容，你们是如何处理后期的团战的？特别是面对对面的格温、库奇以及来自辅助的虚弱呢？
我觉得他们后期团战是还不错，但是他们主要的伤害都是那个魔法伤害，所以我还蛮早就出了魔法，所以后期我没有太担心，而且我们的打团就是角色打团也是不输他们的，他们还有那个2个前期的角色，所以我们打团还是有优势的。
I think for the late game, in the late game, the opponent's team, they can perform decently in the team fight, but I think the damage is mainly from the mage, so I'm not that worried about it based on my item build, and also the opponent's team, they got 2 early game champions, so I think in terms of the team fight draft, we are stronger than the opponents, so we're not worried about the late game team fight.
Once again, and it fits the meta so much. Quick words about PSG, because it feels like you're getting stronger after every game. Do you feel this way too?
那其实我们好像感觉 PSG 每一场比赛变得越来越强，状态越来越火热。你们也是这样感觉的吗？
我觉得有一点吧，就是因为大家状态都是慢慢变好嘛，然后我们的角色理解也变得更好，所以在这方面我们进步的比其他队伍快，所以看起来我们就越来越强。
Yeah, I can feel this a bit because we feel like we're a very slow swarming team and we can do better and better. And now we have a better understanding towards the meta. So I think we still make some improvements and our progress maybe is faster than other teams. So people will treat us like this.
That is super impressive, and looking forward to seeing how far you guys can go. A few words about the bot lane, because you and K-Wing have been key elements throughout PSG's victories so far, it feels. Could you rate the impact you have in the whole team?
那现在感觉好像你和凯文作为一个下路双人组，在队内是扮演很重要的一个制胜点的。所以说，你怎么样去看待你们可能在队内所扮演的一个角色或者一个定位呢？
觉得我们下路线比较那个发动吧，就是一个发动的点，所以我们最好是抓好前面有优势的点，就是我们下路尽量不要劣势，就是因为我们优势的话，我们辅助很会跑线，所以我们做的事情也比较多，所以我们下路最好是能 赢线或者是有优势的这样。
I think as a bowling, we are just the engine of the whole team. So we would like to just try our best to get more advantage from the laning phase because our support player Kevin is super good at roaming and to open the whole situation for the team. So we can have so many things that we can do in the actual game.
Unlimited possibilities here for PSG Talon. Thank you so much for the interview. Sheshe.
Thank you.
And Wendy, thank you so much for joining us on remote translation. And you guys in Berlin, back to you.
Merci beaucoup, Laure. And we have an exciting game here because, hey, we've seen upsets and upsets and upsets. So why not add one as Evil Geniuses face T1?
Yeah, it's definitely an exciting one. T1 have themselves taken some punches in the Rumble stage, but they have been able to bounce back thus far. Let's take a look at the draft as we jump right in, waste no time, and they respect the Diana Yasuo combo, which EG actually have pulled out several times themselves.
Indeed, Wukong still off the table though. Lucian pretty much perma-banned first round red side.
This puts way more priority, by the way, on the Twisted Fate because Yasuo is such a good answer into an early Twisted Fate pick. So it puts pressure on your third ban now as EG on red side to fill that spot. And it gives the leeway here for T1 to now target. Wow, they're banning both.
Interesting. Okay, so they're dropping that one off the table. It's just 3 mid lane bans. I wonder if it's a Rise takeaway, if they're like, you don't have any champions. Because this is a 4 mid lane ban. We know he's happy to play Rise at the time. Zoe comes in. I think she's actually pretty good under Rise, if I recall correctly, and has been a high-prize mid laner. So this is T1 putting a very heavy pinch, 5 mid laners off.
Especially for Faker, though, Zoe, he has been one of the ones with the highest Zoe priority. It's tied for his most played here at MSI thus far. And so, yeah, they're just whittling down on the possible options here. Obviously, they're terrified of the 17-year-old JoJo.
Of course, yeah. You've got the oldest mid laner of the tournament versus the youngest player overall, of course, as well, is Galio Nocturne.
Ooh.
Might be the lock. This is still a hover on Nocturne, but Global's in side lane play.
I mean, as soon as you see Zoe, you know there's going to be a poke element, at least, for T1. And so, even off one champion, they're just hard committing to dive here for EG. They see one poke champ, they're like, you know what? All right, hard engage, dive, let's get it. This is going to be first Galio of MSI for sure for JoJo. First Galio in a very long time for him as a champion as well. So very, very excited to see how EG can pull off a double, at least semi-global composition with a lot of range. The Gwen, though, obviously going to be picked up by T1 here. Most picked top laner by far of the tournament. And Zeus has been really the only one to make people, to punish people for picking Gwen with his Gangplank. So we'll see if Impact maybe can turn it around on him. Impact himself has had quite a few counter picks come his way.
Oh, you're kidding. Goes for it again? Time's ticking down. Will it be more Vi?
So it would be really counterintuitive to their comp because, Zoe, poke champion, Vi, dive champion. Yeah, so this makes way more sense here for Owner. Just kind of flexing that he is the Vi representative at the tournament.
For sure.
I do salute him for that.
For sure. To my brain, I say Senna or Ezreal into the bot lane here for Danny. I think you actually want to lock it maybe now, unless you think they're not going to ban your stuff away, because anytime you have this kind of dive, that's going to outrange your champions, right? They're trying to kill backline. They're trying to one-shot Zeus or Faker or Guma. I think GP actually totally fits here as well as one of those answers.
I just love this because this is what I'm calling out, where Zeus last time around counterpick Impact with the Gangplank into the Gwen, made him regret it. And so this is Impact's chance. Love it when we get these top laner ego battles playing both reverse side of the matchup. Of course, here's my caveat. Impact Gangplank gets 2 more globals on his team. So it's not a really fair 1v1 up on that top side. We will see where they use their globals. But again, this is massive investment in map control here for EG. 3 globals or semi-globals already drafted for them.
Yeah. It's going to be fun. Zeus was 9 when he was watching Faker and Impact win the 2013 World Championship together. Yeah. Obviously, Faker's his teammate, so he's been hanging out with him for a while, but he gave an interview.
I mean, JoJo was 7 as well. So
yeah, I mean,
he goes both sides.
I don't know if he was watching, though, right? It's not just like he was this old when it happened. He was watching as a 9-year-old, and now he's on one of them's team. He's facing the other one at, a huge international tournament. That's exciting. Rakan, Zaya, Tom Kench off the table. Again, my brain still says I want to see Ezreal or Senna for Danny as just helping to reach backline. They're basically only 2 AD carries with globals.
I would say, though, though, Kai'Sa does really well with dive as well. So, you know, while your Ezreal ult can come over too, I do like that, and it's more safe. Kai'Sa, Danny, in fact, little known fact, his early accounts all had Kai'Sa in the name.
That's fun.
For how much Kai'Sa this man played. So would be happy with either of those. But since Ezreal's banned out, I'd say my Kai'Sa is more likely than
you know, it is looking more likely actually. That's actually a good duo lane as well. Speaking of solo queue accounts, I'm trusting Reddit replies for this one, so I didn't fact check it because you know. That's on me. Anyway, Danny's solo queue ID in Korea is "My life is over," which he is reportedly because he's not liking how well he's playing at this tournament, which is rough because I think he has been improving slowly during the Rumble stage. I think it was really rough during groups, but it's been getting better and better for him. So I'm hoping he finds the confidence. JoJo kind of talked about that in his interview, that he wants the team with more confidence, more engaged. So we'll see if that comes through. Kalista Taric, I love this. Very strong duo and pretty good counter engage.
Ooh, very good counter engage. The timings work out so well when you see Galio ultimate coming down or when Nocturne turns off the lights. They actually don't lock it in for Keria, but the hover, just fun to think about there. Instead, going to be the more aggressive. Oh, okay. This actually makes more sense, you know, for the setup that we're talking about, for the all-ins, for the counter there. Really, really good options. And this T1 team has such good answers for scaling later on. See about the there it is. Come on.
Honestly,
I think it's between the Tristana or the Kai'Sa. I think the Jinx is no way. I think that's just a hover for the fans. You know?
Not locked. Goes for it anyway.
No!
Jinx does not reach the dive. Now, this is definitely, this is pure Danny comfort.
Yeah.
I agree with you, it does not fit the comp. I agree with you 100%. She, like, that rocket is probably not hitting the target of Nocturne Galio Gangplank. Like, she is not helping with her kit. But it is a lot of comfort for the man.
Yeah. Yeah, the other two options I liked more because the Tristana would be really good for lane for jumping in on the Kalista. Of course, you then do have to worry about those Taric stuns once you're jumping in, but and the Kai'Sa would be better for later for those team fights, for repositioning and following up on the dive. But the man did get the Baron Steel Penta that got them here, so investing again in some comfort.
And it is cool to see T1 still believing in the Kalista. Obviously has lost a couple of games recently, but also has gotten quite a few wins. I want to see what this early game priority has done for us. One thing I always find interesting when watching pro games is just Korean solo queue is very early game focused. The surrender rate is like 40% in Korean Challenger. Like your games all end in 15 minutes. And scrims tend to be chaotic as well. So early game is really, it's really prevalent in the practice environments of these players. Stage games are almost always a little bit more slow. Kalista, of course, a great early game champion. We'll see if she translates that one in this game.
And something to highlight here for T1 as well is massive objective control, because Rend does one part, but Zoe as well, even off one item, off your Ludens, you get so much poke potential around objectives and having the flexibility to do spellbook smites for secures later. You know, a Paddle Star and a spellbook smite is oftentimes much better than a jungler. So Rend plus Zoe as well for zone control around it. Really excited for the Keria Taric as well, since this man, not only has he been one of the best performing supports, but so flexible in his champ pool. And this counter to dive is really some of the things that we've been looking for. You know, the evolution of the meta and the answers here at MSI. So a lot more expecting some of these counter initiation and dive champions.
Yeah, so an aggressive look on each side of the map as Keria beelines it to the bottom lane, puts a ward down in the middle. We do not yet see a trinket swap. There's one for the Galio, but no one else just yet. It is going to be Vulcan with, I think, a ward, then a sweeper on his side, which means if they sit in lane and don't leash, he can sweep the trinket before minions meet. Otherwise, though, EG did not put an aggressive ward down for their top side. They did not donate one to Impact.
And we mentioned as well the top lane ego battle of the reverse of the matchup we saw last time around between Zeus and Impact. Guess what? Zeus take Ignite this time around, so he is definitely going to have that kill threat. Does mean no Ghost on the top side, more vulnerable to ganks, more vulnerable to these globals that you can send up towards the top side of the map as well. So it's the double-edged sword of the top Ignite there. Always a contested choice.
Well, Owner knocks down the rest of his red buff solo. He will smite something at some point. Right now, EG and T1 going to do battle for the bottom side. Now, I want to point out Tarek, by the way, incredibly good brawler in early laning. Once you get level 2, you can basically press your Q every 2 autos, and you have a lot of damage there as Impact and Zeus trade blows quickly. But you cannot ignore Tarek in a 2-on-2, actually. He will actually carry the team fights.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with the passive, spamming with your autos off, Vulcan doing some pretty good damage there to him as they fight it off early, though.
First for EG. Oh, no stacks.
Oftentimes, too. Level 2 first to chase him down.
Yeah, I thought Vulcan had a stack. If Vulcan had a stack, that was 2 first for EG, but he already burned 2, so really good trade by T1. Guma knows there's no way I lose this one if you turn back onto me. We've got the Tarek healing.
Yeah.
And takes a good chunk.
I like playing the Tarek super aggressive in the first few waves as well, because if you can get the push, if you can control of lane, then Tarek being able to recall and go get mana like an early tier or something is amazing. Because you get to spam out your spells, make use of the passive, constant healing coming through. It's definitely one of the most mana-hungry supports that we have left in the game. So is one that we see invest more in mana and less in some of the earlier survivability options that some of the other ones do. But Owner's here already.
Really
and
dives, ignores the Q. He's so low.
He's got
Nocturne's nearby, but Impact's so close. The dead gets a Q heal. 130 health. Might have oranges available. Inspired now sees what's going on. Do they have the fight, though? He's going to have a fear. Owner going to ward hop away. That is a long cooldown, though. 16 seconds if you don't go to a teammate with that one. So Inspired still on his way. Now didn't take Wolves, so is not level 4 with Prugs dying. As Owner takes him away, Impact going to try to stay alive out of the tower. Doesn't have the damage to kill the cannon.
Yeah, they're getting some denial off regardless on him. This is quite nice off this pressure. Man, Zeus too with the Ignite. I thought he was going to pop it and go all in there, but Owner fishing around, can't find a Q, and EG avoid what could have been a pretty big disaster on that top side, I feel like, brewing. Regardless, T1 are ahead in gold off of their CS on mid and bottom.
19 to 21 in farm right now, and between the junglers, Impact very close with Zeus here as well. Inspired coming around, does get spotted by Ward now, but is it going to be enough in time? Nice stop on the barrel. Do they have enough, though? Keep in mind, no flash, no ghost. It's going to be everything. If the Fear Tether starts, he'll finish it no matter what. So Zeus going to get some damage best he can, immunes the damage, but not the Fear itself, but will get away. Probably forcing the recall. Impact gets the wave shoved, will not be a frozen lane, gets to recall.
Yeah, and he needed this, Impact needed this help, this bailout, to get an extra timing, but T1, they saw him on the ward, so they were planning a bottom side move in response.
Good damage. Danny down to 400 HP. Here comes the dive. 4v2. They're going to get the root on Icaria. Drops the turret aggro just barely. Vulcan wants one back, but he can't find the damage. A double kill for Gumayushi.
See, I want the listen in on those comms from T1 because they saw Inspired pretty early on that top play, and Zeus opted to stay up there. That was not a surprise. Oh no, you found me ganking. I barely got away. He opted to stay up there, and T1 were very, very high probability communicating, hey, we're going to make a bottom side play because we see Inspired top side. And the double roam is so big for them. Look at this. On Danny, they started out here with Carriot. He then flashes away, and even with the Ignite on him and with the hook landing, Gumayushi still has the heal, keeps his support alive, and T1 get a double kill on bottom side.
13 CS lead down to the bottom side. You can see, yep, he goes for Boots 2 and the Serrated Dirk Spike to push the lead. You do not always see this on a Kalista, but this is how you take the biggest early game power spike. You're all AD ratios, all physical damage. Guma's going to be scary right now.
Definitely, definitely true. It also means that the Dragon stacking should probably start early for T1. Inspired here to answer the possible play, but this is a smart ward to see a wraparound gank. Inspired already been given up. Double roam down too. Look at the punish coming from the river. Here comes Faker.
Level 5 here on the top side. We got a bit of a fight as well. Impact wants 6. It should be soon for the two of them, but Zeus is 6. Forces the flash out of Impact. And then we got to fight to the bottom side asleep. But they've got a galley nearby, so Jojo could always re-engage this one. Vulcan down to 350, but will stay alive. Top laner's living here as well. Impact flash was almost 6.
And that was really smart from Zeus. He chases Impact off the minion wave, so Impact can't get level 6. He chases him off the experience here, forced the flash out of Impact. Impact can't even get level 6 to add his Gangplank ultimate to the bottom side, and Zeus denies some extra gold. So even though there's no blood on the bottom side of the map, again, small little wins here from T1. Let's see what Jojo might be able to do with his first Galio ultimate, Inspired as well, approaching that level 6. So once EG get to actually utilize their globals that they have drafted really early on in this draft, it'll be their turn, and we'll see if they can make a counterplay.
Might be 6 for Inspired. I'm not sure how close he is. Krug's obviously the most valuable camp XP-wise, so it might tick him over. We can see half bar is not enough, so he's going to need to wait for the next respawn of the jungle. He's probably donating blue to JoJo, so it'll be even further delayed. Looking at the bottom side fight, nicely done. A quick stun, no follow-up really. This chopper's actually pretty well placed, but Guma gets to stand outside them. T1 feels just fine.
All right, transition down towards bottom side here for Inspired. Yeah, we'll see if he does hand it off or take it for himself. Honestly, with Galio, could be fine to just take it there for Inspired, get blue buff, and look for your first ultimate. But some deep wards already placed if we look at the mini-map from T1 over there, up kind of the little alcove brush but below blue. So if you do hover down on Nocturne, because rank 1 Nocturne ultimate is very short, and you actually do have to get pretty close to the lane, then he would be sighted. Does take that blue. Yeah, so you grab your second blue buff for the extra experience, clear out your wolves. He'll have access to it. Vulcan, can he find those wards?
Nope.
The treasure trove.
Yeah, would have been a nice little bit of gold, but not going to matter. We'll point out, bot lane has remained at a 13 CSD, so despite the item lead, it hasn't been pushed just yet. I'm not saying it has to be every 40 seconds, but it has remained flat since we first checked in off the recalls. Vamptither comes in, you got the dagger there as well, so Gumayushi on the races towards his shield bow, as Danny still not some Noon Quiver.
Ding, ding, ding. 8 minutes into the game, Freak. Rift Herald on the map. So guess what? Rift Herald is the target. You can see from the bottom lane recalls, they both come up, but already EG are opting to send Danny back down towards the bottom side. Now, the rest of EG then would just want to delay T1 to allow Danny to push that bottom wave into the turret and try and get a turret plate for themselves. They're not going to fight anything around here, just... I
wonder if they can even trap the rotation. Like, if you played aggressively enough, right, you can find
Vulcan's
Guma.
going to try and delay.
Yeah, but Faker's here as well, though, so the problem is it's actually a 1v3. Vulcan, you got to be careful, bud. No one spots him.
Just a spectator. Silent spectator.
What? Wait, he flashed. He, like, actually flashed. He actually flashed and did not catch anyone with that one. That was a very strange choice.
But nobody saw it. Copium.
I saw it.
But T1 don't know that the
That's
timer's
true.
down.
That's true.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, they're going to blast going into the Dragon as top plate does fall there and more money over to Zeus. They don't actually drop the Rift Herald. EG will pick up the Dragon in payment.
Yeah. I mean, I think Herald is generally going to be more important, so T1, obviously, with rights to the map, they own it. They take the better of the two objectives. JoJo tries for Planet Faker, who gets away himself.
And Danny did get that one plate, that kind of price tag that has been the normal price tag of Herald, is a minion wave pushed in and the plates after. It's still definitely well worth the price for T1 to force on Rift Herald. And this has been the overwhelming focus of the teams that have been able to get to MSI. Is a lot on the first Rift Herald for the extra money impact, though.
Ignite, ult traded back, stays inside the bubble, gets the barrel, but it's not going to be nearly enough. Zeus wins both sides of the matchup handily.
Yeah, he says, this is how it's done. Take Ignite, buddy. What were you saying? He was 9 years old watching Impact win Worlds? Well, guess what?
Yeah.
He is here now, and he's taking him down again. Brutal stuff up there, too. He's also been able to earn 2 top turret plates, and now Gumayushi's going to be able to get a bunch of bottom ones. They've got Rift Herald as well. You want to get through the first 2 by hand if you're going to think of dropping the Herald, but with 4 members of EG coming down for the counterplay.
Decent damage, a good root, of course, can always be pulled back and will do so now, finally forcing the ult away from Gumayushi. Pretty long cooldown, but whatever, they're going to be just fine down here. 3,000 gold lead, looking really good for T1 taking care of business. All right, here we go, first attempt. They're going to find quite a bit. He will get the fear. Will it be enough, though? Galio not going to pull the ulti. Faker could have always flashed out of that circle and ultimately decides it wasn't worth the trade of cooldowns there.
Oh, yeah, not too much damage out of that Nocturne. Not very frightening, Freak.
Nope, not really.
Faker definitely unafraid in this scenario. Drops his Ignite for a little bit of pushback threat, but that is the most underwhelming first Nocturne ultimate that I've seen in quite a while.
Ooh, I will raise you Wei, who didn't even press R2.
Nope, you're right. Well, To be fair, his target was just on the edge of Fog of War, and I know that frustrating feeling as Nocturne Ultimate. You're mashing it, but you're correct. That is number one on our list of most underwhelming.
But we got top three. We got top three out of that one.
Is it more underwhelming to not press the second one at all, and then they don't know that you don't have damage?
Big fight in the bottom side here. Vulcan gonna get low, able to get out of range. Likes to dub, but Owner's around. Sidestep on the Q. Danny does not juke left. Turret plate is gotta have like 1 HP on it. And here's a Herald summon, and I believe with enough control, you can see him running away. This is the entire turret bot side. They've already been winning top lane. Zeus is crushing up here, but this is gonna be the entire turret in the bot lane now as well. Impact, a danger flashing away. Faker and Jujutron in a battle here, but does he have the damage? Not really. Faker able to walk away pretty easily.
Yeah, able to fight his way out of that one. Wow. Again, both sides of the map, T1, are winning these slow, inevitable, small gains. Bottom turret ends up going down. Zeus keeps pushing on Impact, gets another wave, gets another nice, easy recall off for himself. His Riftmaker is done. Rifthold even gets the second charge off on the second turret down here. I beat you to it, MasterCard! Thank you, though. Thank you for that. Danny's still scaling up for EG, though. They're kind of doing their pray for late going on here for EG. It is really feeling reminiscent of those old days of the slow, inevitable movement here from T1, constantly gaining objectives and advantages, though. So much gold accrued here with only 3 kills, we say. But again, Rift Herald plus all these plates that they've been able to get, just Zeus smashing up on top side. He got a couple visits from Owner, so there's a little bit of extra jungle attention, but Zeus pretty handily declaring himself, honestly, king of MSI top lane.
Yeah, he is.
This man has just been outstanding.
And maybe, as we play this one forward, looking at T1 as a team overall, Zeus obviously doing an incredible job to make it this well. They're going to be up to 5-2. This is 90% a win for them at this point. EG have not found their way into anything but a dragon as a cross map. At 5-2, rematch with RNG, they could win that one. They can tiebreak for first. T1 could end the group stage, the Rumble stage, on top. Gonna try now on the top side. This is the ultis coming through. That's gonna be a lot of damage, but Tarek finds his vulnerability. Danny gotta be careful for a second. They finally get one on the board, but it cost them practically 5 ultimates. Technically 4, a lot burned there, but on the other side of the map, guess what? Gwen is pushing in the bottom lane.
They do need to make some plays like this, though, if they're trying to get back into this game. Zeus, he pushes up bottom lane, but it honestly doesn't do anything because Impact's there to catch the wave, and bottom turret was already taken, so they lose 1 Wolf Camp, and they got a kill. I am definitely in favor of teams overexpending ultimates. R buttons, don't care about these cooldowns. Get money now, get paid. The dragon is coming up, so it means, without all of our R buttons, we probably don't want to fight this fight. But you already were feeling very risky about heading down into open territory versus T1 in an even numbers match. So still think it's a good call to go for that pick. The money ended up going onto Galio, which isn't the greatest place, but it's also a Dark Seal, so you get your 2 stacks there for JoJo, as well as trying to fund the Proto Belt.
Yeah, and EG have a long time in this game, it feels like. We just got the first Dragon now out of T1, so beyond 30 minutes for Dragon Soul if it's going to happen. Hex Gates activate, that's exciting. Somewhere Ox is like jumping up and down, just absurdly happy that this is going on. And now,
Hex map is objectively the best map.
It is. Yeah, it's true, actually. It is the best map. You win some, you lose some. Captain Gameplay both made this one and the Chemtech map. So, bad 50-50.
All right, well, Rift Herald number 2, Freak. Who's your money on? Gangplank is still bottom, no ultimate, no
T1.
teleport. So,
I think T1's getting this one.
Place your bet wisely.
Is it going to happen? Predictions in the chat. Ooh, you could have maybe put the player. I was going to say Owner. I was right. So that's a good start here.
Genius. Predict the jungler on the objective.
I mean, a lot of times they will just not smite if they have complete control. And just save the charge. But this is pretty much Herald charge will just one-shot that turret. So whenever they want, top outer's dead.
I know that second Herald is heavily maligned by the community, but second Herald, when you have a Zoe, well, your Zoe's under attack.
She does have a flash. Doesn't get much of a root going on. A sleep's not going to matter much. This should be a pretty easy top. I believe he cannot outflash it, and that should be a kill. He's going to flash, but the ult's going to come along. and stun the corpse. Owner goes in to take a 2 versus 3. Is it going to be enough? Jojibun kicked in the wall and taken out. Keria and Owner indeed getting the revenge kill. Inspired gets away from the stun. Anchor's going to miss. Wouldn't have been a kill. I don't think they win that 2-on-2.
Some damage to set up for Danny,
Danny's
though.
here. Yes, that is going to be a couple of roots in place. Terracold is in. They don't burst him in time. But what about round 2? Owner should be locked in place, rooted. They don't get anything more.
This leaves mid wide open. You know, they commit 3 resources from EG to try and defend that. Means mid is wide open for Zeus and Gumayushi. They will get the other outer tower here. This is 2 outer towers now picked up for T1. And again, if you knock down all 3 outers here, Zoe walking around throwing out bubbles becomes such a big problem. But they're going to the source of that problem. Freak, again, double activation. Goes in with the Nocturne ultimate. Vulcan's here as well for the follow-up. So they use a lot of spells to make sure they get this one. Even saw the Jinx rocket fly by your screens there. And so that means they have nothing left in the aftermath. Owner likes his chances there, uses the ultimate for the extra damage to finish off that kill. And then even in the 2v3, they buy time for the rest of their team to take down that turret.
We can see T1 now heading to the top side. We get quite a bit of action around these 2 mid laners wherever they go. We tend to see ultimates and champions flying along. Vulcan walks through wards on his way up. Keria gets to take control of the Tri-Brush now as well. And in a 3 versus 2, it's not really a play. EG not going to find a way around this one. So out they walk. Inspired still in base. No ulti up for a couple of seconds. So cannot join. Maybe Impact could have, but again, they choose not to defend that one.
Yeah, I mean, EG, basically your strategy now is to turtle, get as much farm as you can, and then when your globals are up, you look for one counterplay where you smash all your R buttons, you get a pick on one side, and then you retreat to defenses again. Little turtle action here. You poke out your head real quick when you have all your R button, and then right back in the shell. Just farm up at towers, defend until your cooldowns come back up, and hopefully you can get enough money that way, picking T1 members off before this onslaught of Baron threat or Dragon threat becomes too big. The problem is that T1, as we mentioned, with Zoe and the Kalista, have a lot of neutral objective threat, so that Baron threat and that Dragon threat become very real very fast.
It does indeed. For the turtle strat, I think they'd be well versed. Their coaches named it after all, so hopefully EG know what they're doing about this one. But bot lane tier 2 is going to drop 800 gold freshly to the inventories of T1. Thanks. And you can see a 6,000 gold that looks really nice.
Goal for EG is to defend as much as they can. Wow, they got Galio take the...
Oh, that kick was pretty good. Orange is. Nocturne flies in, but there's no turret anymore, so Inspired gonna run out of health rapidly and will die. Rocket's gonna land, but Gumayushi staying alive for now. Impact flashes in, finds it. Danny on the way in, but he cannot kill over the shields and heals him too much. Zeus in the chase. Cannot get in the Jojo Pure, and this should be one back for EG. And they will find their second kill, but Faker's back in on the Danny. Finds a sleep, a nice shield from Galio. Will they get in range for anything else? Faker takes the flashes from the fallen enemies and able to get right back out. 2-1, but up a couple of turrets for T1.
Yep, they exposed the inhibitor and then got really, really anxious to try and punish the split push. They saw Jojo, they saw that Galio on their outer turret on top side and went for the dive. 2 for 1, pretty good for EG. Accumulating some extra money here ahead of the Dragon. 10 seconds, they're all hex getting up towards Baron instead of towards the Dragon. So wanting to put the extra pressure towards the top side of the map as T1 do send their resources over to collect Dragon.
Yeah, this Dragon, of course, not terribly important. The stats themselves and individual drakes, not very high. The threat of Soul, again, pretty far away. So instead, nice by Faker, right? Jump over the wall. Where are the wards? What could be going on? Obviously, they have that one ward in the river. Well done, Keria, putting that one down earlier. Make sure it was there in time for the Baron spawn, and EG they'll get some of this river, but not all of it. Faker might steal. He does, nicely done. Yeah, Spell Shield does not work after the bubble hits you. Doesn't matter too much for Inspired, he's gonna be fine, but nice hit by Faker to take it away. Great sleep there, and it's not gonna be any follow through, but this might be not too bad, but of course Guma's nearby, so the ulti is forced. You don't burn too hard, because he's always safe.
Yeah, that is a decent cooldown forced out there by, nothing necessary here from EG, so some basic ability used to get the Kalista ult down. Don't think T1 are going to sweat too much because of it, though. They'll still move into the Baron River and get all their vision back. This is why it was pretty big that Faker got that steal on the Scuttle Crab. the only non-removable vision that is in the game.
Pretty good pull, nice jump over the wall. They are burning this Baron down rapidly. Red Smite pretty strong. Can they answer in time? EG, okay, here's the TP in for Gangplank. Ult's coming up soon. Inspire turns out the lights. Terra Colt's onto 4. Got to disengage. Can you buy time? Stopwatch burn. In they go. 1 and 2. This could be the fight for EG. Looking to knock down the top lane. Zeus drain tanking. A Gale Force works well. Vulcan steps away. Owner should drop a stopwatch, buys time, but this should be a very easy kill. Goes in, and it's a 4 for nothing.
The Jinx, they did it. No way. EG win the fight on Baron. My goodness. Impact does so much work. Freak, they invested in the comfort. They invested in the Jinx, and again, around Baron. EG get a team fight. They get right back into this one.
And that's going to be Baron falling. No Dragon to pick up, but you've got every single turret available to claim. Danny even kills the Baron.
Impact may have lost the lane, but he wins the team fight. Look at this. Jojo, he teleports in. He gets a stopwatch off just in time, and then the double Nautilus knock up there on top of a big explosion with Barrel plus the rockets from Danny. Then I get a little scared here as Zeus almost able to take down Vulcan, but his stopwatch keeps him alive. He barely walks out. Owner doesn't hit the Q on him, so no EG member loses their life in that fight, and they clean up so hard.
The Inspired stopwatch was so clutch because he basically waited out the entire Terracle. It was on everyone, and they got to wait it out.
All 3 of those stopwatches from EG were critical. JoJo's to start it off, then Inspired. Now we've got another attempt.
Is it going to be enough damage, though? I mean, chunks him down to 1K. Will there be follow-through is the question. Not just yet. Low health, he ults to get away, but he will still drop. Great kill for T1. Fake gets right back out. Beautifully done. Zeus gets a 1 for nothing.
Yeah, bit aggressive there, and now walking on the bubble. Okay. Isn't going to pay too much for that one. Whew. Got a little excited there. JoJo saw an opportunity to get a chunk onto Zeus and just get the Gwen W down, but stayed around a little bit too long after. Galio, it's nice to get those taunts into your quick combo, but then you are very, very vulnerable. And since he had just used his stopwatch, as we mentioned, critically in that last fight, he had no outs. So good punish from T1 there. They actually take a good amount of time off of your Baron push. And the Baron push is where EG were hoping to regain a lot of this gold. They've got all outer towers up.
You're on a ward, bro. I don't know if he's baiting. Okay.
They're teleporting on it to make sure he can't get out. Inspired will get the fear off.
No ult, no sums. I don't know how he lives with this one. I mean, maybe there's a miracle. He's got a turret nearby, but you have to get the taunt and everything else here. This should be 1. And Faker, yeah, plays it from far away, tries to get a little bit of poke.
That's like, I don't even know. Yeah, that was like some 16 head right there, where you're trying to be really far ahead of them.
Yeah.
Mid's being pressured. It was like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
0.
That's a 0 head. Right? That's.
I'm trying to imagine what the next steps were that he was calculating in his head while he wasn't looking at a screen.
I mean, yeah, there were steps elsewhere, but he tripped down the stairs. He didn't watch his step, you know? So down he goes. Faker, going to defend top lane, no problem. Baron timing out. Rebel Baron power play. Only 1,200, in fact. EG lost a fair bit of control after that Baron
So I was about to, before that mid-play, set up this Baron as being so critical for EG because they had not gotten any outer turrets in this game. That means there was so much standing gold on the map that a Baron fight win like that for them, even if it's not an objective bounty, should theoretically get you a bunch of extra tower gold, since there's so many exposed, outer turrets here that are pretty low-hanging fruit. Now they've only got 14 seconds on it, though. That's why it was so big that T1 got that kill onto JoJo to stall out on that Baron pushing. That effectively saved T1 an extra outer tower, I would say, and that amount of gold. So all ultimates are available almost here for EG. JoJo's ultimate coming right back up here for the Galio. So they do have the big Wombo combo dive to be able to look for the back line. Faker does have Flash and Zhonya's, so he becomes a bit more difficult. It's just the shield bow there for Gumayusi for him to rely on. So those are the 2 carries that they're really looking to burst down.
We got Zeus looking for a bit of a flank play. He's going to be not quite on vision, but now giving this away with the Scryer's Bloom. Says, okay, I know where everyone is. This will be the 3rd Dragon for T1. The question is, what does everyone play for? EG could try to overcommit on mid and knock down mid turret. And pressure Gumayusi, not going to find the anchor just yet. Zeus does not get hit by the barrel either. But Impact wants to walk up, 300 damage crit, not bad, a little bit of poke. EG go back down the river. They have control ward in the pit, but not one in the brush. That's actually owned by T1. A nice taunt doesn't mean a whole bunch, though.
little bit of trade back and forth. They're going to be fine. Pretty tanky champion. Owner now on the side. Spots Inspired. And it's going to be 5-on-5. Goes in. Looks for the kick. Gets it. Nicely done.
Beautiful.
And that could be a deletion. Danny's already gone. Nice spin of time. Bopped by Jojo up here. And they trade back the jungler. But will the team fight be one? Inspired dropping. Fierce. Gets betrayed. And look down at Faker. Faker should be attacked. Flash the safety. Still goes down. And now we look at Impact. Down to the brush on the bottom side. Inspired barely staying alive. Zeus the chase. So looking for Vulcan. Will get the kill. And Impact, can he find anything though? Slowed down by the Drake. Every fourth attack slows. Barrel, got a sidestep. Gumayushi shuts him down. Dragon number 3 for T1. Zeus does so much in the backside. Team fight victory, +1 kill, +1 Dragon.
Welcome to the new generation of T1. Impact tries to play right into Gumayushi there. The Dragon, extra auto, slow and extra damage. Owner though, starting this out with a beautiful ward hop into flash kick onto Danny. He uses Inspired as an extra ward to go for the long wraparound onto the EG carry, just assassinating him from the very beginning. From that point though, EG fight pretty well out of it, and with Inspired being able to live out of the top side, they almost got out of this, with even kill counts and would have to give over the Dragon, but then Impact running past the Dragon towards Guma with Flash gives an extra shutdown over to Gumayushi and into the hands of the Kalista. So that was actually a pretty big mistake, and it still gets T1 to Dragon Soul point.
The Evil Geniuses looking their ruins off of a 3,000 gold deficit. The LCK's T1 did stumble a couple of times here in the Rumble stage and had the one close call against EG. They did lose a team fight, lost to Baron, but since then afflicted themselves, and they've won pretty much everything since then. Dragon's Soul point, 3.5 to go until Hextech Soul. Pretty good with poke. You get the, Zoe Q turns into a slow. Can look pretty good.
Gwen is such a difficult problem for EG to solve right now too. Their comp is so much dive onto the back line, try and take down T1 carries. But after they do that, then you still have the problem of Gwen to solve, and this is going to get burned down so fast in Fog of War. Owner showing so that they don't think that they're already on Baron. They don't have the jungler in there. Get some vision down. Now though, 9,000 health. They've got time to fight it.
All right, no Ren stack, so Nocturne walks in. Gala the same. Here comes the Taric ulti as well. Will they burn down Baron? Looks like they're going to try right now. Inspired. 2k health smite. It's going to go to Evil Geniuses. And I've seen this before. Danny Free Fires attacked by Zeus. Stays alive. Evil Geniuses in the North River taking down the enemy team.
The kids are at it again. Freak EG right down the mid lane with Baron. They're going to push straight through the T1 base. Only Faker stands between them and the win.
20 seconds on respawns. That's at least inhibitor. Next will be a close call. Jojo walks up. Jojo gets the taunt, and they're going to buy a second or two. But Faker will always die there. Down goes Nexus turret. 10 seconds on respawn. I do not believe gives them the Nexus. Middle inhibitor down. 3,000 gold lead. EG's first lead of the game and second Baron.
Let's get it again. Jojo right in there. No hesitation. Goes for the taunt. But really, it's about the dive in. Inspired into the back line. Gangplank ultimate on top of them. They burst down Kalista. There's no rend. And then with the GP damage still ticking on it, he gets the smite. They get the extra damage. And then T1 completely collapse after.
I have to flame Gumayushi. He walked out of Taric ult, Kobe. Just stand next to the other target and become invincible. Nocturne hard dives, the freest kill in the game. You cannot make plays like that on this stage.
Guma has had such a rough tournament. They're going to watch that one back again. Oh my goodness. Hopping out of it. And he goes down right before the rend range.
It's a mistake. That's what happens. It's
All
a
right.
mistake.
What do you do after the mistake? How do you get right back into it, though? Now, EG, they're going to clean up. Those outer towers will melt this time around. They're ahead in gold now and pushing hard.
Looking for it now. Danny on comfort. 3.5 items here on the Jinx, and he's getting turret gold. Some of it solo, some of it shared partially. Vulcan could walk back and donate the 550 over. He's going to take his share instead. Wants to maybe get to his next item. On the way towards, I think it's on Anathema's actually. We've already got one. And the GA, so Inspired is a great front line now. Take the reset, 45 seconds, 7,000 gold on the Red Bull Baron power play. Now that did count the kills in the pit because Baron was first, but obviously a huge swing.
And look what that gold has resulted in. This is 4-item crit Gangplank. these are real barrels.
Yeah.
You know, when we've seen multiple times, you know, Zeus played it magnificently, but his build was way lower damage. It was super tanky build. Here we go with the all-in.
Good ulti over the top as well. Not going to find the knockout, but they do get that fear. Rocket hits one, and they're going to get kill one. They're going to get kill two. And a double in for Impact. Zeus, back in the crib with you, buddy. Grandpa Impact is here to play.
That's why you build crit on gang, playing Impact, saying hello to his old team once again. After all this time, he's coming for a T1 Nexus.
And it's going to be a 3 versus 5. The first two invulnerable. Carrier locked into place, pulled back, and almost brings a stun back in, but this should be a kill. Carrier should drop, and how about the rest? 5v2. Vulcan finds it. Another Zonia's for Faker, but he should die. Nice attempt to get away, 4v2, but there's no wave. So EG may have slightly overplayed. They need to get next wave to come in, and here it is. This should be enough, though. You still got 5 seconds on Owner. The last 2 turrets, Evil Geniuses, will tie T1 in the standings. 4 and 3 with 1-1 head-to-head. Evil Geniuses finally get their first win over a Pool 1 team.
The LCS is here to play.
Kobe, I never doubted them. I want this to be known. I always believed in EG. Cool to see them make this one happen. And they're playing a bit their style. Back in the Jinx, no one's playing it. Danny makes it look good.
They were very clear that this MSI was about learning, about scaling, prepping, learning from this international competition, playing against the very best. At 17 years old in his rookie season, JoJo gets his first win over Faker. Impact getting a win over his old organization, T1. Must feel good as well.
Yeah.
Huge game for Evil Geniuses. You mentioned the mental kind of deteriorating here at MSI with racking up loss after loss after loss. But you do learn the most from losses. And it all pays off here. You see those smiles?
Yeah.
That is earned right there. That is earned dopamine.
That is earned dopamine. Hey, the time to come alive is at the end of the tournament. Yeah, you can have your rough start. You've been 5-0'd by G2. But Danny, this man played so damn well in the playoffs. Like, he had 4 pentakills in 4 months. This man's ceiling, like, it's an open-air stadium, right? It's all the way to the heavens. But it was such a rough look in the group stage, and here he finally pops off.
Yeah. All that being said, though, Impact really, to me,
oh my gosh,
he wins this game.
Yes.
Impact lost lane, wins game. Lose lane, win game, the top lane way. Really big stuff here from Impact. Takes the reverse side of the matchup. We mentioned the top lane ego battle, him and Zeus, the new young hotness, best performing top laner at the whole tournament. You know, his new replacement on T1, and Impact says, I've still got it. Yes, you can win lane, young guns.
Yeah.
But I build crit.
Yeah.
And I blow up your team.
Yeah, and he did it.
So you better keep on that Taric ulti.
Yeah.
Don't step off of it because it's going to hurt.
It is going to hurt. So the prompter says to toss to a Danny interview if it's ready right now. I want to hear from the man.
Don't always get what you want.
Don't always. Sometimes.
That's the most I can give you.
Fine. Then it's time for the ace up my sleeve. My beloved squishy pig with
original holographic cover art.
Hey, Ash, what you selling?
Save the references, Jake from State Farm. I'm saying goodbye. This little piggy went to the game store.
You don't have to sell your favorite games. State Farm has coverage options, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Thanks, Jake. Hands off the squish.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
And welcome back to State Farm Analyst Desk. They needed to jump straight into the second Baron of EG versus T1. It was crazy, and this was the moment I knew EG would win. Emily, take it away.
I'm just so happy for this team. We had talked about their drafting issues earlier on in the tournament, both in groups and then at the beginning of Rumble. This is, like, yes, it's also a dive comp, but the 5v5 from this composition, once the Gangplank got online, I know there was a lot of shakiness around the Jinx, let's just say in lane. I'm now up to with our bet. Danny has died in lane before 5 minutes twice, so I only have one more to go.
One more to go. Talking about
my bet was 3, because that lane is miserable, right, into the Kalista.
I mean, he ended up getting killed twice, although they lost too early on.
And post-Jinx nerfs, that's why we have seen her move out of the meta. But I mean, man, I'm just so happy for this team. Like, I love these guys.
Name a more iconic duo than Danny's Jinx and an enemy team doing Baron. Because consistently, I mean, the open air stadium for his ceiling, as Freak put it so eloquently, look, it wasn't just it was cleaning up the team fights. You have to give credit to Grandpa Impact's Gangplank. Didn't go well in lane. We'll pull the draft up in just a moment, but I do think I got nervous when I saw Zeus killing him solo. But as the game played out, that crit build worked out phenomenally. Every single barrel was finding his targets.
I mean, he was doing such a good job. And there were so many times where, like, the Taracle would time out and then the barrel would connect just after when everyone was still grouped together. Really flawless execution.
Ox, when you look at the draft, we were quite excited about the Tarik. You know, before we saw play, what was the reaction? Because it was like, oh, that can work. It's maybe not a bad idea into sort of the dive options, but it didn't work in game.
It makes sense, but honestly, the Taracle often came out quite early, and then they were just able to disengage. Sometimes, like the Baron fights, we saw Vulcan pop the stopwatch to buy time. And I feel like T1, we've talked about teams adapting to the meta we've seen that G2 kind of set. T1 just haven't been adapting again and again. They keep trying to play these difficult to execute comps that don't lean into team fights well.
Yeah, and I mean, we did see T1 get ahead, right? Until that Baron play, where I think the Taric ult was used proactively instead of reactively, where, you know, once we did get that Gangplank barrel in, and then Danny was able to come in. But I mean, you have the Taric pick I really liked. The Kalista should be able to, I mean, they picked Jinx into it, which is like
bold.
As an AD carry main, that's not fun. Yeah. It's not fun to play. I'm just saying.
Now, Emily, give me a quick summary here before we get to this first Baron that really brought EG back into the game. That early game, T1 built up several thousand gold lead. They were putting pressure all over the map. The Nocturne and Galio didn't have opportunities to really engage. I mean, what was going wrong for EG? What was going right for T1 that garnered them the lead?
I mean, I think in this early game, you see how good T1 are at recognizing their early timings. We've talked about this several times on the desk before. They knew when to dive that bot lane, right? Like, they knew when to set up for Herald. They knew when they wanted, exactly what they wanted to do on those timers. And I think you saw EG being really slow to deal with it. Obviously, their comp does not come online until later. But even when there were like cross-map plays available, you know, it sometimes looked kind of hesitant. Impact was getting shoved in as well. He got solo killed. Zeus still had a really great game here. So like, I think when T1 plays so well around those timings, it's always going to be difficult for their opponents to adapt. And that's where having this massive 5v5 team fight and dive composition really worked in EG's favor.
I want to pick up right on that and actually come to you, Orgs. First and foremost, every second counts thanks to the reliable Cisco network. Impact's GP barrel pops the T1 front line the moment Taric ult runs out for a huge team fight win. And for me personally, don't mess with Danny's Jinx at Baron. Up until this point, that hard-to-execute comp from T1 had built up all the lead they needed.
Yeah, but the problem is here, they end up engaging onto this Galio. The Taracle is burnt when they're still in the pit, and it's just stopwatch, so fantastic to buy time. And because when you have the Taracle on you, when you're invulnerable, you lose some of the restraints, and so they all group together, not being concerned about things like the Jinx GP, because, you know, you're invincible, but as soon as that runs out, beautiful turn from EG, and it was moments like this that really allow them to solidify a comeback.
And if we're revisiting those blueprints that we talked about for EG, right? It's like, okay, set your carries up for success. And in this, we have Jojo on something like the Galio, where he is going to be primary or secondary engage. Danny is super comfortable firing from the back line once, you know, Impact hits that. So it's like, okay, this is now Jinx comfort zone, even when I did not like the laning
I mean,
You know,
of
like
course
that
not.
lane matchup is not
You
great.
didn't like EG's laning. You didn't like seeing Danny die early. You didn't like EG falling behind in gold.
I'm just a hater,
You
apparently.
didn't mind the No, all I'm trying to say is I've heard that so many times because that's just EG domestically, right? And we saw it work this time. Okay, some quick spicy updates for you. In terms of the standings, there is now a three-way tie for second between T1, G2 and EG. Now, in the fight for the knockout stage, it has been blown wide open. As a reminder, there are 1,048 scenarios remaining. Stats will correct the number, but over 1,000 scenarios remaining. And out of those scenarios, T1 make knockouts in 82% of them, G2 in 74% of them, EG in 73%, and PSG at 34%. I'll make this mean a little bit more sense as we get towards the end of the day, but that middle of the table standings makes it very interesting because now you could have PSG drop out, you could have EG, you could have G2, you could have T1. Did I hear the interview's ready? I'm going to find out in just a moment. The interview is ready! So let's head over to Law, who's standing by with EG's Danny for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you so much, Quickshot. Fantastic upset win here for Evil Geniuses against T1. And Danny, thank you so much for joining me after this game. Amazing victory. Congratulations. Any first thoughts on the game?
Well, it seems like teamfight comps are kind of in the meta right now.
Yeah.
I feel like every victory we've seen versus like these early game comps, the teamfight comp always manages to push through and win in the later stages. So I think knowing that we had that in mind, we were able to pick champions that do well in the team fight. So.
All right. Well, in that sense, can you talk to me about Jinx? Because we don't see the champion so much in the tournament so far. You were the only player, actually, to pull off that champion in the group stage. But let's not talk about that. You had the victory here with the Jinx today. Do you think it's a champion that's going to rise in the pick priority? And can you talk me through picking the champion today?
Yeah, for sure. Jinx as a champion right now is pretty volatile. I think she can be very feast or famine depending on what the enemy does. If you let her scale, she's a complete monster in the late game. But she can also be pretty rough in the early. I was kind of struggling a little bit because they did do that level 3, level 4 dive on me, and that was pretty sad. But I think with these team fight comps and like you just play for mid game, I think she can be picked. We picked it specifically because we wanted a carry that could deal a lot of damage and with high range to compete with Zoe and like just their short range comp in general. So I think that's the main reason why.
You had some responsibilities, though, picking Jinx here and being responsible for the late game damages. How did you feel being such a huge part of the team fight's damage?
I think a lot of pressure was on me to position really well. There was one team fight where Owner's Lee Sin actually got a really nice kick on me, and I died like as one of the first people to die, and the team fight went pretty rough. But after that, I was able to carefully manage throughout, and they couldn't ever catch on me. So I think it's really nice to know that.
Yeah, very nicely handled the team fights, honestly. And when I think of T1 especially, they had some questionable Baron setups, if I may. So can you talk me through your communication into making the plays into your advantage when it comes to these setups?
For the Baron setup, I think the main part was just trying to enter without getting it poked in too much because they do have Zoe and we are generally a melee-ish comp. We had Gangplank, Nocturne, and Galio, but we do have really good engage tools, so we just wanted to start the fight ASAP, and I think we did that pretty well considering they lost most of them. So.
Yeah, you really did. An amazing game for you once again. How did you feel about taking down T1 in the sense that it's a super important game to pick up, especially in the race for playoffs?
I'm pretty speechless right now because I really thought that T1 were going to be the undefeated kings of MSI, but they've been dipping downs in MSI so far, and I feel like that kind of gave us some motivation to just play how we like to play, given our champions, and just win, I guess.
Confidence boost. That's what I want to hear. Danny, thank you so much for the interview. Good luck on the rest of the games. And that's all for us here now in Busan. Back to you in Berlin.
That checks.
Thank you so much.
I think it's good we counted at the start of the day.
Confidence as well. All right, and we can see, of course, Saigon Buffalo on their way in. Today has been a day of upsets. The team with fewer wins has walked away with the W in both games so far today. Now, this is first versus last. RNG have dropped only a single game. Saigon Buffalo have not won any in the Rumble stage. Will it be today?
I mean, we've had some upsets today, Freak.
That's the point. Yeah.
Everybody get upset. Saigon Buffalo are next in line. I was prepping it the day earlier when I was on, when all of these teams that got beat up by the Pool 1 seeds in the group stage, they were trying to overcome their Pool 1 bullies.
Right.
And nobody did it then. But today, it's all coming out.
Yes.
Everybody's getting their licks in. So let's see if Saigon Buffalo can get their first win of the Rumble stage here.
And I'm curious if it comes, as we keep talking about their aggressive bottom lane. I think, again, they are very, very good down there. Or if it comes maybe a mix of that and also creative drafting. I was here last time when they played Senna Vladimir bottom lane. I think it's a nice long-standing tradition that Vietnamese teams show up with one just truly incredible drafting strategy per tournament. Would love to see a second one here out of SGB because I don't believe they are out just yet. I think they can reach 4 wins and match T1 or G2 or EG. If they all lose out, I think it's possible, but with a loss, you are not making the knockout stage.
It's okay. Just win all games from here on out forever. Yeah. Let's go. Let's see what they can do. Let's see. Ari still not on the ban list here. They opted to go for the Kalista ban. Even with the recent kind of downfall of this champion, really trying to force it in the direction back towards the Kai'Sa Ezreal, I guess. We've had these two kind of dueling AD carry metas, the Kalista Tristana versus the Kai'Sa Ezreal, and with the Kalista getting taken off this time. Interesting. We'll see if the Buffalo want to turn the tables that way. I actually think that Shogun has been exceptional on Tristana especially, and so kind of curious maneuver there. And they go for the Syndra as well versus Xiaohu. I mean, it is Xiaohu. Definitely one of the best Syndra, but still, it does leave up the opportunity for Ahri trade here.
Yeah, and you just kind of answer the Ahri with the Zoe that we've seen with, Vex being one of those options there as well. You get once in a while, so taking their time with this one with Vladimir off the table, that kind of covers for a Gwen pick, or that Vlad double flex that we saw, you know?
Bin definitely has been one of the ones willing to do Jax into it too, so I feel like this from RNG is pretty protective of them, because if they lose the Gwen, then you get Ahri and Jax. Great, you've got a counter pick that Bin likes into the Gwen, plus you get your Ahri, which Froggy has not really been able to answer. Froggy's definitely got beaten up. Or you give over the Ahri, and then you get the Gwen, and you're not as scared about Hosmid picking up the Jax counter pick and you if you're Bin, because Bin has no fear of anyone ever.
That's true. The man is fearless, absolutely. He just comes with the cleanse. If you pick Nocturne, it doesn't even affect him. It's kind of amazing the way that works, but he's just kind of got that built-in synergy. So Ahri locked in. Will it be the mid lane counter pick? And the question, I think it's always interesting, like, do you counter on 1 or 2, or do you actually wait till 3 and risk, some other role getting pinched? Will be the Vex coming through. You fear her out of everything else, and have some engage yourself. You're not. It's one of the nice things about sort of this sort of like answer pick is you have good matchups into Ahri, but you also do your own proactive thing well also.
Yeah, really, really big for roams towards bottom side too. Vex super long range ultimate, you can get in there for some early double kills, roaming only like halfway down the river. They opt to go for jungle instead and grab the Viego now. Instead of the Lee Sin. I've actually liked the transition towards more Lee Sin play from a lot of the junglers and kind of away from the Viego, but we have seen those big highlight plays already at MSI. Of course, Xayah is great for the counter engage, and since Vex is big engage from the mid lane already, Xayah ultimate gets huge value versus both Vex and Viego, being able to dodge the ultimate there. So nice pick for Shogun.
Totally agree. I really like the Xayah pick against divers. I think she's been great for a while, and obviously with the lethality build changes, she is just going to be playing crit here, but that makes her a great team fighter. She's one of the stronger 3 to 4 out of AD carries.
And specifically, Shogun and Taki have been really, really huge for the Buffalo. They've been so aggressive in lane. I'd love to see them with the Xayah Rakan combo. Taki's been one of the best at finding these engages for teams. Even though they haven't won any of the games, they've still had moments, especially for their bottom lane to shine.
There's the Gwen you thought was going to happen. Does come in late. So, we get the other lovers duo, the reincarnated soul of Isolde alongside Viego here. So we'll see if he spends a lot of time doting over her in the top lane. His bin might be camped for after all by way. Viego, if you
I do not please. Okay, anyways, they're gonna dual ban protect it now. That's why I like RNG not rushing to it. because as confident as Bin is, now you can double protection ban it. You ban out the Gangplank as well, which has been very effective. And we just saw in the last game, even if you don't win lane, very problematic later on. Meanwhile, Gala has honestly just been able to play everything for RNG, so they're trying to whittle him down, try and take out the Ezreal Kai'Sa sort of action here. But honestly, Xayah's pretty good into Kai'Sa anyway, because Kai'Sa is dive, and Xayah has been so good at counter dive. It was one of the classics when we had our Xayah Kai'Sa meta for a long time there. We would always see that matchup, but they take that one off the table too anyway.
Happy to go for the Tristana though. Did get some recent buffs, a little bit extra attack damage, I believe, and totally solid champion, and we'll see if that actually does get locked in as time ticks down.
Especially if you go into Rakan Xayah, though, it's pretty scary because you jump in with Rocket Jump, Rakan locks you up for the Blade Caller, and you're instantly in place for big Blade Callers. So kind of funneled in here, and I think Shogun and Taki are going to be pretty happy about playing aggressive early, especially with the Lee Sin on their side.
Alistair the hover now. Obviously, you like a decent lockdown. Xayah, Q auto, E, pretty much guaranteed route. Nautilus doing a very similar role. Still is the premier engage support into the bottom lane.
Yeah.
People have to play it, so never surprised to see this one. Now I'm curious what happens in the top lane. Of course, you're against Gwen. Do you go for the counter? Do you go for just Bog standard tank pick? Just play some Ornn, go for team fights?
So the two counter picks that we've seen so far, of course, are going to be the Jax and then possible Riven.
Ooh.
Okay, Akali as well has been the less frequent one. Gives you the option of jumping inside of the mist. Definitely early on. Still, though, Akali has to seed control. So this is why it's a little bit more of an infrequent counter pick into Gwen that we see, because does give Gwen nice control of the lane early on. And early lane control for solo lanes has been so big in this game. So many teams have been able to snowball off First Herald. That first 8 minutes of every game has been critical.
The deep cut counter to Gwen that I actually want to see is Singed. We saw it once in the LCS. I believe Licorice played it a couple years ago, or about a year ago, but that's actually a very, very good matchup into Gwen. She wants to chase and land autos, and Singed is like, please chase me, I win the trades this way. So the actual kit interaction is great. I think at some point, if you're looking for a deep cut, if anyone's watching, Singed is actually a very good matchup into Gwen.
Oh, yeah. Also, the adhesive is so good at
you break all the dashes.
Taking that down. Why do you keep saying deep cut as far as your counter?
Oh.
Is it just because Gwen? Because I was like, really
it does end up becoming, it's more just, it's use it in music, right? Where it's like, oh, here's a track that you haven't heard before. Here's a champion that just way under the radar.
So you have an actual explanation, not just
there's actually, it's like a terminology that is used in the real world.
I'll take it.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
Yeah. There's lots of nice terminology I like to borrow from other places. If you're looking at a fine steak, you got the marbling going on. You get some really good interaction. Your team comps, just anything, right? Age like a fine wine, right? You use that, but that's already used as a simile. But I like borrowing terminology from other places.
I too like borrowing. As North America, we like to borrow players from other regions.
Hey, sometimes they move here permanently, okay?
All right, Buffalo versus RNG. Can the Buffalo continue the day of upsets, continue the defeats of the Pool 1 seeds?
Here we go. Will it be the third upset in a row? RNG 2 games ahead of everyone for first place. I should say 1.5. They are 2 wins ahead. Wait to see how this one goes. Saigon Buffalo, with a loss, are eliminated from playoff contention. They must make the run here 4 in a row, and even then need a little bit of help. We'll see if they can do it here. Backs against the wall.
All right, defensive opening. Everybody just going to do the fan point. Okay, Ming actually making a hard push in here. Kind of risky, honestly, because they hadn't gotten any other further information. So even though that looks fine from God view, we're all very used to watching Spectator with no fog of war. That was actually pretty risky move. I think maybe they did it because they had actually seen Hazmed earlier, but I didn't catch on the mini-map. So anyways, goes unpunished, and they just leave the ward in the river there through to see about the transition from jungle.
Yeah, could have been some decent damage, right? If there's a Taki hook coming out of nowhere into the root.
I mean, this is one of the things. Prepping level 1s in best of 1 stages and doing stuff like that, like brush camping, expecting face checks like that, can be disastrous for you in best of one stages, and especially from the position of RNG. If you're looking at Saigon Buffalo, who have not gotten a single win, you should be expecting them to do random stuff like stack behind red buff. You know, that those sorts of things are what 0-win teams should be doing. You know, throw those Hail Marys, throw those low percentage chance plays. Maybe you get advantage level 1, you can snowball, you can upset these teams that are so favored above you.
Sure.
But again, it went unpunished, so
it
won't help run it too long.
Yeah, ultimately, Taki put a ward down in the bot lane. Brush was swept out by Ning. I mean, to like explain the point further, because I think it's an interesting discussion, it could be that, oh, in 10 out of 10 games, Taki walks bot lane and puts a ward down there. So he's never in mid lane, Brush. Okay, we always get to go. I'm not saying it's true, but could have been part of the prep. Either way, the ward does get swept out, by the way. Ming had gone over, grabbed a sweeper, gets that one down. Cool. Brush control for the RNG bot lane. Mid laners, temporary CS lead for Froggies. Gets a little bit of poke down.
Xiaohu as well. Honestly, Xiaohu is to me the kind of epitome of RNG. It was Uzi's team for so long, but Xiaohu winning on multiple roles, international events for RNG, playing on the team for 6 years. This man has always been such a rock that they can rely on, and he's about to get ganked. So
here we go. All
see
right.
how he fares in ganks. His fear is ready.
Yeah. Wants to know how to burn it out of him. Of course, level 3 advantage could be a little bit scary, but as he knocks down minions, gets his share. There we go. There's the fear. This is the attempt. Ignite is on. Will it be enough? No, he ward hopped. He needs to shield his teammate. And it's going to be first blood to Xiao, who traded back.
Yeah, could have used a little bit of extra help there. Froggy goes down, doesn't use his flash. Xiaohu, the rock of RNG, does get the 1-for-1 even in the gank, and now they know where BeanJ was, a little bit delayed on his camp clear. This means Wei, you can see, is a full camp already ahead of Lee Sin. He wasted no time. He was just power clearing, and he'll get right over to the scuttle as well. This brings up to me, as a jungler, I always think invading on red. Viego actually super dangerous early on, especially if you show yourself as a Lee Sin. So that's why you see BeanJ even skipping his red, because he knows his bottom lane has been pushed in, and Viego very well could come sniffing around. So even though BeanJ gave up more information, I like his more conservative path afterwards.
Yeah. Looking for rewards now, and Ming, now keep in mind, could fight for this red buff right now. This would be a 2v1. Looks pretty comfortable. Jumped in right now. Rocket jump here as well. That should be a kill. The flash to follow. Ignite is on. Will not quite die, but he's so close. E-auto would kill, but it isn't up.
If Wei was with them, that would be a kill. Now they're going to be able to get out, and they chase him off of red buff. You know, smites or flashes traded there, plus the ignite from Ming. But they didn't bring Wei with them. Wei went back for the Gromp instead. He doesn't have quite as killer of an instinct as previously shown.
Well, fear into a follow. Not going to happen here, but zoning him off some of the farm. Cannon's still getting lower. This should be Q range. That's at least the gold earned. A little bit of poke, but Froggy's going to be okay here. Want to point out that Xiaohu got about 300 more gold from that trade of blows in the early game. A partial assist. I believe it was still too early to get the full 150. Meanwhile, 400 for Xiaohu, so better items. Even though Froggy got the TP back in, I think it was still looking better.
Patience, patience.
There's a stun. There's going to be a lot of damage. Fear is available as well. Taki going to find the route into a charm into a lot of damage. Will it be enough for flash safety? And here comes BeanJ looking for the kills. It could be Xiaohu going down, but first it's Wei getting a stun, but still dropping. Doubles go to Froggy. Xiaohu's so low, a flash to follow. Auto for the red buff. He will burn. Xiaohu will die, and that's going to be Ming delivering himself on a silver platter. This has got to be a kill. Give it to Froggy. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead to red. Potion.
Potion.
Okay. Still makes it happen, and just like that, Saigon Buffalo are alive.
Ooh, this is what I love to see, freaks. Saigon Buffalo scrapping early, getting the action started. And it was Wei who thought he had the premier position here, lying in wait, knew he was waiting for a counter gank here in the brush, but they didn't bring as many members as the Buffalo. 3 coming through. Taki knew he has Lee Sin coming from the top side. So even though Nahlas gets focused here and Taki's able to get the shield up, he gets his lockdown, and that Glacial does reduce their damage on the rest of the teammates there. So when BeanJ goes in, they're able to chase him off. Another route comes through, and the last Q there from Xiaohu was immaculate to be able to snipe that kill onto BeanJ, but he still ends up going down, so it's still very favorable for the Buffalo. Getting Foggy really fed, and Froggy has been attacked so frequently. Yesterday, definitely rough for him as well, but now he's fed Ahri, okay?
Oh, a time out of the tower, the level 6, ignite, and a kill, but the Sonic Wave lands, the resonating strike, and a trade again. 2v1 in the mid lane. 1 for 1.
Just put up a gladiator pit around mid lane here. Everybody hopping in there. Honestly, let's keep the action going. Every time there's going to be a jungler here.
Oh, E-back. Oh, he was so close. I think he had no energy for a Q.
He didn't because, yeah, he had the sweeper, so he knew he was there. Not enough energy to get off a Q and stop him. But anyways, back to our gladiator pit.
Yeah.
Somebody get out there because constant kills. Man, Froggy, as soon as we were talking him up, though, he got 3 kills off that last play. Then Xiaohu just dives him. Wei gets level 6 off that crab. Could be big for this counter as he does the dragon.
Yeah.
But BeanJ and Taki lying in wait. They want to get the pick on Ming.
In a 1v2, Anchor. Nice sidestep, but maybe enough. Oh, he sidesteps the charm as well. Beautiful. But the damage, it'll be there. Wow, he survives. Ignite is on. He will survive on the Lee Sin. Wei actually is like, hang on. What if they show up, though? Actually drops the dragon.
Yeah, as soon as you see that many members, you know they could come right back to a dragon. So even though they don't get the kill, it does pull Wei off of that dragon. And so RNG also not getting anything out of the play. But wow, Ming's got his dodge on.
Yep. There we go. Sidesteps those skill shots there. Wei actively spotted by the control ward. Doesn't get much more done except some wave clears. And he will finally get his recall off. Great fancy footwork, though. Did so well to dodge pretty much every skill shot that would have meant his death.
Yeah.
Really impressive.
Long time. One of the best supports in the world. Constantly performing. Thus far at MSI as well. One of the best performers for RNG. See what we can do after the reset, though. Ming gets his boots, got more move speed here for Leona, and he's still going topside. So he's recalling from mid lane roam to reset and go for another roam out towards topside.
Power Trist. She's arguably almost even safer than an Ezreal because she can clear the wave so fast when left alone that she doesn't have to even be there contesting the wave for very long.
Yeah. We have seen because, well, let's take a look if they pull off a setup here for Rift Herald. But we have seen the timing messed up on some of the Rocket jump buffering.
Uh-oh. Here comes Viego, spotted now by the fact that the camouflage zone's around. Ult's away.
Yeah.
Already burned R1, so has that for the engage, or disengage in this case. Ult for ult. Ignite for ignite. Has Mid and Bin both stay alive.
All right, with the extra rotation, is going to be first move from Buffalo, but still RNG will be here in time if they want to fight it. Here comes Gala and Ming. Level 6s not in for the supports. Taki's only 4. They've been roaming so heavily.
Well, they find the first engage, so pretty tanky. They want a triple hit there, and there's the first dunk down, and Wei wants a whole bunch more. Shogun force get away, but Wei on the Akali, getting so much damage, but he's going to find himself the root. Shogun gets away for now. Bin low, but alive. Froggy cannot get that kill. Still an ult charge left, 2 to be exact, but this should be a Rift Herald to RNG.
Off of Ming's initiation, Xiaohu and Wei just monster this fight. Huge damage laid down from Xiaohu, setting him up. Wei goes in to finish it, gets the reset. They don't care if they're level 4 and 5 for the supports after all their roaming. Still getting in there. Ming right into the front lines. Take a look here. He doesn't waste any time. They see the Ahri at tower, so Ming's like, great. He ease in onto the Akali, and Wei instantly gets the Akali body, chases back both Shogun and Taki here, gets the ultimate out, while Xiaohu's able to follow over on BeanJ, and then forces them through. They also then can just pick up the Rift Herald in the aftermath, and this is why we had such a big magnifying glass focus on Rift Herald. You can snowball so effectively. Even after the early scrap from Saigon Buffalo, they had such a great start to this game, Freak. All of a sudden, they're behind, and Rift Herald hasn't even been used yet, so RNG are right back on track. They recovered very quickly from the early scrap with Saigon Buffalo. All it takes is that Rift Herald play, and now they've got so much momentum. Wei still with the Rift Herald in hand as well to cash in.
600 gold lead, looking good. RNG on the road to 6-1 if it keeps happening this way for them. I have to see. Gala shoving on the bottom side. Haven't seen Ming down there in a while. On the way towards mid.
Xiaohu as well, you know, with the Vex being first to finish the Mythic here with your Luden's Echo, this is a 100-0 burst champion. So dangerous right now. Thank you, MasterCard. But it's so scary to with the ultimate up here and Flash Ignite available on Xiaohu. The resets are a very real possibility for any of these scraps, and we've had so many fights around mid lane already. Could be anyone, the victim here of the first one.
All right, now clearing the mid lane wave. We will probably see the movement before too long. Froggy going to go for the wave clear as well. Neither can quite one-shot the cast minions, but next combo works pretty well.
11 minutes, Ludens, with the Electrocute plus Ignite plus Flash ult ready. I'm itching to see it.
Yeah. Merc Tread's probably not going to quite save you, but we are seeing Froggy go towards a little bit of health. Obviously, Everfrost, very, very common on the Ahri, and that's part of the build, so decently resistant to this kind of engage. Ming gonna knock down some wards as Gala pretty much 1v2s the lane.
Yeah.
Still though 6 on Ming, only 5 on Taki. So Ming has gotten enough XP to be a big crowd control threat. Has every button on the kit now.
And we're back, baby. Mid lane, let's brawl. 2v2. I believe RNG know he's in there. If Xiaohu hits...
Oh, doesn't want it. Ming's already on the way over. So jumps the wall. Again, a control ward to safety. And that's going to be another one burned down just for the safety of getting out from that engage. Nice roam by Ming. Taki still in the bottom lane. Finally hits level 6. So congratulations. Saigon Buffalo finally have an ultimate on Nautilus, and that'll be a recall.
So single most important area on the whole map right here. Vision between mid and bots for junglers, for supports, for mid laners alike. Those wards, the fight over these wards right here, this vision is critical.
And they're trying now on the bottom side. You can see Taki, I believe, interrupted his recall, still sticking around. Control ward goes down, and Ming's like, I can probably kill that. I'm tanky enough. And he's got backup as well. So with a Herald able to be summoned, they're going to try to burn this one down. That TP should complete in time. Even the charge won't kill the turret. And they will not kill it either, but the plates are still earned. Gala gets his share. And that is still quite a bit of money earned. 1,000 gold lead to RNG, but for now, just the 2 turret plates off the Herald. That's a root. That's an Everfrost. That's everything. Gala just doesn't rocket jump away in time, and the CC combo is there.
Beautiful stuff there. Froggy able to make his presence felt. 4 kills now for him. Let's see what they can do off of it. Buffalo going to get a lot of alone time with that tower.
They're in that brush. Careful, buddy. No ult charges left. Flashes away. That's going to be enough, though, because the knockup is there. Xiaohu at 200 HP. His shield is on, but they have to get it. You have to believe this is going to be landing here, BJ. There we go. Picks it up. And 2-0 Saigon Buffalo. Catching right back up.
I mean, Froggy goes from the most criticized on the team to successful baits here after picking up another pick on bottom side. And the whole time, Shogun was getting a plate off the bottom turret, pushes another wave in, 2 plates for him, denies another wave of minions to Gala. He's going to catch right back up. Gala was starting to run away there on the Tristana, and Froggy just turns that story around.
Then finds his first turret plate. Thank you, Demolish, for 2 plates. It's quite a bit of gold earned. It's functionally a kill in money, though obviously nothing denied. As a result, a couple of waves down, of course, though. Froggy will play this wave for now. And again, with Merc Treads is a little bit tankier against this Gwen. And just kind of sit in the lane for now as Hosmed needs to figure out where he wants to play. Xayah still being sent to the bottom lane. Plates are dropping pretty soon. Looks like that 5th one will not be claimed by Gala.
Let's go.
And unless Rock Jump is down, this is just a careless mistake to not jump away in time.
Yeah, I mean, Froggy does do a good job slipping through the brush. Comes out with the R Everfrost. We have seen, I was going to mention before, so with the rocket jumps for Tristana, you know, the timing on those is so critical. We have actually seen maybe some evidence of the ping. No 0 ping plays.
It's possible that he was, 0.03 of a second late on the rocket jump, and he hit it just. Would have been on time on land, not sure, but now Bin and Hosmed in a battle on the top side through the stealth. Ults away, but that's a lot of damage. We goes back in, whoa! Ulting back to his team, but the Heartbreak's still gonna land. Way gonna feel pretty good. BJ gonna trade it back, nicely done. Poly combo, no way you go for the 1v3, so Way will walk away. Both top laners dead, but with 3 people topside, this could be a lot of turret damage. Tristana is pushing the bottom side, and bot tier 2 is 800 gold that will be claimed in a wave or 2.
Yep, we do have a pretty hard push here towards mid lane as well. Xiaohu kind of threaten the Xayah as well. If you can get that ultimate out, opens up more kill targets for RNG. Gala easily will be able to do the work of a couple champions there as Tristana gets 800 gold. The isolated gold onto Tristana is very nice too, and picking the red buff up on his way out though. Gala here, the only one with a pentakill so far at MSI. And looks to be setting up for another.
Well, that's going to be a nice stun. Cleanses it, holding the ult for now. There we go for the play. Should have the root. Not going to go for it yet. Ming going to be stuck in place, though. Wei gets out, but Ming does not have the luxury. Shogun puts him down 1-0-1.
That's what we're talking about with the commitments onto the Xayah. Such a good anti-dive champion. Leaves you vulnerable after you go in there with the possibility of these blade callers coming back. So huge for the Buffalo. Another return play for them, and they remain competitive here with RNG.
Yeah, looking really, really good. Youngest team at MSI, a bunch of people who have just over a year competitive play, kind of brought into the team, bunch of rookie faces, and it's looked pretty good so far. Nice dive, that's gonna be Taki falling. Shogun has no cooldowns, has to get away from that one as well. Ulti's gonna come in, and Wei gets another.
I feel like Wei and Xiaohu have just been murdering them, but can he get out? Wolves are your friends.
Oh, a combo. Wei is around, kicking to the wall, though. Here comes a call. He should get the one kill. Hosma gets a shutdown. Staying in stealth. Big damage. Xiaohu drops. A kick back. He might get another. Ben trades him out, and Gala just barely survives.
Huge pop-off moment there for Hosman. Almost even gets Gala as well. Gets so many summoner spells down, too. That's double from Gala, barely surviving, and this is going to be the Rift Herald traded for Dragon, as BJ is going to go pick up Rift Herald number 2. Meanwhile, RNG will continue stacking their dragons. Pretty late into the game, though. Not like an exceptionally quick pace for Seoul. 17 minutes on number 2 here.
Yeah, 27. Yeah, I agree. Not fast, right? Your record's going to be 20 minutes and change if you're really rushing it down. So if they keep control, they could have it before the end of the game. Obviously a very tight one, though, between these squads. 800 gold difference. Second Herald should help, though, with Saigon Buffalo catching up.
And I'm excited to see the next couple fights here for Hosmed. Kills picked up for Akali. Full Riftmaker done. Has the extra burst from Alternator. Ignite is coming up really quickly. He's definitely going to at least get one. I say Hosmed is definitely good for one in the next fight for sure. Possibly more. Froggy!
Oh, Ming gonna dive in, locked in place. Tanky stopwatch burn. Here comes the dive on the backside. Bin's there for the flank. Mid lane turret will not fall, so the extra space not given. Xiaohu, does he find the way in? No one's in range, does not go for the play.
Oof, pretty deep on the teleport too. Rift Herald damage does dent the outer turrets, but not fall over. So I like the attempt though. You see him go over and then jumping back, pulling Ming with him, trying to get him into a more vulnerable scenario. But RNG able to lay down the cover fire and get him out.
Yeah.
Nobody dropping.
Pretty important to call out, though, that there's really only ever one stopwatch on a support. I don't think he's going to afford Zonia's too soon into this game. So that is the only time you'll ever turn golden. Prevents the death. I think he would have died without it. So the right call to burn it, but will no longer, again, be able to prevent that way.
And now Ari's gotten to the 2-item breakpoint, level 11 here for Froggy. There's a pretty quick pace. You get to go for super aggressive plays on Ari with more confidence now. He's been pretty good finding some of the picks for this team thus far. The one over the Raptor camp there does get, like you're saying, probably one of the most useful stopwatches in the game down. Now mid lane, though, under attack again with the flank from Wei, but they've gotten out towards bottom path here, and it just allows the 1-3-1 for Buffalo to really take effect. Hosmed, again, on this Akali, still has his Ignite, still feeling quite confident in these side lanes, and again, the outer tower's about to fall, so even though if you look at the scoreboard, oh, RNG, 2 dragons plus 2k gold, those 2 outer towers fall. Like that gold lead just almost gets wiped away.
And you've mentioned it before, no bounties, right? Bounties are like the pretty good indicator of like, are you really far behind? Well, there's no outline on the turrets yet, so yeah, within reach right now for Saigon Buffalo. BJ tries to...
That melee minion curved around and got in front. Your general rule of thumb, you can look at the brush that's in front of you, and you can go +1 brush on the front line of it, and that's the vision line for your opponents.
Nice TP. Make sure the turret goes down. 500 gold earned, shrinking that gold lead a little bit as... we still have Xiaohu safely pushing the top side. Of course, a teleportless mid laner. Xiaohu did run Ignite, got kills with it, but now he's 4, 5, and 3. Froggy outperforming individually as far as champion combat's concerned. Xiaohu, of course, still a great initiator, but as he pushes top into tier 2, this could be a bit of the wave denied. Akali's on the way, will drop the melee minion.
Death Dance done here for Wei as well on the Viego. All these kills that we've seen him and Xiaohu, picking up a lot of these plays, resulting in some good spikes now. Bin gets the Everfrost out, but yeah, Froggy not too scared, even though the rest of RNG are coming down. He's got plenty of time to rejoin the team. No teleports for either team at the moment, so side lane positioning does mean a lot. Every minion wave you push up, 30 seconds of a move timer there for you. Shogun's gets wrapped around and
now gets over the side, a pull back, Tristana, charm, knock up, Gala falls, and Ming's just gonna be a feast as well.
BJ does get knocked down, but he can heal right back up. Baron is available. That's 2 members. The whole bottom lane gone from RNG. They can even pressure on Baron. It's very early in the game, so it's hard to tank it at only 20 minutes here, but they can definitely threaten it, and you look at the turn. What do they have to turn with? Lee Sin has flash kick available.
Hosman's on a flank, though. Hosman has everything, actually has everything for this flank play, so they can just take the fight off of a charm.
They're looking for the turn for sure.
Froggy's playing out, flash charm, they get Xiaohu into the pull, into the destruction, and Ult 2 is up in a second. There's the push on in, looking at Ben, slowed down for a second. And, oh, they can't, no way. This is not a kill you go for, he's got too much MR. Will not be dropped. Saigon Buffalo, Baron Bait only picks up 1 kill, but now they can walk back to mid lane, and that should be 500 more gold in the pockets.
Exactly, it's 1 kill that's desynced though from the spawn of Dragon. 22 seconds left on the Dragon. Xiaohu will be able to walk from base straight towards the objective as it's spawning. So number 3 here. Vision work already being done by RNG, and as long as Xiaohu runs straight from base, ultimate is available, so Vex can join from a pretty long distance and will be there for the next one.
This feels weird from Saigon Buffalo. Okay, TP is up for every top laner, so Hosman can play wherever he wants and then still TP in, but the timer without Xiaohu is so tight.
And the ultimate advantage is actually in RNG's favor after that fight. So even though Buffalo got the kills, RNG have a better team fight right now with all their ultis ready. There's no Akali ult, no bottom lane ults for the Buffalo either, so they can't fight Dragon number 3. Really good pincer movement here, though. Taki gets the flash onto him. Just beautiful. Again, those Tristana rocket jumps.
It's early, by like a lot.
That one was really early. I think maybe because he didn't get that last one off, right? Maybe you're overcompensating or something, but here it is, the Baron turn. And again, you're always looking for the turn. 20 minutes is really early. Froggy goes Charm Flash into Everfrost. Beautiful pick from him. Then they can't get the follow there on the way, but they forced his flash out. A lot of cooldowns used. So it means the reset does mean soul point for RNG. 4 minutes, 20 seconds coming up, and RNG will have a pretty decent attempt towards the Cloud Soul fight.
All right, Ming, word over the wall. Here's B&J. Hello. All right, yep. I agree. We are both in your North Jungle, indeed. This turret is 2 autos from dead. Shogun. 1. Ah, damn. 1 auto from dead. I'm sorry. He had to be extra, I didn't check.
Fired.
Yeah.
All right, let's see about the reset, because both minion waves pushed up on the sides here for Buffalo. They have control of the map. You should at least get vision advantage or something while you force RNG to go answer both side waves. You know, Baron even clean it out or something. They have no sweepers available, no controllers in inventory though. So RNG will get to clean both side waves that are pushed up without giving up anything on the map.
Hexdrinker in for Gala will help him against the Ahri Akali dive. Certainly, Akali at this point on 2 items, Sork Shoes plus Shadow Flame. You want some MR at that point with the flat pen stack, so kinda needs it, but just means that he's gonna be behind the pace on itemization. Obviously, Infinity Edge for Shogun is gonna be done much sooner than a comparable item for Gala here. The kills and certainly relevant for that one as well. Still down a turret. And Soul Point here for RNG. 3 minutes away from Cloud Soul. You finally got one, Atlas. Hope you're watching.
Yeah, he's called for it every single game, and now he's not up here. It finally arrives. It's actually with some champs that are pretty good at using it too for the side of RNG, so we'll see if they can actually pull their combo off. Mid lane now, the target, Shogun. Shogun better be quick with that R button.
Way in vision at this point though, so yeah, Shogun's gonna be fine on that one. Flash cleanse up as well, and everything that would lock him down is just a hard stun, not a knockup. So even if you do screw up R, you can then cleanse R. So for the most part, Shogun should never be instant deleted in these team fights. It is possible to be if you screw up, but even he has like allowance for it compared to like, oh, I didn't dodge an auto assault, I'm in the air, nothing I can do. Lino-san, you just like cleanse and ult.
Yeah, there is definitely a bunch of burst damage on RNG, so better be quick with your cleanses, quick with your ultis to avoid it. Hosmed now level 15 on the Akali, highest level in the game, pushing on those side lanes, really looking for the opportunity again to come in and make that big play. That's one of the big reasons Gala did go for the Hexdrinker. You know, Froggy and Hosmed, both terrifying threats. We'll see if it means a difference between life and death, you know, or if an extra Infinity Edge empowered crit would change their fates.
Want to see it as they keep stacking up for items. We still just tick down until Cloud Soul. That's the moment we know what's going to have to happen, because last several times, Saigon Buffalo just refused to fight over the Dragon. So, all right, you had control first, you had the recalls first, okay, whatever, but
this one for sure will be the fight.
So early, they look at the Baron instead, forcing Ray to check for some of this. Ward goes down, he knows Nautilus is nearby, walks over, puts control ward down, forcing the item out at the very least, but now that vision is not going to be swept away. So hey, they force a ward out, congratulations. They get RNG to move to the top side.
One of the really smart things to do is a minute and a half before the critical fight dragon, does spawn, you try and fish for cooldowns, basically. Just try and get any small cooldown, even a lot of ultimate cooldowns at that stage, fishing for the ones that are over a minute long. Significant advantages as far as the setup. So I like throwing out a Baron check like that just to see. Maybe you get a pick, somebody coming towards Fog of War. You have Ahri Nautilus, so there are definitely possibilities of even getting a small cooldown out before the fight that really matters this one.
They also knock out the Banshee's Veil. I believe that cooldown would be long enough to matter in time for the Dragon. 2 stopwatches, by the way. Jungle mid for RNG, top support for Saigon Buffalo. So stopwatch check definitely relevant as we move towards the Banshee's Veil on Hosman. Only has the Verdant Barrier just now. And no IE. Shogun unable to get his next item in. He's probably sitting on over 1,000 gold. Not enough for IE, but like a pickaxe is my guess here. Ultimately, will not have anything special. 15 seconds of the Dragon. Bin on a flank. Here's the TP in for Hosman. Goes in for the charm. And again, a deletion. Xiaohu is gone. A double knockout. Do you believe the day of upsets continues as Hosman goes for broke? He looks for the second kill now. It's going to be Bin putting the damage across. Dunks back out. Stopwatch burned. Feathers fly. And RNG falls. Bin flees. Do you hear that? Vietnam is in the house, and Froggy demolishes Xiaohu with the charm flash again. BJ then, not to be outdone, goes in for the flash kick. Ooh, Saigon Buffalo, they're going to get that Baron. They are going to get that reset quick. What a play towards mid lane. Oh, this is good.
Wait, they're leaving the Baron.
Really good.
The Dragon Bin's just going to pick it up. Froggy, you've got one duty left.
Disguise Bloom should be free.
One duty left.
This should be free for you.
Get over there, Froggy. He's
just
got no ult.
Yep. You always win that fight. Bin could not finish Dragon in time.
Look at the rest of RNG. They're going to get there.
Yeah, you reset it, hope your team can show up, but it's probably going to be Soul. Now, this Baron is still a guarantee, and I think, honestly, I don't know, it's a tough call. Because you get Dragon for nothing, or you trade Baron for Soul. I think it's actually defensible either way.
Yeah, my personal favor is taking Cloud Soul off. However, we'll see what they can do with the Baron.
Oh, that's so clean.
It was beautiful. Charm flash from Froggy, and then BJ goes in. I can do it too. Q's goes for the Warthog flash into the Leona. Like, both carries are instantly deleted. Saigon Buffalo with the pinpoint accuracy there, the target selection, instantly deleting both RNG carries. Beautiful stuff from the Buffalo, earning the fight win. And then the choice on objectives. Okay, yeah, you can go for the defense as far as you want the Baron buff to see how much you can do to end the game quicker. Personally, I always like taking up the Cloud and denying it for another 5 minutes beforehand, but I can be proven wrong right here. With this Baron buff, it depends on how much they can get done.
So in terms of, if we wait for the siege, in terms of the value of the objective itself, obviously Cloud Soul, bunch movement speed, feels really good. The XP and gold you get from killing Baron is also permanent stats.
Yep.
You finish items, you level up, that all matters. Looking for the charm here. Bin rooted in place, and they're gonna go for broke yet again. The ultis are on, and they could get one. Looking for two right now. The root's in place, and they just go for broke, and they're gonna break RNG. Hosman Will goes back in for more. Drops to Xiaohu. Shogun's on the way. Kill number 3 on the board, and Saigon Buffalo go to end the game. PJ, be careful. Will get out from the turrets, and it's gonna be wave for 1, wave for 2, wave for all that he can, and he's gonna get the double kill. And Saigon Buffalo over push. It's a 3-for-3 team fight.
Damn it, I'm along for the ride, though. That was fun to watch. Holy moly, I did not think he was going back in there with 45 HP, then diving under the turret. Another Zhonya's activation turns it around. RNG, they're being pushed to the brink. They do hold fast here, but my goodness, the Buffalo, no hesitation. They go for the dive. They start racking up the kills. Nautilus ultimate tracks through. Taki finds the extra hook right onto Gala. Like, that one right there, Gala being there for the extra hook from Taki. They pull out the extra. Hosman goes back in. He instantly gets deleted, but BJ here loses track of the Zhonya's timing, so he goes a bit too deep, and then Wei starts popping off, turns it right back around for RNG. This might be the one that the Buffalo regret.
Yeah.
They knew that they had made a very clear choice, though, and they wanted to get the most out of their Baron. They wanted to push it. They wanted to prove him wrong. They wanted to end it there with the Baron. Now, not only Where they stopped is the Baron going to time out. They did not get the inhibitor, so they have no lasting pressure of the super minions pushing on top side, plus that longer lasting effect that we talked about, that Cloud Soul that was traded in effect for that power. Sometimes you get a little hypey, sometimes you get real hypey. Yeah. And it was turned around there by RNG. Can RNG make them pay for it, though? The Buffalo have been so clean with their picks.
4,000 gold lead to Saigon Buffalo at 31 minutes. 0-6 versus 5-1.
I could not believe Husman went back, and I was like, no way, he escaped, he lived.
So I think he thought he was always at the turret shot. He lived with like 1 HP on the turret shot. So he's like, I'm going to die anyway. Let's hope I get E2 damage. That's, I believe, is what was in his head. Was like, I'm dead anyway. Maybe get damage out of this. Through that lens, I buy it. Turns out he was strong and he would have lived anyway. But I think that was the logic. That's my guess. Yeah. If you were to ask him why he pressed E2 there. Obviously, the dive in the Nexus is a bit much. Taki does not have flash. Gonna anchor him, but he is alone 1v4. That is always a death. Gives that one up. And RNG clawing now back into the game.
Okay, but look at what they scramble on the map. Buffalo trying to push down mid. Honestly, I don't think they're gonna get anything else out of it, and it's just gonna be a teleport pulled out. RNG, they really do want to make him pay for it. They pull off a kill here. It's the flank though. BJ's behind.
No, he does have a flash. Ward hops, he has flash as well if needed. Ming's gonna show up, Bin's there as well. And it just collapses Saigon Buffalo. This should be another death. Flashes still dies. The game collapses around them.
They got trade, they got Xiaohu. They got to pick with their teleport that came through. So it's a 1-for-1 in effect. Teleport and flash expended though from the side of the Buffalo.
Yeah. Taki's nowhere nearby, and mid's in a pretty precarious spot. The wave is already there, so it has to be recalls. Mid tier 2 should still drop no matter what. And that's going to be RNG getting even more gold back in, and even Hosbid won't stay.
All right, stopwatch count again, Freak, because this is critical. And it did just cost the Buffalo at the Nexus turrets, not keeping track of the Zhonyas of Xiaohu.
3-1.
Huge, huge investment. Even 4. 2 Zhonyas and 2 stopwatches on Buffalo.
Yeah, 1 on Ari, yeah.
So they've got a lot of playmaking opportunities to take it back in the next fight. Here's another look at the extended chase, though. So Taki's the one that gets picked off first. We know this. Then the follow-through comes, and it's the teleport number 1 from the Buffalo. Then they try and flank with their other teleport right behind him here. So teleport number 2. Meanwhile, the rest of the team of RNG, they go for BJ.
Bin gotta knock up the Banshees. That's easy with the Ari ulti. A little bit of a slow. They're gonna find the rest of CC. Absolutely no way out. Doesn't have his Zhonyas, doesn't have a way to live through this one. MR does not matter. Zaya is attacking you, and Shogun 5-1 and 9. Froggy 8-2 and 13. The man was assaulted so early in the game, and it's like, shake one off.
He's had huge, huge flash charm flashes here on Akali.
30 seconds, 5v4.
This pick on Bin has to be at least the inhibitor.
4 stopwatches. They don't think they can siege this. I mean, look at the wave clear off the Vex overall, right? Q and W, that wave goes down.
Elder's on the map, so you cannot afford to make one of those mistakes. If you lose that fight, then you lose both objectives. You lose Elder and Baron. Like that is actually game if you make another one of those mistakes. So Buffalo make the call.
It's the Baron bait. They're like, okay, Baron's alive. Are we on it? You got to check this one. Blue trinket burn. They're like, no one's on it.
Baron,
okay, they're in our jungle. They're running Dragon.
Buff does last longer, but means that you then have to stay inside your base because you can't win the team fight versus the Elder team. RNG head over to the Elder.
Yep. And Elder is...
Ooh, Fog of War.
So keep mind. Oh, this could be big. Stopwatch burn by B&J. Here we go. Froggy in the front line. Roots on a 2. Ming taking a long time to die, though. And we get a 1-for-1. Jungler for support. Taki low. Gets out for now, but Wei is on the flank. Xiaohu, Zhonyas, Shogun. Zhonyas as well. Should have ult. Gets feared. Gets knocked down. Almost already gone. Bin picks up 2. Gala's alive. Hosbit left alone and falls. 5 dead. 3 alive for RNG.
RNG reigns supreme here, Freak. And they're going to push it through into the Fog of War, and once you get the Gwen and the Viego inside the team fight, scrambling through, they clean it up. No one will take them down.
This should be enough time. They've got a cannon, and only Taki is up in 12 seconds. Saigon Buffalo made them sweat. It was
close.
Nearly the day of upsets, but they are eliminated. We will not see SGB in the knockout stage. RNG remain in control of first place.
Valiant effort there from Vietnam, from the Saigon Buffalo, but RNG get another win. Your first place team here, clear first place in the Rumble stage, RNG.
2 games ahead of second, the 3-way tie there, with 3 to play. They can be caught by EG, T1, or G2. It is technically possible. but RNG now look like the team to beat. Now, a game that close, okay, scratch your head a little bit, right? But take notes, keep moving on from there. Should we get ahead of everyone else?
That was a fun one.
It was fun.
Regardless. Really, really great effort there from the Saigon Buffalo. So many nice charm flashes from Froggy. Bean J with a couple good of the kick flashes. Starts to get really heated towards the end. And you can see on the big stage, close to winning versus RNG, the pressure.
Yeah.
The quickness of those calls and the small things matter. That's why composure on the biggest stage is always highlighted. And people always bring up veterancy, you know, and being at international events in other scenarios so you can experience it. This Saigon Buffaloes team is so young. They have so far to go and already performing really well here. This experience on the international stage, they're definitely going to remember this game. Yes, it's going to be a little bit salty because they were so close to winning, but next time around, maybe you don't rush it as much towards the base race when you're going against and you're so close to getting your win. It's these small things that really do matter in the end. Looking at the inventories for those Zonias, the stopwatches, so close.
Yeah, I think they had a 5v3. They could have closed it out, an overdive, and that's really unfortunate, but the mistakes are what they are. It does mean they're eliminated. Of course, they still have 3 games to play, 1 today, 2 tomorrow, but they can no longer catch those teams at 4 wins. They will not make the knockout stage. RNG again at 6-1. Feeling comfortable, but again, could be caught. Now make sure to listen in on Bring Home the Glory on the official MSI 2022 playlist on Spotify while we wait for G2 versus T1.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk after RNG barely, and I mean barely, take down their opponent in a nail-biter off a match. Man, how close was that game?
Oh, it's so frustrating just because if we return to the SGB blueprint, right, we saw a lot of things that we really liked. So draft creativity, I think this draft was fine, but it wasn't
Creative, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't overly, so we'll do a little thing there.
A no on that one, yeah?
All right. But the big thing here, I see my shirt keeps accidentally canceling everything.
I'll get it. Oh, okay, messed it up. We want the no?
All right, here we go.
Yeah, tick for better execution.
These. And so the big thing for me is better execution goes hand in hand with protecting Froggy in mid, right? Because we were like, okay, we'd love to see what we saw from Wei and Xiaohu against G2 and have BeanJ just be in that lane constantly. Froggy domestically has not been known as the strongest laner. He's definitely more of a, like, I know the VCS English cast put it as lose lane, win game, where he likes to play TF, Galio, radiate out to sides. Ahri is a pick he just picked up for playoffs, actually, in the VCS. But once he was out of lane,
he was a monster.
it was great.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, honestly, I'm going to put some more ticks in here because I feel like there's so many games where we've seen, like, Froggy 0-7. The game against T1 where Ona just perma-ganked him. We've seen countless times, like, the RNG game where 3-man in mid for the dive. But when he did get out of lane, it's not just like he was stable. Like, we said that a bit about Bay. We wanted him to get out of the lane and be stable. But Froggy was a huge carry in this game.
Yeah. And I mean, as we start to roll through a lot of those highlight clips that are going to appear here in a moment, I think the big thing was, again, getting BeanJ involved early in this mid lane matchup, right? So even though Xiaohu actually does come away with the first blood, you know, Froggy ends up getting the kill. This play ends up going in SGB's favor. And honestly, like, once Froggy was online, as soon as he got out of lane, it was phenomenal for SGB.
And I feel like SGB were always bringing one more. You know, when and the initial play, there was the jungler there. And then the second play, when Wei came on the other side, they brought Taki as well to make sure they had the numbers advantage. And it kept paying off really dividends for them.
Yeah, and even in, again, like little skirmishes like this early, where RNG like may have been able to trade a kill back, it still continuously kept coming out in SGB's favor. So even as we see Xiaohu going in here, BeanJ comes to clean up. So obviously, timing, not perfect, but seeing that kind of better mid-jungle synergy out of this team was so massive for Froggy to then pop off later in teamfights. And then it was just, oh God, it's just so frustrating because they had it.
It was such an unfortunate situation because it definitely felt like RNG's edge has been some of those mid to late game setups, right?
Yeah.
And they just, you could see that there was still quite a big disparity, but it gives hope for the fact that SGB were able to make it such a close game and like keep it competitive in that regard.
Yeah, and in a lot of these like later game team fights, we did see Xiaohu actually doubled his entire kills at this event. They did a really good job, I think, targeting him on the Vex, which is a nice counter into the Ahri. And some of the RNG disjointedness that we've seen from them kind of in season definitely still cropped up, even with, I think, a visibly stronger understanding of how to play the map.
Absolutely. And coming up next is an epic battle between T1 and G2. Both teams suffering from a defeat earlier today in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
This is it! The greatest team in the history of League of Legends, taken down by the greatest team Europe has ever produced. G2 is heading to Paris.
Revenge is still what drives Faker and T1 versus their nemesis, G2 Esports.
And G2 will remain undefeated in this tournament, and T1 take their first match loss this year.
In their first matchup, the LCK champions were quickly brought down to earth by the team that's sailing up as the new favorites to lift the MSI title.
Decent knockback there onto Zeus, but he's going down low. Double kill for Yankos already in the teamfighters caps. He's picked off Gumayushi, and G2 once again wipe the floor with T1 in the 5v5.
Caps is currently 9-3 against Faker. 9-3 against the greatest player that has ever entered the Rift. This is an incredible record for the best in the West, but for Faker, this humiliation cannot stand.
Froggy dashing in, he misses on the second stack of the ult. BJ still stepping forward, he wants to keep him interested. That's one shot down, but Faker's here. Oh no, they've overstayed. They've bit off more than they can chew, and it's a double for Faker himself.
Although Europe may be high on their recent victories, we may be poking the slumbering beast that is the LCK.
졌지만 다시 만나야 된다면은 저희가 실수를 하지 않는 이상은 절대 지지 않을 것 같아서.
In this featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, we'll see the best player in the world today against the greatest player of all time. This is a matchup you won't want to miss.
I absolutely love that video, and these two teams have faced off so many times in recent history, and it is, of course, a very close rivalry, with G2 being somewhat of T1's nemesis. I mentioned at the top of the show, Caps right now has a winning record against Faker, but frankly speaking, both of these teams need to work on a lot of problems. I want to take a very quick look at the standings in just a moment because of the expectations with both teams losing. And while that comes up, Augs, I'm going to come to you and talk. Let's start with T1. This is a team we're still expecting to see more changes, and it's just not coming quickly enough.
Yeah, I feel like their style of play isn't working. It's not matching up to the meta we've seen, leaning more into team fights. And although they still find early leads consistently, it gets to the point where they start to make mistakes around Baron, and their compositions really don't help them.
And yeah, I was going to say, it's not even that they like can't team fight, right? Like they still have, in my opinion, the best control around like early game timers. They still team fight well together, but with the comps that they're picking, it doesn't have the same 5v5 punch that a lot of their opponents have picked, especially in the game we just saw against EG.
I really want to see as well how T1 approach these last 3 games, because just as an interesting tidbit, this is the first MSI or World Championship that T1 has ever played on home soil. I spoke a little bit about the players in the interviews, saying some of the stress and the pressure they're feeling in that defeat earlier today. The players looked distraught on stage. But now a similar story, Emily, can be said for G2, because frankly, their draft today, I didn't mind. I hated the way they tried to play it, however, and that's 3 games in a row that they've kind of been outmatched on the Rift.
So for talking about draft just generally as analysts, you look at 2 things. Like, is this draft like really cohesive and good into their opponent? And then also, is this draft good for these players? Because like, to point out a pick I didn't necessarily like in terms of objectively was Jinx, but is that good for Danny on EG? Yes. Yeah. So we're looking at these G2 compositions and I don't have like a massive issue with them. But when I'm thinking about what G2 were good at and what got them here, I want to see Flacket on a hyper carry. I think his team fighting is really, really good. I want to see Targamas on something where he has a lot of engage, where he can roam. I definitely still want to see like Caps, Yonkos, mid-jungle duo, and then Broken Blade on something that maybe is a little bit more tanky and a frontliner, so they can play more front to back or more dive.
Augs, I do need to jump in. We don't have a huge amount of time. So who is going to win this game, in your opinion? What will be the deciding factor?
Oh, I think G2. I think T1 still are taking too long to adapt. And although G2 have regressed a bit, they started the Rumble stage off knowing what they had to do in the meta.
Oh, higher expectations based on early game form or early tournament form. Emily, G2 or T1?
I guess I'll take the other side. All right. Like,
okay, so that's not the most convincing.
Yeah.
How will T1 do that? Okay.
So here's the thing. I still think I do like T1's early game a lot. And if they just draft a composition that has like a better scaling 5v5, I still think their mid-game execution isn't, you know, awful enough that they still could come out ahead, right, with a few draft tweaks. I think, like, this is a prediction that I'd be like, I really want to see the draft.
It's not poopy enough execution to completely throw them under the bus. So we got 1 G2, 1 T1. It's time for our MasterCard fan predictions for this matchup, G2 versus T1. You can vote every day on Twitter at MasterCard Nexus. And everybody at home, the percentages are 56% in favor of G2, 44% in favor of T1. That's almost as strong a vote as Emily just gave me on the analyst test.
Are you calling me out for my weak-ass predictions?
Yes, I am. That is exactly what I'm doing. We've got some fresh faces ready to kick off the cast. So heading over to you, Dagda and Medic for the cast. Blah, blah, blah.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. Very kind of you guys to hand it over to us. We are here for the final 3 games of the day. The final 3 games of the penultimate day of MSI. Things are getting very spicy today as well, Dag.
I know, especially when I came into today, I was like, oh, you know, I'm going to have a fairly good idea as to what way this is all going to pan out. And now I have No clue. We're sitting with a three-way tie in second place. We got T1 versus G2 to try and, break that stride. But, I mean, even with Saigon Buffalo nearly taking down RNG, like, what the hell's going on, man?
It's just been a mess of a day. And obviously, like, we'll talk about stakes and we'll talk about the table and we'll talk about how we've got 3 teams tied at 4 and 3 and PSG just behind them and RNG probably making it in that first spot. But what I really want to focus down on is just the gameplay in this game, because both these teams came into MSI in dominant fashion. They both destroyed their regions. They both went undefeated in the group stage, and G2 kind of started Rumble slightly better than T1, but both of them now seem to be on a slump.
Yeah, and it kind of feels like, at least from T1 side of things, like you could hear, there was an interview with Ashley Kang yesterday with Faker, where he was talking about, how they have really taken a knock on the confidence. They're not really sure how they want to play. They're not trying to fix little minute things. They're more looking at a holistic change, but we haven't really seen that from T1 coming into today. And for G2 as well, just not able to get the better of PSG talent. You feel like this team, well, both teams honestly, really want to try and take that step up so they can get back onto their winning form.
And a big step up it would be for both these teams. Last time they met, G2 took the game. They are 1-0 in the head-to-head right now. The scorelines at MSI tied, though, at 4 and 3. Let's have a look at what we see in the draft phase. Lucian has been so commonly a red side ban. Expect T1 to ban it out here. Caitlyn, obviously, respect to Gumayushi.
Yeah, I mean, it's been something that's banned a lot against T1. 68% of the games that Caitlyn gets taken off the board. Lucian as well as standard red side ban. Probably expect the Wukong to come in on that side as well, just against G2. And Gwen being taken away from Zeus in that top side.
And no real surprises as of yet. I don't think the first ban phase has really given us too many surprises over MSI. Like Lucian, Gwen, Wukong. Sometimes you see another strong jungler alongside that, but right now everything going to form. The question is, will G2 look to try and prioritize something tanky for Broken Blade in the top lane? The Ornn obviously has been something he's looked towards. Usually we don't see that until the second phase of picks though.
But that's the thing, I feel like when you're looking at G2, right, you can look across the board and go, hey look, team fighting is where we've been strongest. When we're looking at like Kai'Sa and these kind of team fighting picks for Flakkid, the Ornn on the top side, playing for that late game strength. And that's where they beat T1 the last time these two teams faced off. But I want to see if T1 are actually going to try and match them in that regard, right? But actually taking the Ornn off the board means that they're kind of aware that this is probably what G2 want to go for.
And it was the Ornn ban that started G2's decline. In their first game when they lost to PSG, it was Ornn that was banned away, then RNG, Ornn was taken away, and now we see another Ornn being removed by T1. First pick up here for G2, Jankos looking towards that Graves.
Yeah, I mean, this has been really good for G2 when he's got his hands on a 100% win rate on the Graves thus far, and certainly has looked strong in his ability to try and control the early state of the map, have that pressure in towards the mid lane as well, and just opening up the opportunity to try and play through that strong mid jungle that G2 like.
It does mean that the Ahri is available for Faker, though he's played it twice so far at MSI, 100% win rate on that, yet to die on the champion as well. Faker's Ahri, very well renowned around the world. Alongside that, Nautilus here, locked in for Carrion.
Yeah, I'm curious though what we're going to get for Caps here. He was kind of the one that started this Zoe trend in the mid lane, and I feel like if you got the Graves, you got the Zoe, you got a lot of long range poke potential or even upright just kill potential there. But we'll have to see what the plan is going to be for G2. I feel like taking something like your mid and your top here is probably going to be your best option.
Well, there's the mid lane, LeBlanc for Caps. It's very well known for it in the LEC. Hasn't had the best games on it in the last couple that he's played, but it gives you that incredibly strong mid-jungle 2v2. Like, LeBlanc and Graves is a match made in heaven in terms of damage potential. Alongside that, Broken Blade's going to lock in the Gangplank.
Yeah, I mean, Gangplank has been incredibly strong over the course of MSI and just has that weak side top laner because you know you're going to have to blind pick it here on G2 side. So hoping instead that maybe they can get some nice pickups, say, in the AD carry position where they can counter pick that. But we'll have to see what the game plan is going to be. Certainly, I think at the moment, you got that pick potential in the back line is sky high for G2 right now.
And I agree with that. I'm just a little surprised. Wow, Gangplank into Rumble. Okay, I'm a little surprised if Broken Blade picks the Gangplank. He hasn't played it at all this year, even though it is very strong. And then the Rumble as an answer. Now, we have seen Rumble in the support role, but with Nautilus locked in, my expectations are this Rumble will be going top.
Yeah, I imagine so as well. But it's kind of curious to see that, right? Because you're looking at, okay, well, this is a composition that has a good amount of mobility with the Graves and the LeBlanc. You'll get a good matchup into the lane. But, I mean, if you end up taking some of these more mobile AD carries, which are being banned away by T1 at the moment, you actually have the opportunity to kind of move around from this Rumble, especially if you're looking at something like Kai'Sa for Flakkid in that bot lane.
We'll see if T1 agree with your assessment there. As you say, get rid of the Xayah to negate her ability to get away from that equalizer. G2 will remove Kalista. There's going to be lots of AD carries pinched here already. Of course, the Lucian ban and the Caitlyn ban from Phase 1.
Yeah, so you're kind of looking at picks like the Ezreal maybe coming through, but I don't really want to see that blind. I know a lot of people backstage will be very angry if that is the case, but I certainly think taking something like the Kai'Sa or maybe even banning the Kai'Sa yourself here from G2 and maybe looking for an Ezreal pickup yourself could work out, just to give you the mobility away from what T1 have picked up at the moment.
Tahm Kench, another one of those protective supports that can keep your AD carry safe, or anyone safe from that Rumble ultimate. Here, though, if you ban Kai'Sa as G2, Ezreal can just be picked by T1. Gumayusi can take that for himself. Ezreal hasn't really been the strongest AD carry this MSI, but a lot of that's because Kai'Sa is such a good pick into it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, okay, with the Vi actually banned away, I was curious to see, because if you go for the Ezreal, you still got the answer of the Kai'Sa and also the Tristana as well, right? And still having that mobility was available for G2, but we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is here for Gumayusi. I mean, they could also just go for the top pick here, right? Like, leave that AD carry
jungle
pick.
pick.
Or, sorry, jungle pick, yeah. And go for the counter pick on the AD carry instead, which could work out super well.
That looks to be what they're going to do. Viego gives you an AD threat in the jungle, which with the Vi band and the Lee band is kind of really the only one left alongside that Wukong that's been removed. So having AD alongside those two AP top side of the map makes a lot of sense for T1.
The only thing I'm worried about here for T1 is though you have very little engage and you're kind of relying on the skill shots from Faker or like a big hook coming through from the Nautilus. You're not getting that upfront kind of like an Alistar or Leona or something like that can start you off. So I think looking at this, you're probably going to look more for those pick opportunities using the long range and the Rumble ults, follow up with the Ahri and see if you can catch G2 out in rotation.
Yeah, get that slow and then see if you can follow up on that. Jhin here for Flakked. No mobility in his kit itself, but his range does allow him to stay back at the start of team fights. You can just pop that ultimate to try and influence a fight. Alongside that, it looks like Targamas is going to opt for his Rakan.
Yeah, and I think it's a good shout, right? I mean, you've got Jhin who's relatively safe in the bottom side of the map, so should be able to open up Targamas to look for some of these early roams, particularly played through caps, and that has kind of been the story of G2 thus far in MSI. And where we look across Gumayusi, honestly, I feel like going towards something like the Kai'Sa could work out here, even if you wanted to go towards the Jinx or the Aphelios. It's like Aphelios has got nerfed indirectly through the Gale Force nerfs, going from 90 seconds to 60 seconds to 90 seconds, but I mean, you can still play very strongly through this AD carry, and it looks like that's going to be the game plan here for T1.
I mean, Guma's also played it 11 times this year and won 10 of those games.
Yeah, it's not a bad stat, is it?
He's pretty good at this AD carry. We'll see if he can bring it out and have a good performance here against G2. Obviously, T1 trying to battle back from that 0-1 in the head-to-head so far, trying to battle back as well from a loss to EG earlier today.
Yeah, and I think one of the cool things about Aphelios as well is that he can, in some certain situations, act as another engage tool, right? You get that in that ult with the Moonlight Vigil, you get the Gravitum, and that can be a way of trying to set things up. My biggest worry, though, for T1 is if Caps gets rolling early, there's very little things that can actually, like, hold him in place, right? There's just the Nautilus ult, realistically, that Caps has to try and worry about, so it could open up this LeBlanc to really pop off if G2 can get the mid lane rolling.
We'll see if G2 are able to get that jungle mid ahead. Caps has been strong in lane, but nullified in the last few games. Teams have spent a lot of time making sure that he doesn't get rolling. Even in the RNG game, he was out-laning Xiaohu, but you saw Wei was always there to try and make plays, and Keria very well known for his roaming up towards the mid lane as well. Nautilus gives you that potential. Aphelios can be left alone down towards that bottom side.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the big game plan here from both sides, right? Is trying to wrestle control over this mid lane, get the supports involved, and then you can actually start to work around the map as well, because obviously quite a volatile matchup in the mid lane between the LeBlanc and the Ahri, so whoever gets that lead suddenly gets to take control of side lanes as well.
From undefeated to very beatable in the last few days, G2 and T1 trying to make a rise back up the standings. Only one of them can claim the win here today. Of course, both teams still have 2 more matches after this one. Both teams still have another day to try and rectify their woes, but a win here is a big signal to the rest of the MSI teams that you are not to be trifled with.
Yeah, I feel like, though, whoever gets control of this early stages is just going to be able to blow up in this game. Like, you don't grab particularly tanky members on either side. You got a ton of assassination potential, like resets galore coming in on T1. It definitely feels like, looking at this, that if T1 can get these early leads, they have the potential to look for those fights and take the game off of G2 here.
And T1, obviously, very good at getting early leads in the LCK, and even here at MSI. Like, the last time they played against G2, they were 5,000 gold ahead at the 15-minute mark, and G2 were able to fight back with that Diana Yasuo comp. But
I wonder if G2's early game struggles will continue in this game, and if T1 will be able to jump and pounce and get that early lead.
You can see at the moment, though, they're already trying to set up for vision control, right? Make sure they're able to spot out exactly where Owner is and give as much information as possible across. Caps now just making sure that he keeps tabs on Faker as they go and actually look for the red buff steal here. So trying to look for a split map.
Zeus came down from the top lane as well, puts the ward down. Broken Blade will meet with Zeus. Flame Spitter goes down. Broken Blade looking for that trial by fire passive, but just a single parlay will mean they both trade about equally on health. Owner could look for a red steal, and we might actually end up with a split map here, Dagdo.
Yeah, and I don't think it particularly favors like either side particularly much, to be honest. I think the big one is just trying to like remove Zeus from being able to punish as heavily on this rumble, like trying to make sure that the GP can actually get up towards those later stages. But you still have to be careful around the spot side, right? Like it's not like giving an Aphelios an easy lane is going to help you later on as well. So definitely trying to give power to Broken Blade early and hoping they can still deal with Kuma Yushi later on.
Jankos has been pretty forthright with his early ganks in this MSI. Usually goes towards the mid lane, of course, but Zeus here is pushed up the wave. Not in the best of shapes for him. I wonder if Jankos will look for something. No ward for Zeus. Used it earlier on. Broken Blade on the chase here. Zeus going to get pinged by that barrel, and Jankos is on the way. Red buff slows. Zeus tries to flash in the midst of the minions. The end of the line, not enough. Zeus burns his flash and has no TP to get back to lane.
And that's the big one, right? No TP available for Zeus because he took the Ignite, which means now he's got to do, well, I was going to say the slow walk back, but he's actually going to stick around, which may prompt Jankos to go for something on this top side, but Owner is hovering on this bot side with a big wave about to crash as well.
Of course, Zeus running the Ignite flash here on the Rumble in the top lane does mean that you can be caught out by these early ganks. You want to stay around to try and get the extra wave as it pushes in, but then sometimes you're repeat ganked, as you say, Dagdo.
And I think this is where it gets really interesting for Broken Blade, just build-wise, right? Because you can always go towards why have I forgotten the name? Hullbreaker. Yeah. Yes, thank you. And go straight for like, hey, I'm just going to play side lanes, right? Because you've got the ult to make sure that you're actually always going to be present in these fights. You've got the TP advantage as well. Zeus can't really push the wave back. So I think for Broken Blade, like in this later portion of the game, he should have full control of side lanes and make it really difficult for T1 to actually group up and try and look for these picks.
I love games like this because although it sometimes looks like not a huge amount is happening, you have to think of the ramifications of each individual play. With a split map specifically, what you're looking at is how far ahead, as the charm does land, Cap should be able to walk away from this one. What we're looking at for G2 is how far ahead can Broken Blade get. And what we're looking at for T1 is how far ahead can Gumayushi and Keria get, because they've split the map down the middle. Owner will spend more time on the bottom side, Jankos will spend more time on the top side, and both the junglers are just willing to give up the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, and that's why I was kind of looking to see what the story was going to be with Faker, right? Because Faker does have control over the mid lane. I was looking to see if when we got this fourth wave crash on bot side, if Faker was going to roam down. Because again, I think the actual thing that's going to break open this game is those mid lane roams. Because as you can see, Zeus already set pretty far behind. He still hasn't reset, which is why we're getting Broken Blade able to bully him out.
Owner is here. Jankos dashes in. Zeus will fall for first blood. Ignite sticking on Broken Blade. Owner could look for the flash. Flash Spectral Maw is enough. The oranges make Broken Blade K. He flashes away himself. Broken Blade trying to dodge around. Owner with the Blade of the Ruined King. That Q, a possibility, but it's not enough as the parlay connects once again. Owner playing Ring Around the Rosies a little bit. It's true Alcove gaming in the top lane. Spectral Maw coming out. Broken Blade will still be stunned by it. Owner not quite enough damage to get a counter kill.
A great play from Jankos there, hiding in the alcove, pops over the wall. T1 have absolutely no idea he's up there, and just unfortunate for Owner, trying to help out Zeus, trying to get him that shadow so he could reset, but it ends up giving 2 kills across the G2.
And for T1 and for Zeus in particular, that was a bit of a surprise. We're going into a replay, hoping that we'll do that one afterwards. It's a great joke, but as you say, just using the Fog of War here, Jankos manages to sneak into this push.
Yeah, really well played here, and as you can see, T1, with Zeus not having his flash available, just goes down instantly. Owner tries everything, but just getting the oranges there in time for Broken Blade, and now Owner can't actually follow up. He has no flash, and Broken Blade just playing just at arm's length, so he can't fall as well.
Charm's going to land here onto Caps. Targamas is here, but a good hook. We mean that Caps is locked up. He's going to try and dodge across the wall. Blackett here to join the fray once again. Targamas in the right position to counter this out. He now flashes forward. They're looking for the damage onto Owner, who has no flash of his own. The chains will connect. Blackett not able to get close enough for that final auto, and Owner escapes underneath his tower once again.
Really nice job from both the bot laners of G2 though, moving up, keeping the mid lane safe, and making sure that Caps doesn't end up falling there. And that's something you can do a lot with Jhin, is just make sure that you're there with the Deadly Flourish to follow up on a bunch of this CC. And it's not like he's going to lose out on too much bot, right? Gamely usually pushes the wave right as Flacca gets down here.
Look at where Zeus is once again. Jankos is behind him. There is a ward that's going to spot him out, but Zeus, you got no flash, you got no level 6. And the bushes might protect you for a moment, but the chase is on. Broken Blade doesn't get the barrel combo, perhaps not having played GP this year, not playing out too well for him. But Jankos comes in, Zeus hits 6, equalizer to try and clear out the wave. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Caps forced away by Faker and Carrier. The chains come in. Faker uses the last Spirit Rush to escape. Deadly Flourish in the bottom lane. Targamas with the chase. The knock up. Gumayushi pops the heal and flashes over the wall. Caps now has to try and get away from Ona, off towards the top side of the map. Has he got the distortion? Spectral Maw gets the stun. Caps locked up, flashes, and dashes up towards Broken Blade, and Ona and Carrier still on the chase here. Guma burnt both his summoners in the bot lane, is still underneath the tower. Jankos coming up as well. They're going to try and turn it around. Cannon Barrage just short, doesn't get the slow onto Ona. Carrier here will be able to hook himself back to the wall. Should be underneath the tower, should be safe, but Jankos with the collateral damage misses. Blackhead kills Gumayushi down towards the bottom side. No summoners on the T1 bot laner. He over pushes and he gets dived under his tower.
What is going on in this game? It's just a bloodbath across the board. Caps is running one way. People are dying topside. Bot lane is going down. I mean, this is fantastic. This is so much fun.
This is real League of Legends right here, Doctor. None of that messing about, but meanwhile, Faker was able to take a plate in the mid lane. G2, 4 kills to the good, 1,600 gold ahead in this early game.
Yeah, and look, we're just going to get a replay on this bottom side as well. Guma here, stuck underneath the tower. No hope because they know exactly where Kerry is on the top side. Just a nice, easy, quick pick. Just understanding, hey, look, he's going to be left by himself, and now you pick up your own plate on the bottom side as well.
And the thing for Guma there is he hits 6, right? So he's like, I can Moonlight Vigil, grab him stun, but assuming the Rakan tanks the tower first, he can always just dash back out to flack it. So well played by G2 to make sure no one was tanking the tower for too long.
And I think the thing here now is G2 start to move up towards Zeus. Might have to hold on to my point.
He's got flash, he's got a blast cone. It's going to be locked up. There's the equalizer going down. Zeus looking for the flash onto Broken Blade. Knows he can only get a 1-for-1 in this case. Will pay for it with his life, but a 1-for-1 for T1 puts them on the board.
Nice job from Zeus there to actually make that a 1-for-1 trade. With the amount of resource that are invested up there, it could have gone so much worse. Does mean that Rift Tower will go across to G2, but Gumayushi, red and white, going to take down a lot of these turret plates in bot side and honestly just answer back for what that Rift Herald should get in a few moments' time. So realistically, T1 evening up that trade.
And once again, we have to look at the differences in the top lane and in the bot lane. Gumayushi's going to get 5 plates. There might be a fight happening in the mid lane in a second, but 300, 500 gold ahead after he takes his tower. Towards the top side, Broken Blade is about the same ahead of Zeus.
And that's why I want you to look at that gold on the bottom of your screen, right? Because you're looking at Gumayushi, absolutely huge. Jankos, massive. And you're looking as well at Broken Blade, who has that advantage. And especially when you get the Umbro Glaive this early, you get to start to clear out vision. You start to stack up the... Oh, actually going to hold on to this, T1. No,
you can hold it. Grasp it gently. Hold it.
Yeah.
Hold it. No, nothing's going to happen.
But yeah, you get to stack up the Ghost Ward as well, super quick. So you end up getting a bunch of that early adaptive damage as well, and you suddenly become a monster. So I'm definitely looking at Jankos to see how much work he can do. But honestly, I think T1 at the moment, like, especially with the position that they were in, for them to be able to make these trades, even up the gold, get that dragon for themselves as well, they're doing a good job of fighting back against this early aggression of G2.
Yeah, something T1 are very good at. Just, I want to come back to that zombie ward point, because I don't know if we always explain it. Zombie ward, basically, when you take down a ward, you gain bonus attack damage or ability power up to 10 wards taken down. So you can get 12 extra AD, or I think it's 20 extra AP out of it. And that's how having the Umbral Glaive early when you're running zombie ward means that you just stack that up so much quicker.
Yeah, and exactly. And that extra AD obviously going to be more impactful the earlier you can get it as well. So it's just a nice little trade, and why Graves is kind of risen up in the meta alongside the Umbral Glaive changes. So.
Surprise! Got him! Got him! Don't forget to grab your exclusive Scarebride's gaming emotes. You strut when you flash in and turn a fight. I had to get it out. Your point was great. I thought you were getting to the end of it as well, you know?
I mean, look, zombie wards and ghost wards and all this kind of stuff. I mean, it's a good time, you know, Halloween all around. But Faker's not having the best of times as Jankos starts to show up again. Targamas should be all right.
It should be okay. And T1 have managed to close the gold gap that we started to see developing by G2. It's now only 200 gold between the two teams. Gumayushi almost at 100 CS, almost at 9.5, 10 a minute, and he's going to be very fed on this Aphelios. So already got the first mythic of the game with this Gale Force.
And this is where I've got to try and figure out how T1 can include Guma in a lot of their fights. Because yes, he is absolutely massive, but Caps should be playing just very quick in and outs. Flacket playing at range. You've got the Broken Blade ultimate that's going to cause Gumayushi issues as well. It starts to become a little bit more difficult for him to get these fights. So you're heavily reliant on these good ultimates from Zeus, Faker, and both the skill shots from Carry at landing to enable Guma in these fights. So he's not just kind of kept out at pace.
We'll keep our eyes on the T1 AD carry. Came into the tournament as part of the best bot lane in the world. Carrier seen probably is the best player in the world coming into MSI, and Gumayushi alongside him. I think it's very strong. Has yet to live up to that potential in my eyes on the MSI stage. I think Gala has generally just been the best AD carry at MSI, and we'll see
Take out the last game.
Yeah, ignore one game, you know. That's the thing with MSI, right? As the Rift Hold comes down in the top lane, this will get plates. I don't know if Flacket attacked the tower recently. Oh, Hook's gonna land. Flacket did get 2 of those plates, and so yeah, he gets some gold out of it as well. But yeah, that's something about MSI that I always love watching and seeing, and I'm part of it, and we're all part of it as casters. Best of 1 overreactions is just the most fun thing in the world. Because everyone's like, G2 are the best team in the world as they look for perhaps something in the top lane. Then they lose a couple of games, and then they're not the best team in the world anymore. When Carrier here, Owner coming in for the chase as well. Depth charge onto Flackhead. He just doesn't have the flash and the cleanse. Charm going out, Owner going in with the stun as well. But Targamas should just be able to dodge back here. The Equalizer, though, perfectly placed alongside the Infernum. T1 pounce in the top lane. Caps is coming up, though. They're looking for a chase of their own. I don't know if Jankos is there because I can't see the minimap, but I'm sure T1 are waiting. Collateral damage going in. Caps hooked. Great hook from Carrier. Jankos takes 1, Caps dives in, Caps goes down. It's a superb fight for T1 in the top lane. G2 overextend, and T1 clap them down.
T1 are doing such a good job of fighting back in this game. They start off with a deficit, but they get the picks top. Now another play top. They're getting so many turret plates onto Gumayushi. Now you're starting to trade kills as well. This is phenomenal from T1, and you'll see it here, right? You've already got Zeus moving up river, which is why T1 are good to go for this. They know Broken Blade has the ult, but with just 2 members here and Zeus here, or sorry, 2 members from G2 and a 4th from T1 arriving, they know they can just take these down super easily, and you just don't have the advantage here. 2v4, yes, you'll get 1 back, but the health bar is just that little bit too high for G2 to be able to take them down.
The Carrier hook stops Caps from getting the double bounce in, the heal coming out as well, and now the game really changes in favor of T1. Carrier with a Hex Splash into the hook. Targamas going to dash away to Caps. Faker going in with the charm. Targamas tanks it instead of Caps, and Faker gets his first kill of the game.
And now T1 starting to pull ahead in this game. They're getting control of River. They're getting control of these kills. And with 50 seconds until the Dragon as well, they should be able to get bot side River control and set up for this Dragon.
And you said it, Dagda. You said, can T1 involve Gumayushi? He is strong. Can they use his strength against G2? They have done exactly that. 4 kills, well, 2 kills, 2 assists for him in the top lane. Now they're moving Carrier around the map. Now they're opening up the map. And it means these picks, these catches, where you don't need hard engage, are so much easier for T1.
Gumayushi is terrifying.
Yeah, he's a
this
monster.
man is about to back, probably pick up his second item, and you're looking across a Flacket going, hey, bud, how's that Gale Force treating you right now? Because my word, T1 are popping off. And again, you've already got first Dragon for T1. They're going to be able to look for a second. And especially when you hit this mid game with like an Ari, the Rumble, Guma, as well as fed as he is, T1 are looking very strong for these team fights.
Guma has 7,300 gold. That's 500 gold a minute on this AD carry. The guy is an absolute beast, and right now T1 are playing around him perfectly. TP's coming in from T1 as Faker comes down towards that bottom side. G2 currently have control over the river. Guma step forward. Jankos looking for something here. Blackhead doesn't land. The captive audience. Faker still not there. Caps off towards the side. Zona tried to step forward. Still vision control in favor of G2. Remember that Umbral Glaive will help them out so much in situations like this. Even if it's already popped the passive, Jankos can still just auto a ward and kill it unless it's a control ward. G2 with control over the river. Faker, oh, he's gonna step, oh, the chain misses! Faker has the time to Spirit Rush to the side. The rest of T1 collapsing from the top side. Caps still on the chase here. Spirit Rush across the wall, a possibility. Owner here to shepherd Faker back towards that Dragon.
That's such a big ultimate from Faker gone, so if T1 try and contest, Faker can't provide that engage tool we were talking about. G2 gonna see if they can fight back here.
Caps looking for a flank. Owner going in. Spectral Maw lands the stun. Hook just short. Caps still has a good flank position. Cannon Barrage. Targamas looking for the quickness. Caps there. Owner dodges the Spectral Maw coming out. The Equalizer down, and Targamas will burn, burn, burn. So will Jankos. Caps dives onto the back line, but he's only able to take out Carrier, and then he goes down as well. G2 got the Dragon, overforced the fight, and T1 shut them down.
T1 ended up missing a ton of their engage tools, which is why G2 thought they could take the fight, but you end up having Targamas ulted immediately by Kara. Phenomenal call from the T1 support. So T1 take the fight, they take the tower, and they'll get a good amount of gold off that play.
And you see the gold swing, 3,000 in T1's favor now. They continue to accelerate this game, and even though G2 thought they had made a catch, it was T1 who were waiting in the darkness, ready to jump in. And this is the thing with T1, like Azeo said it, they're a sleeping beast, the LCK, often T1 especially so. Whenever they come to an international tournament, you have to be wary. And I wonder, perhaps, if the last couple of results have woken T1 up from their hibernation.
Yeah, watch here though. So we already talked about Faker not having the engage. The hook goes wide from Carry, and G2 are like 2 engage tools down. Let's go. Targamas though gets hit by the depth charge. He can't follow up. Caps is being dealt with on the side before G2 can get the engage, and Broken Blade looks like he's dead.
Nowhere for Broken Blade to go here. T1, the triumvirate of death collapses. Broken Blade will try and clear out a minion, but Owner will clear his HP. T1 with another kill. They've got Riptail down towards this bottom side as well, and they are pinging that tier 2.
Yeah, Broken Blade just too far up. You don't have pressure in any of the other lanes, and T1 able to collapse beautifully, and as you say, tier 2 potentially available for them. Gumayusi and Keria starting to step tentatively forward to see if they can get this tier 2 in the mid lane as well.
Of course, a huge win for T1 if they can claim this. 5 and 3 separates them from that chasing pack. Also means the head-to-head with G2 is equalized, so if they match up on win-loss at the end of tomorrow, we would have to play a tiebreaker. G2, massive loss. 2-0 2 days in a row would be devastating for this European lineup, especially since how well day 1 and day 2 went for them. Riptail charging in here. Tier 2 taken by T1. They continue their advance towards the base. Caps will take tier 1 in response, and that will be that. T1 retreats to the safety of what used to be Jisoo's jungle, but is now owned by the LCK representatives.
Yeah, and T1 have been doing such a good job of just playing out on the map. Caps trying to get something back to the top side, but with that Riptail, T1 get a huge amount. Now you're looking at a 3,000 gold lead. Collector completed for Gumayusi, and he's still just about to reset too. So I feel like when you look towards 2.5 minutes, this next Dragon, I don't think G2 can really contest for it. I think you got to go and try and play side lanes. Try and see if you can get some of that much needed gold back in your pocket and avoid T1 as you hit that spike.
The good thing for G2 is they already took a mountain second of the game, even though they lost the fight after it, making sure that T1 aren't stacking up towards a Hextech Soul, because by darn it, Hextech Soul with an Aphelios and a Rumble and a V8, like no, you do not want to play into that. In my opinion, the strongest Soul in the game, true damage tick and a slow and chains on the autos is just absolutely deadly. However, Faker might be in a deadly situation. Spirit rushes away from the deadly flourish. Cap's still on the chase, but 2 Spirit Rush charms left for Faker means that he should just be able to dash his way out of this one. Charm, though, into the equalizer. Cap's going to jump across the wall here. Faker's still on the chase. Hook just short. Owner here with a flank position. Caps is now isolated from the rest of G2. Targamas stun. Keria. Dredge line, a possibility. But with the equalizer down, I think T1 are just buying time for Gumayusi to continue to push in this top lane.
Yeah, it's a split map though. You got Broken Blade on bot side, T1 going in to try and help Guma on the other end. So again, I like this from G2. When you're behind like this, trying to trade even across the map is going to be great, but you do have to make sure you get this tower reset and you're not going to lose an inhibitor turret.
Faker with another great charm into the Evercross. The chase is on. Faker flashes away. Caps under the tower. Hook lands. T1. They don't want you to be able to play on the other side of the map instead. They look for the plays themselves. Caps get the shutdown onto Faker. Inhibitor tower falls in the top lane. Zeus underneath this tower, forced away by Broken Blade, but there's no minion wave. The inhibitor will go down. T1 will take that in the top lane. Will they keep pushing? I doubt it. Instead, they take the Hextech gates out and find their way to safety.
That's an inhibitor down on the top side of the map, though, and you've got 45 seconds until this next Dragon. It becomes so much harder for G2 to make that play we're just talking about, where you can try and cross-map for a tier 2 in the top lane because you're up against the super minions. T1 played that immaculately.
The willingness just to say, okay, 3v3, we go in. We fight this. T1 knew if Faker dies, that's fine. We don't even lose the tower out of it. There was shut down, I believe, going over as Caps. He's now got himself a Blightning Jewel, but that LeBlanc is not looking too scary yet. Only the Luden's Blightning Jewel. Only an item and a half on Flacket as well, whereas Gumayusi almost at 3 completed items. That Infinity Edge is going to hurt.
And this is where you're going to have to see if T1 can once more set up for this fight. Faker and Keria, 2 eyes on them to get onto the core members of G2. Yanko's starting up the Dragon.
Zeus has the equalizer. Keria doesn't have the depth charge. There's the equalizer down. It's only going to help G2 for the moment. Keria going in. Broken Blade looking to flash out. Caps can dash as well. G2 get the Dragon and get out.
Yeah, and just the fact that Owner got his back reset, or had to restart it, meant that he couldn't get the reset he wanted in time to get out towards Dragon. So G2 finding that very brief window where they're actually able to get out. So at least for the moment, keeping these Dragons within touching distance and buying time for this Gangplank to come online, for them to hit that later point where maybe they can try and fight back against T1.
Can you just check your watch for me there, Dagda? Oh yeah, it's about 20 minutes. It's bouncing the clock for T1. They
oh god,
just lost the fight. Gumayusi going forward, perhaps baiting in. Keria with the flash across the wall. An incredible engage. T1 G2 lift them up and break their spines over their knee.
T1 are breaking G2 like it's absolutely nothing. They baited Baron, knowing that everyone thinks they do that Baron o'clock, but it turns out it's time to end the game, Medic.
21 minutes for T1. It feels like a record for the Rumble stage. Cav's trying to do what he can, but once again he's charmed up, and he has been anything but claps today. T1 unwilling to go quietly into the night. You woke the beast, and the beast is angry. T1 will destroy G2, dismantle them, and European fans can only watch in despair as the LCK rises again.
The LCK will not be denied, going to 5-3, pushing up into that second place, and that was domination from T1. Early game was definitely in favor of G2, but T1 able to fight back so well to take this victory.
Beautiful stuff from them. They baited me, they baited G2 with the Baron play, Carrier as well. Hex flash over the wall, into the hook, Guma with the follow-up. And we wondered in the early game, would Guma be strong enough? Would T1 be able to play around this better Felios? They did exactly that.
Yeah, it was absolutely spectacular. I mean, team fights were wonderful. Their dragon control was great. And the Baron bait as well just draws G2 in to one of the quickest games we've had at MSI thus far.
A shellacking to be sure. G2, of course, well, just a sad day for them. 0-2, 0-2 over the last 4 games. It has been a struggle. Their winning ways have turned very much into defeat. And now they have one day really to rectify their fortunes, because it's very possible at the moment. G2 are looking at either 4th or even 5th place.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you're up against Saigon Buffalo tomorrow against Evil Geniuses as well. So, I mean, at least you hopefully think that's a bit more of a confident play. But I mean, with Froggy,
T1 today.
I was going to say, with EG beating T1, Froggy popping off against RNG, that's no longer a definite. I actually don't know what's going to happen here.
We'll have to wait and see for tomorrow. Of course, we still have 2 more games left today, and they're going to be bangers. PSG versus Saigon Buffalo up next. Like, just the way these two, everyone has leveled up. Like, everyone apart from the teams that were really good at the start has really leveled up, and it's great to watch MSI today. It's been such a fun experience. And I think with Saigon Buffalo versus PSG, my question is, which team is able to carry the form they had earlier today into that game?
Yeah, I mean, Atlas said it backstage. It's like, unironically, the best 2 mid laners that we've had today fighting off against each other. So I'm very excited to see what way that one goes.
So am I. Before we head to the break, catch PSG's pick, the Pokemon theme song, as the song that represents their playstyle and the rest of the teams competing at MSI on the official MSI 2022 playlist on Spotify.
Banger.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm really getting to it day and night. I'm really in the game, I live that life. Fake them left and then I take them right. I ain't going out without a fight. I put on a show under the lights. Love it when they say my name on the mic. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. I'm the coldest, get it done in freezing rain. When I get in my zone, I can feel it in my veins. I go tunnel vision, ain't nobody that can stop me. I'm legendary, they just want the jersey on my body. Put up the numbers, people trying to say they love me. Work out every summer, cause the winter gon' get ugly. Feel like the world against me got me going even harder. Take off like a rocket, I'm a sniper like I'm hardened. When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call an option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it. When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call an option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it. I'm really getting to it day and night. I'm really in the game, I live that life. Fake them left and then I take them right. I ain't going out without a fight. I put on a show under the lights. Love it when they say my name on the mic. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. Boy, don't lie, do or die, it's my time. 14 inches, put it all on the line. I'm a big boss, yeah, I do it out the side. I really run this, you just running out of time. I'm pushing a rock, when I dish it, it's a dime. But it's a decline, but I'm still in my prime. All this hard work, only right that I shine. All I know is grind, put in over time. When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call an option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it. When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call an option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it. I'm really getting to it day and night. I'm really in the game, I live that life. Fake them left and then I take them right. I ain't going out without a fight. I put on a show under the lights. Love it when they say my name on the mic. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice.
And welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk after T 1-1 successfully take revenge on G 0-2 times 2 after now they've dropped another game. Unfortunately, Emily was struggling to keep her feet on the floor, so we all decided to cross our legs for this one, have a little bit of fun with it. That game ended so dramatically quickly, and there was a lot of discussion around the draft, the approach to game. I do want to talk about some of the elements that happened later on, but let's start off with the draft. Emily, when we started, what did you make of the picks and bans? I made a joke saying that the demise of Jinx and Aphelios have been grossly overrated because it seemed to work pretty well this game.
So I liked them going back to something like the Aphelios. Obviously, Guma got a ton of early plates based on the way that they, rotated him around the map, but also the way it started off as a split map and the two teams' separate focuses. I think I really like this for T1 because, as you saw, again, they could still play out in these mid-game fights so well. And yeah, I mean, they're not as, they're not as like strong and like super lane dominant, like contesting the 2v2 like we saw T1 play Caitlyn Lux, but I still think we saw how they want to play around their AD carry, right? Like not only in team fights, but you push that first turret down, you get the plate gold, you rotate him up topside, chew through that turret. Like this is a lot. It's a nice marriage, right? Of the draft, a better draft and what I saw from T1 domestically in their success.
And ultimately, I feel like when you have him on the Aphelios in this situation, you get him ahead. Because he's always ahead of the curve of the Jhin, he's always going to be more valuable. They knew they could rely on him in the team fights. And even the fact that Zeus was targeted so heavily on the top side, but he kept like trading his life for waves and really neutralized the pressure they had.
I'm so glad you bring that up because I want to talk about Jankos' early game kills. He was on the Graves, he paused top, and Augs, when we're looking at these clips, tell me about what was happening.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these situations, when you're playing Rumble, you have to play aggressive in the lane. So the map split did make it rough, but we saw so many situations where he'd died to trade for the wave. I do think that Ona ended up overstepping here, and this is where things did look a little bit rough because you're finding the momentum. But ultimately, I think Ona sort of respected that you kind of just had to let Zeus do his thing and play towards the player he wanted to get ahead. And then situations like this, he has been targeted, he's been taken out the game, but he does manage to actually hit level 6 here, I believe, and clear out the wave before he goes down.
Yeah, and this is actually really important because it still means, yeah, right there, the equalizer goes down. It still means that he's clearing it out, so the CS difference isn't that high. And when it came to the mid-game team fights, his equalizers and focus were amazing.
I mean, they were fantastic. Just before we get to some more of those clips, we wanted to take a look at the difference between the golden experience between Broken Blade and Gumayushi because of the priorities and the focus, right, in terms of who was either getting support and who was being shut down. And just as we take a look at those numbers, so Broken Blade plus 640 gold, minus 6. I can't actually quite read that. I don't know if you can over there, Emily. Thank you.
640,
There
677.
We actually haven't
and
seen
then,
the numbers because, again, the game ended so quickly. Does this match the theory you were thinking about in terms of that like split map, in terms of how the teams are prioritizing their players?
Sorry, my even with glasses, my eyesight is terrible. I'm pretty sure that says though 2.1k gold difference for
14,
Kuma at 14. So I mean that is the big thing, right? Like. Once again, when we're talking about what T1 were so good at domestically, it was understanding how to get through those turrets and push them down quickly with Kuma. And again, we saw that with the Aphelios pick. I think they played around it really well. And to Dan's point, with the Rumble, he still ended up clearing out the wave.
I want to move us on really quickly to the next replay as we are going to move on to this 12-minute team fight. This is the point where I started to go, right, game over, G2's done. I mean, just top lane chaos. Absolutely everybody got involved. But it dragged out and ultimately T1 came out on top.
Yeah, and I mean, T1, I think something is that they've always been keen on skill check, and we've highlighted a lot of times this tournament, but this composition really gives them the tools to do so when it comes to those fights. And I just feel like they're connecting with the skills they need to. They're really delivering. They have good target priority when it comes down to executing here.
Yeah, and the big thing to me that we kind of said going into this match, this is why, even though I predicted T1, I was like, I kind of want to see the draft going in, is it's not that they can't team fight, right? Like, they team fight really well together. It's more that sometimes their drafts versus what the enemy composition was weren't allowing them to come out ahead anyway, and sometimes the synchronization was off. We didn't see that in this
Even
game.
when your prediction is correct, you still have lukewarm takes.
I
Come
know,
on,
I'm
like,
just
seriously.
the most boring person.
I do want to move us on and talk a little bit more about Zeus in particular because he does pick up the OP player of the game. As a quick stat, that was the first Rumble of the Rumble stage, and it is now undefeated for Zeus at MSI Rumble stage. Orgs, you've been singing Zeus's praises, and we got some more highlights.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of games when he's gotten ahead, we've seen some fantastic play from him, but this was a game when he was set behind, but he made these smart tactical decisions, and then when it came to those team fights, which you've highlighted being so important in this meta, just being able to connect so consistently with these big ultimates, and that's the thing on Rumble. The ultimate is such a critical tool, which can often, you know, be perfectly placed like this. But then you've also seen plenty of plays where players completely misalign them, so it can make all the difference.
And this fight,
We're going to see it again. We're going to see it again immediately.
So I'm not allowed to talk about it?
No, I want you to set up a little bit more because 21 minutes into the game, T1 fall back to Baron. They legitimately bait. And there was a joke that I saw, I think on Reddit or Twitter, that said every Baron bait throw was leading up to this Baron bait fight, and I think we will have this separate in just a moment.
Okay, yeah, so backstage, we actually were sitting with Chronicler and Atlas, and they were just like, they're learning! They're learning! Because this is definitely more what you want to see from T1, right? Like, controlling that space around the Baron, not leaving it up for chance, having a really good, again, I still think T1 is one of the best teams at playing around Fog of War, and you saw them doing that here against G2, because G2 kind of has no, I know, Trevor, I'm sorry.
It hurts so much.
G2 has no choice, kind of, but to go into this, and then just going in against the Rumble, like, it feels terrible.
And I think critically, they have great tools to turn around in this situation, but also making the decision to do so instead of letting G2 approach and just taking a fight in the pit, which could be a real flip in that situation. So huge credit for T1. And again, my kind of thought process was like, G2 approaching that, we're like, oh, T1's in Baron pit, they'll probably just be staying in the pit and try to take it down as quick as possible.
I was sitting smugly saying to Atlas, oh yeah, we're behind in gold at 14 minutes. We've got a team fighting comp. This is great for us, right? And then they literally just face-checked the Rumble and everything. Oh, man, G2 just got smashed that game. At least that fight, rather.
Just this game? You know, 4 in a row at this point?
G2, G 0-2 twice in a row. That's 4 games down. They're 4-4. That 5-5 setup could end up being the case. Right, now we do need to turn our attention to the next match at hand. Just moments ago, moments before the game started, Emily did ask me whether or not RNG are locked into semifinals.
Yeah.
mathematically not locked, but in 99.8% of all remaining scenarios, they will advance. What I do think is very, very interesting, because of the fact that G2 just lost and they are continuing to lose, the teams that they're facing off against one another, they are going to be in this position where the teams that they are facing means that they have a higher number of scenarios where G2 drop out of semi-finals. And I also have just heard that mathematically RNG are locked, if I'm hearing that correctly. Okay. Turn our attention now to the next game. Saigon Buffalo, they're going to bounce back from a very, very exciting matchup earlier today. They're facing off against PSG. I wouldn't want to be PSG, assuming that Saigon Buffalo can channel some of that energy into this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think Saigon Buffalo fantastically learned from what was going wrong. If they can support Froggy to get him out of the laning phase, they were playing so well. I mean, RNG managed to bring it back, but honestly, considering how RNG have performed so far, currently #1 in the standings, for Saigon Buffalo to push them so far is just testament to how much they've improved.
This is a matchup between Bay and Froggy.
Which
unironically, so like it's how their teams play around them, right? Like for PSG, I think, you know, Kaiwing on an initiator, you want Unified on something where he is just absolutely destroying people on a hyper carry, and you want Bay on something that he is really comfortable in team fighting with. For Saigon Buffalo, just like Dan said, we really want to see that good mid-jungle synergy where Beanjay is on something like a Lee Sin, shadowing Froggy so he can get out of lane. Because Froggy, when he's even, like just even or slightly ahead, it makes a massive difference. His strength is definitely a lot more in team fighting and skirmishing than it is in laning.
From the last time these two teams fought versus our expectations at the beginning of the day versus the games that we have seen from them, there could not be further apart, because Froggy and Bay today both had us with our jaws on the floor. Very last thoughts before we have to move on.
Honestly, I feel like you have to shut down Froggy to win, and I don't think Bay's going to be able to. He was fantastic earlier.
Oh, man, let's find out what's going to happen. PSG took down G2 earlier today, but they also looked him down yesterday. So let's listen in on their comms from that game in Sounds of the Game, presented by Bose.
他们开龙，我去吃破口，吃破口。哎 ，AD 没闪到，我觉得我直接开 AD 好不好？等下看他们剑魔，看他们剑魔没？你们觉得可以吗？可行吗？开 AD， 开 AD， 打一遍哦，打一遍哦。开 AD， 开 AD， 开 AD。准备看我，准备看我，准备看我，准备看我。防守敌，准备看我。哎，看我 ，AD 死 ，AD 死。 小心！哎，小心！慢慢打，哎，这可以，这不可以，这不可以，这不可以，走！爆！哎，各位，了解没事。各位，大声！哎，我觉得羊可以开个 R 哎。不行，点塔。不行吗？龙还很久哎。我觉得羊可以开个 R 哎。我可以他们了，看我。 羊可以开啊，慢慢打，打第二，剑魔可以，剑魔可以，剑魔可以，不，我就可以，奇迹吧，慢慢打第二，慢慢 AD 还有 AD 哦，慢慢打第一个，慢，AD 要上，AD 我给压力，啊，我看要技哦，快点，OP 啊 ，nice。
As we all agree with Hanabi, Ornn is so OP. Okay, it's just so powerful. At the moment, works out so well, and Saigon Buffalo and PSG will have to see which of them can get their hands on it in this draft. If either of them, we are jumping in hot. Saigon Buffalo on the blue side. 0-7 eliminated from knockouts contention, but still, firstly, can play Kingmaker, and secondly, can still challenge the best. We saw them almost take down RNG earlier today.
Yeah, and I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Ari taken away from Froggy, because my word, the fact that he was able to get so many of those crucial charms was absolutely insane. But we'll have to see with the standard Lucian Wukong on red side, it's going to be the Lee Sin and the Nocturne, so a lot of jungle pressure going towards Juhan in this jungle, especially with the Viego now gone as well.
We'll see what Juhan wants to do on this jungle pick, because the thing is, there are still like the second tier of junglers, right? You can still go down to things like the Xin Zhao that we have already seen, or even something like the Poppy if you're looking to specifically counter. Graves still there as well, as you say. So perhaps Saigon are looking for something specific. Perhaps they just want to shut down that mid jungle synergy from PSG.
Yeah, I'm curious though, because if you still want to go back over towards like taking the Ari, then which I assume is going to come through here, you can always go for something like the Graves to pair alongside it, like still an incredibly strong combo. And look, it is going to be the Ari. So now I feel like for PSG, right, you probably want to take away some of these big junglers and make sure that you're not kind of just giving across like a strong mid jungle across the Saigon Buffalo, and then they can play the exact same game they played against Orange.
Definitely an option here for PSG to try and limit that ball. And there's the Graves that you were talking about, Dagda. On point with it, PSG, of course. If they win this, tie up with G2 in 5th spot in MSI, something I don't think many people would have been expecting after day 1 and day 2. But that is the state of affairs right now. Saigon Buffalo still looking for their first win here in the Rumble stage.
All right, so I mean, I'm kind of looking at a mid lane pick here, probably coming through like something like the LeBlanc that we've kind of seen come through quite a bit into this matchup. We've had Zoe as a counter, even the Vex has come through quite a bit, but we'll have to see what Bay wants to decide to go for here. It feels like, again, a lot of this mid lane matchup is going to be pretty crucial, especially when we've seen like PSG Talent and Saigon Buffalo when they're at their highest. It has been pretty influential from that mid lane.
Excuse me, why would you pick mid lane when you pick Ornn? Like Ornn exists.
My bad. I mean, I should have listened to Hanabi, you know, I should have known that this was going to be the play.
78% win rate for Ornn. Hanabi obviously piloting it when PSG took down G2 the first time, and now we'll see how Saigon Buffalo want to answer. You see already the Gwen banned away by PSG, didn't want that free attacking lane for him, and instead the Camille here for Hazmet.
Yeah, I mean, just a really good matchup into the top lane. You get good lockdown as well, so it can work out super well if you're trying to like play on towards something like the Graves, or even just trying to play through side lanes as well. But with the Ari locked in, it's not like you're going to end up with like a Galio or something to try and fish around that on the top side. So you're going to have to see if Froggy can actually get out and try and influence that top lane regardless.
And Shogun looking back towards that Tristan. You want a slightly mobile, at least, AD carry here. Kai'Sa does give you a bit of that mobility to dive the backline alongside the Camille. Could even team this up with something like support Galio, something we haven't seen in a long time for that backline dive, or a Rakan or a Leona, anything to get on the backline. Even Rel does the same sort of thing. And Kai'Sa gets you away from the Ornn engage if you can manage to get those plasma procs going. Now, PSG looking towards their mid laner, as expected against this Ari.
But my biggest worry is, like, I know, look, you're probably going to go, okay, it's the Vex is the answer, but I mean, I feel like for PSG, you just ban away more of these junglers, right? You get rid of the Volibear, get rid of the Xin Zhao, and then you're like, well, how far are you going down this pool? Because, I mean, there's always like things like Diana, but you don't want the double AP, you know, that kind of stuff ends up being a bit messy. So I think you can kind of push BJ out of the equation here and just make sure he's really uncomfortable in this matchup.
Still a few options for him, but as you say, very difficult now with the Volibear being banned away for him to find something comfortable. Just looking over his most played, things like the Xin is next on the menu for him. The Hecarim a possibility, but that's really not in meta anymore. Perhaps something like the Trundle to deal with this Ornn, but the issue is you want someone that can really follow up the engage potential, the dive threat as well. So maybe the Xin, unless it gets banned out.
It could just be a Jarvan angle, but again, I think you lose out pretty heavily on the just on the jungle matchup, right? Like Graves is a great time there. So yeah, Xin Zhao now gone, and this is kind of where you're going, okay, maybe Jarvan. I could see something like a Kindred coming through, but I don't really think that fits with what Saigon Buffalo and how they want to play. So I'm really curious as to what the game plan is here for BJ.
He's not a huge AP jungle player either. I was thinking maybe something like the Diana or even a Lilia, but it's going to be an interesting one, and we'll have to wait and see where he goes through it. PSG here likely to pick their support, save their AD carry for us, or of course could go AD carry and then have the support counter pick, which
spicy.
Samira would be very spicy. Samira Renata is a very strong combination, but Tristana I think makes a little bit more sense for Unified. It's the flavor of the month here at MSI, and it will be locked in.
Yeah, Tristana just very strong. You can get a decent amount of push. You get the range advantage later on, which makes it a little bit more difficult for Kai'Sa. And even just having that buster shot to take her back out of the equation if she ever tries to ult in is pretty nice. But BJ looks like we're going on a very different angle here, the Rek'Sai hover. But yeah, I mean, Trundle, probably your best option here, and looks like it is going to be the case now. I mean, can work relatively okay in trying to like slow down the Graves, but Graves should still have an advantage in the matchup. And it feels like the Trundle, at least late game, is more about trying to steal those stats from the Ornn rather than kind of helping to lock down anyone in particular on the squad.
And initial always is like, how do you get close enough to the Ornn to steal away his stats, right? If he's Call of the Forge from a mile away, you have to wait for him to chase you. The Shen here for more dive potential, likely bringing out the Shen support. It's an interesting draft. It definitely has dive written all over it, but with the Trundle, it feels like it's kind of hampered a little bit. And then, of course, Shen's support is not something we too commonly see.
But it's also not a great engage tool, right? Because you only have Camille right now, and the Shen is your engage tool. So, I mean, suppose Ahri as well, but she's not exactly like dive. She's more of a follow-up. So it feels like when you've got this super tank in the front line with the Ornn, you've got like good peel as well in the Tristana for herself, Vex as well, having the ability to push people back and have her personal space. That's where I get a little bit worried about Saigon Buffalo. It feels like this is hey, we have to get the off the bat rolling very, very early, look for quick picks, and then hopefully we can take these fights instead.
Well, Froggy did an incredible job of finding early picks and consistent picks against RNG, and a lot of the weight on his shoulders you have to feel for this game. PSG have gone for a more traditional front-to-back team fighting draft. They have a strong mid jungle with the Vex and the Graves, and then a tank in the top lane and engage from the support. This is like, if you were to say, give me a quintessential team fighting comp, this would be it.
Give me quintessential PSG talent, and this is it, right? Like, you're always talking about these guys and how they love to play late game fights, play around neutrals. Like, they're one of the teams at the tournament, or one of the few teams at the tournament at least, that have like a negative goal difference of 14 on average. So I think definitely they're going to be playing for that style, and that's why I want to see if we get these early level 2 ganks from Trundle. I'd love to actually see these like super quick ganks into mid lane, try and burn some quick flashes on the Vex, and see if you can take over this game as quickly as possible as Saigon Buffalo.
Lots of pressure on Froggy's shoulders in the mid lane. We already heard the analysts talking about it. Shadow Froggy or Shut Down Froggy. Those are the two options for these two teams. Let's see if Saigon Buffalo or PSG are able to come out on top in this game. Big game for PSG as well. A win here ties them up, of course, with G2 tied 5th in the standings. And with them having a 2-0 head-to-head, if they did end up tied, or tied 4th technically, if they did end up tied with G2 at the end of tomorrow, PSG would take that spot. PSG would get 4th and G2 would end up going home in 5th. But still 3 games to go for both these teams. One of them, of course, starting now as we get on to Summoner's Rift.
And again, this is where I'm going to be keeping my eyes on towards BJ in the early stages. One of the things they're able to do is Trundle very well is like, oh, clear one camp, go for a quick level 2 gank in the mid lane. And oftentimes that's why you'll see like the mid laner try and like push and crash second wave rather than actually trying to crash the third wave. Just because of how much pressure you can get off of that play from Trundle. But speaking of pressure, Taki now getting a little sneaky in towards the PSG Talon jungle.
Something you can do on Shen, Rakan, jump, Gragas as well as a support, just jump over the wall, get a ward in, or even look for something. Hanabi here respecting the fact that he could be invaded, and was just backing away, but that ward means that Juhan's early clear will be spotted by Saigon Buffalo.
Yeah, just trying to keep an eye on exactly where this Graves is going to go. Because, I mean, look, for PSG Talon, right, like, it is nice if you can get some ganks off in the early stages, but realistically, like, unless Hazma gets super far ahead, you know you're going to be able to rely on this like late game team fighting, and Hazma won't be too much of an issue in a side lane. But if Saigon Buffalo can actually get this Camille ahead, that's where I start to worry, right? Because then you got a Shen ult on top of the Camille, suddenly you've a ton of opportunities to try and play side lanes really well as Saigon Buffalo, but we'll have to see how this early game is going to pan out.
Of course, it becomes hard for Triss to escape in teamfights as well if that happens. Camille obviously great in the side lane, as you say, can pressure the Ornn, but if teamfights do happen, she can just jump on the Tristana. It's like, well, you're locked in here with me. I put the cage down, make sure you can't escape, and have the follow-up of the rest of Saigon Buffalo. Hazmed and Hanabi just trading in the top lane there, kind of to be expected. The sort of the tax you pay for getting to lane when you help your jungler is a few auto attacks here or there. As Foggy chunked away by Bay there. Foggy down to about 100 HP, already through 2 corrupting potion stacks, has the biscuits as well, so can heal himself up a little bit, but Bay winning out the early trade.
Yeah, really nice early trade coming through from Bay, and should be able to get this push, actually get a good amount of damage down as well. Froggy really struggling in this lane. And this was actually like a matchup that myself and Eric were talking about a little bit. I think it was yesterday actually. Just kind of going like, it's really interesting to see, because when you look at like Ahri in general, her Q cooldown is much shorter, her mana costs aren't as high, her damage is higher for being able to push the wave, but oftentimes the Vex ends up coming out on top, just being able to auto attack the enemy down, getting that E and the fear off means you get good trades, and you can see Bay taking that full use here in this mid lane to push Froggy into, well, I was going to say in towards his tower, but hasn't quite crashed as BJ shows.
BJ with the red to blue and Gromp clear, hits the level 3, now looking for something. There's the pillar, Bay slowed it, flashes away, but the charm just wide. Bay with a good sidestep there. Means that he lives for today at least. Juhan coming in from the side as well. Maybe actually pinging for the Razorbeaks. You can see Kaiwing moving up as well. PSG trying to make a reactive play to the fact their mid laner had to burn Flash by bringing Kaiwing up and stealing away this camp.
And hang on, I was going to say, Bay actually avoids a lot of the damage in that mid lane as well, which means that he's perfectly happy to go and actually crash this wave now. And Froggy, honestly, can't really stay underneath the tower with so many members of PSG missing.
That was a really nice grapple from Hazmed. Wall jumps into Hanabi as he's charging forward, knocks him out of the charge, then doesn't get knocked up himself, even uses the pillar that Hanabi has built for him. Yeah. A little present from the Ornn towards that top side. BJ, though, looking for another gank in the mid lane. Flash available for Froggy. Flash Charm a possibility. Pillar goes out. Flash forward. Charm. Flash away from Froggy. He's going to die to the minions, but Bay should fall here. Juhan trying to get in time, but can't get there close enough. BJ flashed in, but Juhan won't be able to chase him any further.
And that's exactly what I wanted to see from BJ, putting pressure in towards this mid lane, especially with Bay sticking around, no flash. Froggy did flash away just in case some of these spells from Bay connected, but I mean, it works out in the end.
It doesn't. Juhan not there in time to react. You can see Kaiwing trying to team up with his jungler quite a lot in this early game as well. As Taki and Shogun have been forced underneath the tower. Bay TP's back, as does Froggy. No flashes on either of them now. Bay with a slight 1v1 advantage, but the lane really hasn't been to 1v1 so far.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to change anytime soon either. Like, you can see the way BJ's playing this, right? He's going to go up towards his Raptors, probably try and look for a play mid.
Smart play here from Kaiwing. Demounted, flash away by Unified. Kaiwing looking for the slow. You're slowed, you then mount up, you get the flip, and then you can get the knock up afterwards, but Taki able to dodge back forward and burn Unified's flash.
Yeah, just unfortunate Unified jumping in right as that end up missing and has to back away. But now we actually get BJ in the bot side, knowing there's no flash.
No flash on Unified. Good flash taunt from Taki. Unified's going to try and jump away with the pillar. Will lock him in place. Shogun exhausted, but it's not going to matter too much. One more auto will be enough. Flash for it. Shogun takes the Kaiwing. Dashes back underneath the tower with a flash of his own. Saigon Buffalo have come to play today.
Yeah, starting to get a bit of a stampede going here. You get the play in mid, you get the, oh, hang on, no Hazard.
Oh, gets the adaptive defenses just in time. Didn't quite get the E cancel out of the Hanabi knockup. We'll have to back away. Does have TP.
Yeah, should be able to get back up towards this lane. I actually saw Froggy starting to move up there. I wasn't sure if they were actually going to go for a quick bit of a lane swap, but I think Hazard should be fine to just clear out these waves. And it's all going to be coming up trumps for Saigon Buffalo. Like, this is actually so good to see, because, I mean, look, just punishing the fact that Unified had instantly gone for that flash, and now you get the jump, but BJ just holds onto the pillar, sets up so nicely. And this was kind of what we're talking about, right? Like, you already had BJ in the area, he wanted to go for his Raptors, and was perfectly set up to go for the spot lane play.
And all because Unified had to flash away from Taki's initial taunt down towards that bottom side. Now Saigon Buffalo with a 700 gold lead, about 6 minutes in, lead in the bot lane, about even in the top lane, but that jungle advantage for BJ, even though he's behind in terms of experience, he's been everywhere on the map. Froggy, I think, just spotted Juhan dashing into that warded bush, and so he immediately backs away.
Yeah, you'd even had Taki start to move up as well. They were well aware of what was about to happen in this mid lane. Now, Taki actually sneaking in here with BJ as well, but will now be spotted on the ward.
Who is on their way here? Kaiwing, not going to come across all the way, just clearing out wards of his own. Juhan here does have that serrated dirk already complete on the Graves. Of course, Umbral Glaive, the item that we're seeing mostly. He has farmed up pretty well on this Graves, so he's in a strong position. He just hasn't really been as involved as BJ yet.
And that's the thing, right? Like, BJ knows he has to be the one that's getting involved. That's why you're seeing the big CS discrepancy. BJ is giving up CS so he can be in the right place at the right time to try and facilitate Saigon Buffalo getting these early leads. Now, PSG trying to set themselves up nicely as well, getting these early dragons, playing towards what will inevitably be their big win condition, which is these late game neutral objective fights.
For the moment, I'll be okay with the fact that it's relatively even. You can even see Unified going for Cull here on the Tristana. He knows that he's just in it for the long haul, farming up as much as he can. Hanabi going Warden's Mail first on the Ornn here. Sometimes you see the Barmy Cinder, but Warden's Mail into a matchup where you know you're going to get harassed by physical damage is a very good purchase.
I just want to see Saigon Buffalo trying to play a little bit more heavily towards Hazard, like bring in a bit of that AP damage, because, I mean, Froggy actually has a decent amount of control here, with Taki consistently moving up, BJ being there as well. I mean, the Flash is about to come back from base, so, like, use the fact you've got this push now to see if you can look for some of these dives on the top lane, because Hazmat, I feel like, is going to be one of your big tools to try and win out in this game.
So how would you do that? because the game is relatively slow, and I think PSG are happy doing that. Let's talk that through. If you were Saigon Buffalo here in this situation, what would you be planning? How would you be setting up to try and get Hazmed into a stronger position?
So one of the things I'm looking at is like bot lane has push here, right? So you start to move Taki in towards the mid lane. He'll be able to start to, I should actually draw this. You're right. I forgot.
So as if I set you up perfectly to try and draw. I will say, perhaps don't draw right now because PSG are going to fight around this Rift for a second.
I'm so distracted by the different buttons.
I know, the buttons are great. It's true. Have you seen the emotes we have on it as well? You should have a look at those at some point. As Foggy looks for something here. Bade first in the bush. Control of the river for PSG. BJ looking for the eye here. Enemy jumps forward. BJ just CC'd to death. Feared and destroyed by PSG. They'll take the Rift home.
So that is not how you want to try and set up for Hazmed to go well in the top side. Because I was looking at you like, oh yeah, you know, Taki is push, you can slowly move him up, it's all going to be great. But, I mean, PSG just kind of go, well, Taki is still bot side, so let's just go for this. Let's just make the play. And beautiful engage from Hanabi to set that one up.
Yeah, really well played by them. You could see actually Foggy went to catch wave in mid lane, and then Bay had first move into the river, meaning Foggy could never really get in because Bay could keep him at bay. Good one, that. And then because of that, BJ was just a little bit too greedy trying to get the Herald. It was one of those, perhaps you should have given it up, but when you've started the Herald, when you've got it down to 2,000, you kind of want to finish that off.
Yeah, it looks like, though, BJ just going to move up here to the top side. Not going to look for the gank because that is a massive minion wave. But, again, like, this is kind of where we're seeing Saigon Buffalo fall apart a little bit, right? Like, oftentimes they have the idea of what they would like to do, but it's the initial setup that starts to fall apart for them. And unfortunately, there you can see with Froggy not having control over mid, realistically, BJ shouldn't have tried to go for the Rift Herald. They should have waited for Taki to come up and help out Froggy to get mid-prio, but that was just unfortunate there where they just tried to fight off more than they could chew.
And for the moment, they are struggling a little bit to find avenues in this early game. They started off well, had about 1,000 gold lead. PSG now have broken that back. They have an Ocean Drake to themselves as well. And one of the things about when you're trying to get ahead as an early game team, what you don't want to see on the enemy team is vision denial. And Juhan now has an Umbral Glaive already complete at 10 minutes in the game. Because when you're looking for picks, when you're looking to make catches with your charm, you want to know that you can deny as much vision as possible and you can get these wards into the enemy jungle. Here, Saigon Buffalo really can't do that too easily because Juhan just does that and the ward is gone.
And yeah, that's why it gets so difficult to try and get control against the Graves. And again, why we've seen him kind of rise up in party. But I think the big thing here is like trying to get control over River is the most important part here for Saigon Buffalo. Because as long as you have control of that, it opens up Froggy to actually start moving up and down the river. Even just keeping like his tail in his own side of the jungle so he's not being spotted. But at the moment, you can already look PSG talent like have that ward control there. So it makes it hard for Froggy to start to move.
But you can see Saigon Buffalo agree with you because they have 5 oracles. I don't think I've ever seen that from a team in professional play. They really want to deny as much vision as possible. Now, BJ had worked his way down towards this bottom side. Stand United available for Taki. That's the Shen ultimate. That big shield could be impactful in making a 1v1 a 2v1. However, PSG moving up from the bottom side and looking for a play onto Froggy. Stand United, a possibility. Froggy able to back away. PSG will put the Rift Herald down in the mid lane. No wave really to accompany it. So this will just be plates going over to Shuhan on that Graves. I don't think Bay got any autos in. Tower plates all go over to that Graves, and now a 700 gold lead for Shuhan in the jungle.
Yeah, and I mean, look, this is just super nice coming through from PSG talent, like slowly but surely getting control, making sure they're keeping even with Saigon Buffalo. And I mean, with a Dragon now in 30 seconds, they should be able to get this quick reset off and try and fight it. But I mean, Juhan a little bit late on the reset, so this may just be Saigon getting the Cloud Dragon for themselves.
And that's the thing, if you're PSG, you know you have a team fight comp, you know you want to get to at least 1 item, probably 2 before you really start taking those 5v5s. If you can play safe and just give up this Dragon, that is very good for you. Tower, though, possibilities coming, going in, TP, PSG, they don't want to play safe, they're looking for the kills. BJ flashes away, the Stand United keeps him shielded. Double TP burn at the corner of the Forge God is coming through as well. BJ sniped with the collateral damage, and Saigon Buffalo run for the hills.
And just great from PSG. I mean, look at the wave in top side. Hanabi knew he'd already got that shoved in. He's going to be able to TP back down to the bot side, still get the reset and catch that wave in the top. And PSG playing out that map spectacularly there.
And here's me saying, oh, you can just wait, just give up the Dragon PSG. Like, nope, not today. We're going all in. Kaiwing with a flash engage, and that's something Rel is just so good at. Flash, Magnet Storm, so difficult to dodge. Fear comes out. Foggy does land the charm onto Bay. Still trying to get this minion wave under tower, will do so. Second Dragon of the game over to PSG, and a Hextech Drake next to spawn.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate for Saigon Buffalo there, like trying to bite off more than they could chew. Because as you're looking bot side, right, like you had the push there, you could have just retreated over towards the Dragon, but they thought, hey, we're going to get a bit greedy. We can grab the 2 kills under the tower and then get Dragon, but PSG just able to react spectacularly. And now, still seeing a lot of folks hovering around here as they will get mid push. I saw Taki moving up river and wasn't sure how aggressive we wanted to go, but...
Well, Foggy's got a very aggressive charm flashed away there by Bay. Kraken Slayer is complete for Shogun, but even with that first kill, it hasn't really had as much effect in this game as perhaps he would have liked so far. PSG in a very strong position with 4 minutes on the next Dragon. They'll be happy just to wait this one out until they can fight around that neutral again.
Yeah, I mean, look, for PSG, telling you straight shooting. You just do not care in the slightest. Yeah, because, I mean, look, here, Saigon, you could have just gone towards Dragon. You already had Ari moving down, but Ari isn't there in time. So now BJ's forced to flash. The TP from Hasmid, or Hanabi, knowing that Hasmid's stuck underneath his tower. Juhan shows up nicely and says, thank you very much. I'll take some free gold.
You see the Shadow Surge coming in as well. It's like, well, one of us going to get it.
Yeah, a race to the finish line, but... yeah, I mean, look, it's just Saigon Buffalo have tools that they could have used, but now you're starting to see, like, we're approaching the 14-minute mark, that the gold is still in favor of PSG, late game in favor of PSG, and the early emphasis on trying to get Hazmat ahead hasn't been there.
Bay no flash, remember, good taunt coming in. Juhan is here, but Bay cannot survive through this. Juhan with the collateral damage will force BJ away, but good fight there from Saigon Buffalo to manage to find a pick in the mid lane.
All right, so let's see what we can do now, because Froggy has presence in mid lane, could start to roam down to bot side, cover this dive, because Juhan, he's looking, and as you can see, look, Shogun backed off the wave, isn't able to actually stick around because he doesn't know where the PSG players are.
Yeah, it's smart from Shogun to back away, but you are losing waves, experience, gold to the tower, maybe even losing the tower. Tristana very good at taking it when her explosive shot gets up towards those higher levels. Now, Saigon Buffalo trying to answer with something in the mid lane. Juhan caught. Great charge in by Shogun, and Saigon Buffalo. Signs of life here from the Vietnamese representatives. They take back the gold lead and they wrest back control of this game.
Yeah, I mean, PSG will get the bot lane turret. You can get mid here. And honestly, like, look at the moves already. They're looking for the dive on top side. This is what I wanted to see from Saigon.
Starting to move all around the map. It feels like a switch has been flicked. The charm comes out, and Hanabi can be as tanky as you want. Ornn can be broken, but you won't be able to survive that. Saigon Buffalo now kills across the map, 1,000 gold lead. Hazmed in a strong position on this Camille. Divine Sundra complete. Kaiwing coming up here. Will just dash across the wall, but that might even actually be tower just for the Camille. She will get rid of that very quickly. Rift Herald will go down as well as Saigon Buffalo start at the tower. About a quarter of its health remaining, and Hazmed does not want to stay around any longer.
Yeah, but I mean, you've already got mid tower down, and this opens up so many more opportunities for Saigon Buffalo to make these sorts of plays, especially with the Rift Herald in the back pocket, right? You push up mid, start to rotate into sides, and chances are they'll try and move down towards the bot side just because Hazmed has so much control in this top lane.
You can see the ebb and the flow of the game just by the way the players are positioning. Saigon Buffalo went mid to top, then started to back away. PSG take that moment to step forward into this jungle on the top side, look to try and take a tower of their own. And after what was a patient early game from PSG, they have been brought to life a little bit, or brought to death by the recent plays by Saigon Buffalo. Sitting though, still in an okay position. You know, a minute on the Dragon, you are only about 300 gold behind. You have your first item complete on Unified, you have the Sunfire Cape complete on Hanabi. You're gonna have all your ultimates for this fight as well. PSG, if they can find a good fight, should still be able to win out the full 5v5, but if they get picked off like this again, a little bit tricky for them.
Yeah, Kaiwing on bot side here, but look, this is what I wanted to point out is like we got a minute until the Dragon. You've already got push coming in the bot side of the map. If I can get this freehand draw, then the bot side of the map, you get the push in mid as well. You can use the Rift Herald to threaten the tier 2, and then if you don't, even Hazmed is still going to get this wave in the top side as well to get that top tower. So either way, you're going to get the top tower. You should have the TP up in just a moment for Hazmed as well, so he can join in on the Dragon fight. So it's still Saigon Buffalo in a good spot map-wise to make sure they can get control.
And you feel they kind of have to take this fight around the Dragon. Now, in good positions items-wise, Shogun has the Kraken Slayer Phantom Dancer. PSG looking to catch someone from Saigon out. Now, there's a ward here that Foggy will spot. Taki immediately jumped up by PSG. They were lying in wait, but Taki so tanky. Foggy coming in from the side. Taki will fall first. BJ looking for the damage onto Unified. Kaiwing pops the stopwatch. BJ in the middle of them as Unified jumps away. Hanabi down towards the bottom as the TP comes in. Killer Instinct onto Kaiwing. Shogun should be able to take out one. Hazmed with the chase doesn't land. The knockup will bring the Hextech ultimatum down. Hazmed falls as well. Bay will go down. Shogun. Bay survives. Shogun gets one more though. Unified sacrificed himself for Bay. Hanabi will die as well. Saigon Buffalo stampede over PSG.
Brilliant play from Saigon Buffalo, and that's what we're talking about. They had the map pressure that they wanted to make the play, and PSG Talon tried to catch them out before that TP from Hasmid was available, but Saigon, they not only get the tier 2, they get the inhibitor turret, and now they get to fall back nicely for that dragon that we were all fighting for earlier on.
And Shogun in this fight, just correct position at the correct time. It's PSG that look to make the play.
And that's the thing, right? You've got Hasmid pushing topside, so like, look, we can find this fight, but Unified plays this really well. Does wait until the Trundle Pillar comes down before he flashes, but he jumps, but he ends up taking so much damage. He's now out of the equation. Froggy going forward forces the Jew hand flash, which means that as Hasmid goes in, you've no escape tools left for the PSG line.
They almost falls. Unified's like, maybe we can turn this, not quite. And then Hanabi comes back, but not really much you can do as an Ornn in that sort of situation when you're caught out by 3. Saigon Buffalo now 3,000 gold ahead. Take the Dragon as well, which means that stacking Drake for PSG is no longer an option. They need to keep finding fights like that, though. Even though PSG initiated that, Saigon Buffalo cannot let the pace of this game fall down.
And this is where I really want to see Saigon Buffalo like trying to play with Hasmid, right? Nerdy has his second item completed, which means he's in a really good spot. So I think your best way to start trying to make this happen is like pushing in mid, always threatening the dive with Hasmid and trying to get control over this topside jungle. If you can get that and start like teetering in and out of Fog of War, it makes it really hard for Hanabi or even Bay to try and play safe in a side lane against this Camille dive.
For the moment though, PSG the ones trying to get river control first. Hanabi obviously very tanky on this Ornn, but all the tankiness in the world can just be subjugated by BJ in fights, and if you're the last man standing as Ornn, there's not too much you can do in those sorts of situations. PSG trying to catch Hasmed as he clears out a wave towards the top side. No flash.
Is there, though.
Shenot, as you say, is a possibility. PSG decide they need to defend mid lane instead. The rest of Saigon Buffalo, though, looking for perhaps a flank position here, Dagda.
Yeah, but this is what we're talking about, right? Like, you push in mid, get control of topside jungle, and... oh, wait a second.
So you go for it. BJ forward, Kaiwing with the stun. BJ a little bit too far forward, and they get the CC. Corner of the four shot coming down as well as Taki tries to get away. Hasmid not there yet, but he dives onto Unified on the back line. Unified dashing forward onto Shogun. Unified still alive. Froggy and Hasmid now dashing towards the enemy base. Can they survive? Can they win this 3v5? Taki from the side looking for another taunt. Froggy, the charm just wide. All of PSG on a knife's edge. Teetering between life and death. One will fall. Froggy with another Spirit Rush could go forward. Saigon Buffalo might lick their wounds and retreat, but they might go further in if they see an opportunity. PSG retreat, and they win out on the fight in the end.
It is a 2-for-1, but unfortunate Saigon Buffalo just sitting on that ward. They do get a good amount of vision control in this topside jungle, which is what they were fighting for, but PSG desperately trying to find those windows where they can claw their way back into control of this game.
It's so hard to find them. You can see here, this is good vision control. Taki and BJ push up a little bit too far without vision of their own. And they're just caught out.
I mean, a bit late just here for Saigon Buffalo, right? The mid-wave dive, PSG gets to come across, Hasmid isn't in position, but even with that, right, Hasmid does a great job of getting a ton of damage on towards Unified, so he's now got to play this fight incredibly safe. Froggy's in a fantastic position with Taki consistently pressuring the backline, so no one from PSG can really walk up, and oh, that miss from Froggy could have...
Saigon Buffalo just started the bound here. This 2000 is gone. What a great call from the VCS representatives. Managed to sneak away the Baron under PSG's noses. I wonder if PSG just weren't expecting that to happen. Now, 4,000 gold ahead for Saigon Buffalo. They're in a strong position here, Doctor.
But where's the Saigon Buffalo been?
Yep.
Now that they're eliminated, I'm like, guys, this could have been the story of you for MSI. This is the threatening team that we saw coming in from the group stage. And finally, we're getting to see what the VCS is capable of in the Rumble stage.
Sometimes when the expectation is off, it becomes the easiest to play your game. And we're seeing that Vietnam have always been a region to be feared at international competition, often picking up wins against major region teams. Froggy, the charm just short, just wide. Spirit Rush used now. Baron pushing in the top lane though, and Saigon Buffalo continue their advance, continue to march forward. This will be the tower charm wide once again. Hanabi called to the Porch God, an option for him. Do you go for the re-engage? PSG have given up their tier 2. And Saigon Buffalo are happy with just that.
Yeah, they're missing out on the mid-wave, though, which has crashed in onto the inhibitor. So PSG going to back away. They don't want to try and take a fight, which they could potentially lose, and that could actually spell the end of the game. Dragon in 50 seconds, though. Honestly, I think for PSG Talon, just trying to get your waves back in control. Wait until this third item is completed for Unified is your best bet, because Saigon Buffalo right now are firing on all cylinders.
Third item for Unified is a long way away, Dag. He's sitting on a quick cloak. Doesn't have any other part of that expected Infinity Edge. Now, it will be very strong. When he gets to that 3 item on Tristana, he is an incredibly powerful carry, but I don't know if Saigon Buffalo are willing to let him wait.
But that's the thing. My biggest worry is that for PSG, if they try and take this fight, they end up losing it, or even if they don't, right, you don't get control of your wave. Saigon Buffalo get to use this Baron buff really efficiently, as you know, Saigon thinking of going for this fight, but yeah, it's just so difficult to try and go for a flank here.
Yeah, Bay's been waiting for a long time. BJ has to flash away. The Everfrost from Bay would have locked him up. Bay was waiting behind enemy lines for a while.
And here's the thing, right?
TP. Saigon Buffalo, they won the fight, Dagda. They're calling for it. Counter TP coming in as Hazmed is the first to join the fight. Foggy going forward, looking for the charm. Hazmed diving onto the back line. The taunt comes in with Taki on the chase. Kaiwing forced away as well, and Unified is low. Jumps to safety, but Hanabi has no such luxury. He will fall first. Foggy misses the charm, but Shogun does not miss the kill onto Kaiwing. Saigon Buffalo advance.
Saigon Buffalo have done it. They're able to get this Baron, but they've got the creeps at PSG. Who's left to try and make the hero play?
Bay, Unified, and Zhuhan, the 3 remaining members of PSG, and they have taken out one. BJ tanking up the tower. The cannon minion won't do that. And because of that, Foggy, Foggy should have taken the Hex Gate, my man. That was not the way to go. You ever played Frogger as a kid? He just jumped in front of one of the cars.
Yeah, he never made it across the road, but I mean, you've got PSG Talon who are now crossing their jungle, looking for this dragon. Saigon Buffalo are trying to burst it down, but PSG Talon are on the way.
Only second dragon of the game for Saigon Buffalo. Bay TP'd in, wasn't able to find anything, doesn't have the Shadow Surge right now. We'll spot out the fact that Hazmed is here, but Hazmed can just jump the wall. Even with that fear, he'll be able to retreat safely. 24 minutes in, Saigon Buffalo inhibitor down in the mid lane. They've taken a Nexus Tower as well. They have a 5,000 gold lead, and today they have come out fighting.
Yeah, I mean, here for Saigon, right, you get this fantastic fight. Hazmed tries to get the flash into the middle of Ever to stun them, but just can't quite get Unified with a fantastic flash from the Tristana, but it doesn't really matter. Taki, following in the submarine, manages to pick off the Trist, and then Saigon Buffalo are able to just continue forcing their way through PSG, but I mean, 3 of their carries still available. PSG Talon are able to turn this back around as Saigon advance.
And do get the first Nexus Tower. Taki oversteps a little bit. Graves' damage is pretty disgusting in this sort of situation. You look for the taunt. Juhan was able to dodge away. Now, Saigon Buffalo looking for Hanabi. That's a great pillar as well. Hanabi forced to flash away. The damage from Shogun is absurd, but he takes up 3 tower shots. The tower will be forfeit as Hanabi has to retreat to the fountain to heal up. Has the call of the Forge God, though. Maybe they'll look for a re-engage here. Shadow Surge, a possibility.
It's BJ's ult down and Shogun's ult down, so maybe PSG Talon can do something because Hazmat is going to threaten the base here. Hanabi en route.
Walking in the minions has that Hex Gate, of course, alongside the wall jump, so he can escape pretty easily. Saigon Buffalo, 10 seconds before this wave hits the bottom side. Down to 5 now, and this is where PSG really have to find their last offensive. Saigon decide to push in. Instead, they back out. Hazmed just used his wall jump. All right, he's going to be able to walk underneath the tower. There's a possibility there that Hanabi maybe looked for a call of the Forge God, knowing that Hazmed has no flash, and you have the Hex Gates for the wraparound chase.
God, this would be absolutely incredible, though. If Saigon Buffalo are able to take down PSG Talon, NA fans going to be absolutely delighted that they managed to put a little bit more distance between themselves and PSG Talon. But you got to wonder now, can Saigon close this one out? It's been a rough Rumble stage for the Buffaloes, but I mean, the game here against RNG now looking good against PSG Talon. It feels like, as you said, pressure off, and Saigon Buffaloes look great.
As you say, EG fans, NA fans very happy, G2 fans the same. Remember, if they tied with PSG, they lose that head-to-head, they would be eliminated without an extra game played. Saigon Buffalo doing favors for the Western regions here if they can manage to pick up this win. But PSG continue their defense. The super minions in the mid lane will only push for another 2 minutes. I say only 2 minutes is a long time, especially with a Baron and a Dragon spawning within it. PSG trying to get control of their own jungle. Kaiwing clears out a ward. There's another ward there, though, that I don't think PSG are aware of. So Froggy knows that Kaiwing is here.
I mean, Hazmed pushing into the bot side as well, threatening the inhibitor turret. I mean, as long as you can kind of keep control of this area, you can look for quick picks, and PSG trying to brute force their way in, knowing that Hazmat is going to be threatening that inhibitor turn in just a moment.
It's one moment of stillness before the drop. One breath before the abyss as PSG step forward. Hanabi has TP, as does Hazmat. They're pushing in the bottom lane. Baron started by Saigon Buffalo. Perhaps a moment between them and their first win here at MSI. The TP's coming in. Froggy looking for the flash time, lands it onto Shuhan. Hazmat diving up the back line as well, and Shuhan's already dead. Froggy, what a day this man is having. He lands the charm, and perhaps he lands the victory bell for Saigon Buffalo. PSG corralled to their death. Kaiwing escapes, Bay taunted, and Saigon Buffalo will not stand without a win.
Saigon Buffalo now marching towards the base. They've done it. Froggy's Ari has been impeccable today. And just like that, PSG Talon are routed.
For the glory of the VCS, they weren't the best, but today they rise above. Saigon Buffalo claim their first win at MSI.
What an incredible game from Saigon Buffalo. As you say, paying back brother Jankos, making sure that they can get him across the line. And with as well, Evil Geniuses breathing a sigh of relief. The VCS cries out, what a absolutely banger performance from the VCS.
Huge game from Saigon Buffalo. Incredible performance. Obviously their first game of the Rumble stage. They did win games in the group stage. But yes, as you say, G2 very happy with this. PSG now looking at having to close out tomorrow with a couple of wins if they are going to be able to make it to that Rumble stage. It has been a day of topsy-turvy League of Legends, and these 5 players on your screen have been at the heart of it, almost taking down the reigning MSI champs earlier today, and then beating PSG with a composition that perhaps wasn't as strong in the full 5v5 later on in the game. They just found pick after pick after pick, and Froggy, what a day for this man.
I mean, himself and BJ both having absolutely incredible performances. Like we talked about in the early stages, what we needed to see from Saigon Buffalo. Now, it took a little bit of time to get rolling, but BJ getting the early ganks mid, making sure that you can punish that Vex, who's not able to get away from that.
Mark Ruffalo overjoyed. Look at that man. He's too happy.
But oh my God, absolutely incredible. And look, I'm delighted that they do get to kind of have that moment of celebration, because having that performance, almost taking down RNG, it felt nearly unfair, honestly, that the Buffaloes didn't get that win, but they find one later on in the day.
They really do. And of course, tomorrow they still have 2 more opportunities, T1 and G2 on their menu. And after the way they played today, I'm not sure G2 or T1 will be too ready for that game. The Buffaloes, powered by Mark Ruffalo, finally secure their first win of the MSI 2022 Rumble stage, playing huge spoiler in the fight for the knockouts. After the break, we'll conclude the day with RNG versus EG. Stay tuned.
You can see Finn just wandering around this fight. Eventually does go down, but it's a trade. Jojo Pyun going to be taken next as now RNG are just knocking down the dominoes one after the other. That's the ace for RNG.
The absolute BF. Vigar, no more cage to keep him safe. Big shutdown to the side of Impact. EG monster that fight.
Behind 14 epic days of epicness. Behind 61 million hours of dropped jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends MSI 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ. Interior Krispy Kreme. Roll around with the team. Better get with the regime. I don't do no pretending. Take you to new dimensions. Shawty all in my mentions. Shawty won't give me inches. With a bossy baby. I'll get you frosty, baby. Don't care what it costs me, baby. I'm feeling flossy lately. I got the rock. I got the rock. I got the sauce. I got that drip. Can't f with no op. Drinking my cup. Pull up the rock. Stay getting lit. Yeah, till I drop. 4 a.m. and I can't feel my face, yeah. Pour me up some more, a bubble, yeah. Nothing new to me, so if you trust me, I can make you love me. Baby, do you love me? You love me. You with me, know you on the right track. Drop a couple bands and get it right back. I'm just dripping black diamonds and Louis. These niggas like ooey. I'm so bad and bougie, it's a movie, yeah. Count my wins so I don't take a loss. Baby, can you handle me like Kyrie with the cross? I don't like no boy and you know I cut you off. Katie with the block, too shady with the ops. I got the rock, I got the rock, I got the sauce. I got that drip, can't f with no op. Drinking my cup, pull up the rock, stay getting lit. Yeah, till I drop. Oh na na na, 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 oh na na na.
Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it go on.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. There are two things that I hope come from this huge win for the Saigon Buffaloes. First of all, celebrations, props, kudos to the VCS. Managing to pick that win up. It's something that both EG and G2 are hugely thankful for. And secondly, I actually hope Mark Ruffalo and his social media team somehow hear about all the spams and mentions.
Thanks, Mark Ruffalo.
Yes, thanks, Mark Ruffalo. You helped the Buffaloes. We'll quickly bring up a few of the replays to just celebrate this win. But then I do want to talk about what it means for the standings. Orgs, I'm going to come to you first because when we were backstage, I think the discussion was PSG had to try really hard to lose this game with this draft. Is that what we were saying?
I feel like both teams came out with a lot of tools that they could use to utilize in these fights. But I feel like Saigon Buffalo, we've seen when they get out of the laning phase and they aren't far behind, the execution has been so strong today.
Yeah, and I think going into this, they check every box, right? They have creativity with the Taki Shen support. We have a dive comp that they can execute. Froggy gets out of lane and performs really well.
I mean, yep, those pillars from Trundle were absolutely massive. I mean, it was a great, really well played. Husman in particular. Look, everybody on the Buffalo played well. They almost, or maybe they should have won that game against RNG earlier. But when we see this performance once again from RE, 2 games in a row, 2 fantastic performances today.
Yeah, and I just think it's fantastic when we see them looking for fights, how everyone sort of knows their role. Froggy with these great charm flashes.
Yep,
and then
look at that pillar
the
again.
flanks coming in.
Okay, impersonal joke. I'll move on for a little bit. For PSG, on the other hand, Emily, surprising, disappointing. What do you make of the loss? Because they did seem to be a little bit outclassed.
Yeah, I mean, I think I said that this is going to be a matchup between Bay and Froggy and how both teams kind of played around. Obviously, Bay on the Vex is something he's really comfortable on. But in this case, I just think Saigon Buffalo were able to push their advantages so much. Once they got out of, again, the laning phase and were able to choose their fights, I thought they did a really good job, and that's what pushed them over the edge in this game.
All right, so I want to move us on and talk about how surprising the results today have been and take a look at the standings, as well as discuss what this means for the semi-final implications. So as you can see the standings on your screen, it's pretty obvious at this point that RNG are locked into the semi-finals. T1 have at least a tiebreaker guaranteeing them one of those top 4 positions. There could be, rules that come into place. There could be a game that comes into place. But you can safely assume those two should be there. Now, in terms of scenarios for teams that'll make it through, I'm going to rattle a few numbers off at you, but EG are now 78% into the semifinals of all the remaining scenarios, third. G2, 72% of scenarios, that's making them fourth in terms of the number of places. I'll make it very simple. If EG beat PSG tomorrow, they're into knockouts, and it doesn't matter what the hell happens right now against RNG. It is that simple. I do want to move us on to that pre-match, and that means that we're going to take a look at one of the interviews that Law had with RNG's Xiaohu about this matchup.
Xiaohu, thank you so much for joining me after this game. Ni hao. Quick words about the game against Saigon Buffalo, please.
那首先恭喜你们获得了比赛的胜利。对上一场面对 SGB 的比赛有什么样的看法呢？
上一场的话，上一场对战 SGB 的比赛，其实我们的失误是比较多的吧，就是在不属于我们的回合跟对面发生了一些争斗吧，然后也是让对面狐狸就是超前发育了，提前出了水云一些，然后从而导致就是中路没有什么主导权，然后游戏进行的会比较累吧，
I think in the previous game, we just made too many mistakes. Maybe we just made so many skirmishes when our draft is not that strong. And also after that, the RE can scale up so well with a very good item build. So we didn't manage to deal with this part so good for the macro, I think, in the previous game.
All right, yeah, as we know, it's a super strong champion right now, but it doesn't change the fact that RNG is 6-1 in the Rumble stage right now. Do you think it reflects your current level in MSI?
但是呢，现在你们依旧是保持一个非常好的一个战绩，6-1的一个比分。那你觉得这是不是反映了可能你们目前的一个整体的一个强度呢？
其实我觉得这次 MSI 中，就是所有战队的在前中期的一个实力部署都差不多，都有机会打出优势，也都有机会，也都可能会出现一些意外。但是我觉得安基在中后期的运营方面的话，就是做的决策什么都会比较好一些吧，相比其他战队，没有那么鲁莽。
I think for this MSI, definitely all the teams they can do so well in the early game. They can get some leads from the early game, and all the teams may have some accidents as well. But I think RNG, our advantage is our late game macro. We can make the very good decisions, and we can play quite meticulously in the late game to try to control all the situations.
Yeah, and definitely something important given the current meta. But focusing on the next game, earlier today, T1 was beaten by Evil Geniuses. What is your take on this game as you will face Evil Geniuses later today? And what can we expect from this matchup?
那其实，在之前的比赛当中，在今天早一点的时候 ，EG 也是成功拿下了 T1嘛。所以说，你对 EG 和 T1的这场对决可能有什么样的看法？那接下来你们也要面对 EG， 那你会对接下来的比赛有什么样的期待呢？
其实这几天比赛就是强队输的局、翻车的局还是蛮多的，这让我意识到一个问题，就是在这个版本中，可能拿单线强势的英雄去压制对面，并不适合赢的游戏，然后反而是就是团战这种好的一方会更容易赢的游戏一些。
So I feel basically after we played so many games and watched so many games for a couple of days, we feels like there are so many strong teams, but they didn't manage to win the game. This really happened for so many times, and I feels like sometimes even we pick the draft like we can be super strong in the solo lanes, but we play so dominant from the solo lanes, but we cannot win the game. I think the team fight on the draft that can be super strong in the team fight may be the key to get the win.
All right, well, thank you very much for this insight, Xie for the interview. Xiaohu, Wendy, thanks again for the translation, and back to you guys in Berlin.
Thank you so much, Lord. That was a fantastic interview, and I feel really happy that every interview you've had today, Lord, has kind of mirrored a lot of the content we've been talking about on the desk today, talking about the meta, talking about the team fights, etc. We've only got about 3 minutes until draft, and I want to look at both of these teams' respective games from earlier today. And we just heard, in terms of RNG, talking about the late game macro, late game decision making. They were put to the test against Saigon Buffalo. Do you think they should have lost that game? It was really close. Do you think it will rattle them at all?
I don't think you can rattle RNG. I feel like they've been through the trenches when it came to their playoffs. There was so many games that they shouldn't have won, particularly against top esports that they faced in the final, and they managed to find windows back in. But absolutely, I feel like Saigon Buffalo played this one fantastically. Just missed out at the end, but yeah, they definitely deserve the win there.
And I also think the strategy that Saigon Buffalo employed of having that strong mid-jungle, really focusing on making sure that Froggy was at least even or ahead coming out of laning phase, was really key and not something we see Evil Geniuses do that often, right? They are much more, especially after earlier today, seem like they're going to opt into just mid to late game team fighting.
I want Emily to keep hearing that because we will run into the EG versus T1 replays in just a moment. But continue building on this a little bit because I think we've seen as the course of the tournament's played out, the team fights are becoming scrappier, the game is becoming even a little bit longer in time in terms of game minutes, bigger team fights, less kills early game. What do you think EG will need to do against RNG now that they successfully did against T1?
I mean, I liked the Galio pick. I think that's good for JoJo. When we saw him successfully domestically, it was always on something like Rise, like TF, where he's joining up, again, inspired Vulcan, setting stuff up, and then they're controlling side lane pressure. So I would still like to see something like that that also contributes, again, to 5v5 fighting.
Yeah, ultimately, I think if you get Danny ahead, he can be a massive carry in a lot of these situations. And it's kind of twofold. I think if you don't shut down Gala, I think that's been a major issue for the side, for anyone facing RNG, just because he's become such a powerhouse in those late game team fights. So I think that, for me, is a direction they need to head towards.
And I think it's fair to say that RNG are going to be significantly less likely to open the opportunity for Baron throws or Baron team fights, and stylistically are not necessarily accustomed to making those mistakes.
But they have been, so...
Oh,
no.
I mean, I love Bin, but there's definitely some Bin moments that we've seen.
I mean, I think if Impact can have another impactful game like he did earlier today, will be positive. Emily, final thoughts here in terms of that stylistic, mismatch or where there could be challenges, because obviously EG are still the heavy underdogs in this matchup.
Yeah, so the reason why I say that is just because I still do think that RNG are a better 5v5 team than EG. But we'll see. I mean, they picked something they were super comfortable on and made sure, again, that Danny was on the Jinx, something bad in lane, but really strong in fights. And that's what worked well for them. So I'll be curious to see what their draft is here.
I really, really want to see EG celebrating and happy again if they can do the unthinkable and take down RNG. Before we hand things over to the casters, Orcs said yesterday at the very end of our prep for today's show that he wanted to make sure that everybody knew how much you loved Gala. I mean, you made such a big deal about it. So, 30 seconds to that camera. Go for it. Tell the world.
If Gala has 1 million fans, then I am one of them. If Gala has 10 fans, then I am one of them. If Gala has only 1 fan, then that is me. And if Gala has no fans, then I am no longer on Earth. If the world is against Gala, then I am against the world. I love Gala. He is my carry, and if you're an LPL fan, you love him too.
Oh, that was that was as fantastic as that can get. Nicely done. Over to Medica Dagda.
Thank you very much. Great to hear from Orcs. I don't really know how to reply to that one. Like, the copy pasta is real.
Yeah.
Gala's a good player. He's the best AD carry at MSI so far. Very definitely. I think he has continued to show that game after game. Got a penta, was denied the penta, got the penta again. The guy's, he's unstoppable.
Yeah, he's not bad. I mean, look, the Kais is in meta, Gala does well. Yeah. It's a simple addition, But I definitely think RNG, because it's started to play a little bit more around him coming into playoffs and like trying to set him up to be that big team fight carry. And he has definitely grown over the course of the last few years where, like, you look at him back in the day joining with, now I have Saigon Buffalo stuck in my head because they're very similar 3-letter text, and I've forgotten the name of the team that he joined. Now it's just offer. I'm just like Sword and Shield.
I've got it in my notes somewhere, so if you just like...
But yeah, he used to play with Chang Hong and all those lads. He started coming in with Mark, and he looked okay, and basically he was the big carry back on that team as well. Then he started to move on, and he kind of joined across onto RNG, and a lot of people obviously stepping in to replace Uzi. This was a big issue for him, like trying to be that mainstay carry, but he's definitely stepped in to fulfill those shoes now.
Yeah, it was Sino Dragon.
Sino Dragon,
and then Dominus Esports, then Orange.
Yeah.
But I think, yes, he has grown a lot, but most people really only see him from his RNG days, right? That's really where he started to step forward, and then obviously the infamous, the incredible Gala call that was heard around the world. That's really when he started to make his name on an international
those
stage.
casters that did that were really good.
No, the one caster that did it was good. The other one...
To be fair, I think there is someone that still thinks it was me, and it was more of like, that is Ushi. We both have the same accent. But,
people get me confused with Dracos. So sometimes that just happens. It's great to be rounding out day 4 here of MSI, and obviously RNG on one side. EG on the other have had an incredible day. Like their victory versus T1 came so out of the blue, and what they did so well was they said, okay, we can play even-ish with T1. Maybe we'll fall behind in the early game, but then we know that T1 like to go for this Baron. They played a composition that could play around that, and Danny on the Jinx just absolutely popped off.
Yeah, and that's the big one. I think you're kind of looking at EG starting to figure out how they want to approach these big bouts in MSI. And definitely, I think as the desk was kind of talking about trying to play around that mid-jungle, see if you can shut down Xiaohu is probably going to be your best bet, because we see with Xiaohu kind of locked in place, the puppet master that we've seen so often from RNG isn't able to have as much control in the early stages as RNG would like.
With Little Blanc and the Ahri already banned out, that mid lane pool is being pinched a little bit. Kalista removed as well. Not something that Danny is really well known for. Kalista is much more a teamfight AD carry. Hasn't even played it so far at MSI, but still seems to be valued for its ability to control the 2v2 in the bottom lane. Zoe taken away from Jojo Pyun, and EG will look towards their final ban. Expect Lucian here. If you leave Lucian up, I don't think you're going to be in for a good time, EG.
No, I mean, literally every person on RNG plays Lucian. I mean, Xiaohu made his name for it in last bit. Yeah. I mean, look,
A dab handed the Imperial Mandate Lucian support.
Look, it's the secret tech, all right, you know. But no, we're going to get Lucian banned anyway, so unfortunately we won't get to see the Imperial Mandate Lucian, but Viego going to be locked in, by far and away Way's best champion, so I'm not surprised to see that locked in, as Impact going to go straight towards the Gangplank, it looks like, which I don't think is the worst idea. I mean, getting that like strong side lane carry where you're just able to play weak side against Bin always works out pretty well.
It worked out well for them earlier as well. That Gangplank gave them so much damage in the fights versus T1. And Impact obviously very well known for his Gangplank. It's not currently being locked in though, Dagda, you baited me. It is instead Lee Sin for Inspired.
Yeah, so I'm kind of curious now what the plan is. I think if you go for a strong mid laner here, maybe that is just EG going right. Look, Impact, you can kind of take a step back here, because what we really want to do is get Jojo Pyun onto something he's happy with and make sure we can play into Xiaohu, because you've already got the Blunt gone, you've got the Ahri gone as well, so maybe you're looking at something like the Zoe, maybe you want to go towards something like a Galio or something along these lines that can set up well in that mid lane, but actually going to go for a very early support, which is surprising because we've kind of seen support teeter down the list in terms of priority.
Of course, Ming, known as one of the best Nautilus in the world, so taking that away from him does make sense. Vulcan has been struggling to find his footing here at MSI, often caught out in the mid game. Perhaps the Nautilus just gives him a little bit more comfort coming into this game. RNG looking perhaps towards their AD carry, of course, already had 2 banned out, but the Tristana, the Kai'Sa, the Ezreal, all still on the cards. Instead, it is going to be Galio here for Wei. Well, locked in for Wei, probably going to Xiaohu, and there's the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Galio's been a very big pick for Xiaohu back domestically, and we start to see a little bit of it at MSI as well. Just the control that he's able to get on the map, the ability to play side lanes into looking for quick picks is super important, and especially if you're looking at these big team fights where you want to try and buy space for this Kai'Sa, or even if you're looking at something like a Camille in the top lane for Bin, you can go for that combo that works out so well. So I instantly see the Camille ban from EG, and I'm like, good job in spotting that one.
Yeah, I think it's one of those like barn door combinations, especially Bin's Camille.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Like, get rid of
I mean, the guy is called Love Camille in Korean solo queue. Like, he definitely has an affinity for this champion.
And the Camille Galio combination so strong. Kai'Sa, of course, able to follow up on that. Instead, EG will remove it from the pool. RNG here can look towards banning out mid laners if they want to give Xiaohu a little bit of an easier mid lane. And that's what they're going to do. Take away things that can roam. Twisted Fate, possibly Silas as well, or even the Rise, which is something Jojo really likes to go to.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's probably going to be your best bet. I am curious as to what one they decide to let through. And as well, what like Jojo Pyun really wants to answer with. Because, I mean, look, you can go with some of these roaming champions if you want, but we've also seen him go back towards things like the Zoe and stuff like that as well. But I don't think you have the best of times here. But if you want to try and go for something like the Gwen in the top lane, potentially for Impact, maybe you end up going for an AD mid laner here that can actually go toe-to-toe with Xiaohu.
See if you can get Xiaohu caught underneath this tower. Of course, Galio's prime power is his roaming ability, and if you keep him under turret, it's roam or lose 6 CS, you know, and that adds up over time. And RNG now looking for their final ban. They will take away the Mordekaiser, something we have seen Impact bring out and something Impact is known for back in North America.
Yeah, brought out in the LCS playoffs, looked absolutely spectacular on it, and honestly, I think one of the few guys that I kind of go, oh yeah, that is worthy of a ban for Mordekaiser, because he's pretty damn good on it. But now I want to see what the plan is here for Jojo Pyun, because I definitely think you're going to have to go for that pick up here, leave that counter pick for Impact and see what you want to go for. But this is going to be very telling as to what the game plan is here for EG.
Well, it's going to be Gwen, so actually saving the mid lane pick for last. Not usually done, of course, because you already know what mid lane is from RNG.
But this is what we're talking about, right? Take the Gwen, have the opportunity to go for an AD champion if you want to in that mid lane. So we've already seen like the Tryndamere coming through from Jojo Pyun. I mean, not always the best into the CC chain that Galio can bring to the table, but certainly leaving your options open here for EG.
Alongside that, he has played Yasuo. It was part of that Yasuo-Diana combination.
Even the Aurelia as well is in there, so... yeah, I think a lot of these like melee matchups can do relatively well if they're left alone against the the Galio, but certainly when you've got the equation with Wei involved, that's where it can take on a very different beast.
Right now, RNG looking to round out with their support. Of course, Galio can be flex support. It's not usual, especially when you have Xiaohu playing the Galio. It's like taking off one of his best champions. But I like the Leona. Something like a Rakan could work well as well. Leona gives you initial engage, which you kind of need with this comp. Rakan, more of a follow-up engaged champion. So Ming on his Leona, very comfortable on that champion. EG now looking towards that mid lane. Now, if this was Caps, I'd say, Dylan, we have to go Vayne. But I don't know if Jojo is as comfortable in that mid lane pick. Let's see where he decides to go. AD an option for them, obviously. Could go for something that he's played a little bit more, like the Ryze, or even that Sylas. Instead...
Is it the Gwen mid?
Could be Gwen mid. Aatrox top here. No, Sylas.
Okay, so we did get baited, but look, the option is still there, but I think the Sylas works out pretty well here, right? You're able to steal away the ultimate, you can follow up with the Galio, and kind of, you've got a decent amount of ultimates here that you can play with, right? Even Engage for Leona, which I think they were kind of lacking a little bit on EG's side, but Gangplank Cold can also be used as an Engage tool, so I do like the pick and kind of helping to plug the holes that EG were looking at in this composition.
RNG very much based around this aggressive composition, diving into that backline. Galio, of course, roaming around the map as well, and Gangplank with the cannon barrage. Lots of AoE control for RNG when it comes to team fights. EG dashing, diving around a little bit more. They have a bit of engage, but it feels very much like they are trying to let RNG get onto them and then disengage the fight.
Well, that's the thing. I think you kind of got the same on the opposite side, right? Because EG, incredibly short-range composition. Then you look at a Gangplank Gold coming down, Galio Gold coming down. It means that you've actually got the opportunity to try and kite back yourselves and buy space for this Kai'Sa. Whereas when you look at like the actual engage tools for RNG, you've only really got that Leona. So yes, you can use that as your tool to get into these fights. But I definitely think on EG's side, they're the ones that are going to be trying to jump in on top of RNG and trying to pick off this Kai'Sa as soon as possible.
I will say one of the things that we saw earlier today was Rumble Equalizer used as an engage tool. We do have that possibility with the Leona ult just used as, obviously, it's an engage tool, but you can just do it from long range and then try and follow up. The cannon barrage obviously does the same thing, slowing everyone. Big match for both these teams. RNG will keep themselves very much atop of the table, would need one more win or a T1 loss to claim first spot and their pick of the litter when it comes to deciding on the semi-final matchups. EG here could separate themselves from their long-term rivals in the LEC, would put themselves at 5-3, tied with T1, and would mean just an incredible day for North America, beating both T1 and RNG on the same day.
I mean, what a conclusion to this day. If that was to happen, like, what has been an absolutely topsy-turvy day, to have EG take down the LPL representatives would just be incredible. But we're going to have to see, because RNG definitely no pushovers, and it feels like you've got comfort across the board here, right? Being on a Gangplank, G2 know exactly how that one ends. Wei as well onto his most comfortable champion, Xiaohu on the Galio, Kai'Sa for Gala. This feels like just so at home for RNG.
Minions have spawned.
It definitely does. EG, I mean, they're pretty comfortable as well, you know? Impact getting the Gwen, Jojo getting his Sylas, Danny perhaps not on as powerful a team fighter as he usually is. Things like the Jinx very much in his wheelhouse, but Xayah still a champion he has piloted many a time. And we'll see how they're able to play out this game. Both junglers starting on the top side. No fake leashes happening from either team. There is a ward on the blue buff for Evil Geniuses, so Vulcan will be spotted as he steps around just to make sure no one's going for an invade.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what the story was going to be there with Vulcan. I know he has that sweeper, so I wasn't sure if he's going to try and clear out the ward that is sitting on the blue buff, but decides not to instead. But both teams will realize with where Gal and Ming were positioned isn't going to be the bot side leech.
The only benefit really for RNG is that they know basically exactly where Inspired started, whereas Wei could have started red, worked his way around. Like you doubt it would happen. It's not likely that it happened, but it's a possibility that Wei is doing something fancy in the jungle. He's not. He's going blue into Wolves alongside that Gromp. Nothing too spectacular. Impact gets the level 2 first here. Does take a parlay to his back. Grasp of the Undying on Bin. Nice in these trades. Impact still pushing forward. Does have the Ignite. Bin still only level 1. Wants to level up to level 2. Xiaohu moving down towards the bottom side of the map. Just to get a ward down to make sure they know where Inspired is.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the story here for RNG with Xiaohu. Like, getting the second wave crash means that he's able to lean out of the wave, get vision control on bot side. You got push as well for the Kai'Sa, so you're trying to make sure you can get as many of these scuttles for the Viego.
So importantly, Inspired knows that Wei and Ming went for this invade. Inspired now is going to say, okay, I'm not going to fight over my blue buff. Instead, I'm going to look for a fight on the bottom side as Gala flashes away from Vulcan. The invade continues. Xiaohu shadowing down. Gala no flash. Vulcan no flash either. Has the blue buff already been taken? It has. So you get a flash out of Gala for losing your blue buff.
But now you have push on the bottom side for EG, so what do they try and respond with? You actually have Danny and Vulcan starting to move in with them, but it looks like it's more to try and clear out the vision rather than try and set up a play. So I imagine Inspired will probably teeter back up towards his top side, look to take the scuttle for himself, quick reset, and then go back to clearing his campsite.
Just a one camp advantage now that flashless Gala has to be a little bit safer in this lane. Importantly, Vulcan hasn't taken Hex Flash, so doesn't have that increased threat on the Nautilus. A hook can always just connect, but Gala will be using those minions to their best ability to make sure that he doesn't get caught out. Inspired spending some time down here once again. Still 2 camps for him to clear. He's falling a little bit behind in terms of jungle tempo, at least in terms of clear speed, as Wei is doing the Krugs. And I think Inspired was just hovering to make sure that Danny and Vulcan weren't getting ganked.
Yeah, just allowed them to crash that wave. Gal and Ming maybe actually looking to try and hold this one out for themselves so then they can actually set up a little bit of a crash back. But nicely done there from Inspired, just sticking around to make sure that EG weren't going to be exposed. But as you say, right, that's time invested onto the bottom side. So now he's only going to be clearing out his wolves now, which means they are going to stick around a little bit behind, but should mean he can match up a Wei in terms of like sinking where their jungle clears here are, which is really what you want to do as Inspired in this matchup, because if you end up in a 1v1 or these little skirmishes, that's where Lee Sin brings more to the table than Viego in the early stages.
Viego very good when you can get those resets up in the teamfight. Impact going for the damage here. Orange is eaten by Bin. Importantly, Impact does still have that Ignite going aggressive on this Gwen. You see a lot of Ignite TPs, sometimes see Ignite Ghost on the top lane, depending on the matchup, but Gwen doesn't really need a flash to be powerful. Once again, dashing in, building up that passive and snipping away at Bin, who is struggling in this lane. Impact has had some solid laning phases. I don't think he's ever he's really dominated lanes this MSI, but here he's getting a very strong lead against Bin in that 1v1.
And it's actually one of the guys that we highlighted the second day, of Rumble with Ox, saying that, look, Impact has actually been incredibly strong for EG, stepping away from just being a case of, hey, I'm the tank player, I'm kind of your solid guy on the top side, to stepping into the role of being a bit more of a carry with these things like the Gwen. We even got the Jax performance as well from him the other day. Like, it feels like Impact is kind of taking on a new lease of life. And when you come to an international stage, when you've got like rookies on your team like Jojo, Pion, and Danny, to have a veteran of the caliber of Impact to kind of step up and take on these new mantles is just working wonders for EG.
Of course, Gwen in teamfight is just so powerful. If you can get to a position, get that Rift Maker, manage to get onto Gala. Gala will be looking to reposition on this Kai'Sa as often as possible. Relatively slow or relatively quiet early game from these two teams. We have seen action, but Vision catching out the junglers means that neither jungler's really been able to have too much of an impact as of yet, Dagda.
And this is what I find really funny when we get to international competition, because everyone's like, LPL so bloody, it's a menace, they're all over the place. I'm like, RNG and EDG.
Nope.
Yeah! It's like, this is the slowest team, one of the slowest teams I will say that we have in the LPL, and definitely brings a very different style, but we might get some blood in the mid lane as both Ming and Wei are hovering.
It is interesting that sort of shift around in LPL, because obviously there are a lot of bloody LPL teams.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
The region is very skirmish, very fight heavy, but both EDG, who obviously won Worlds last year, and RNG, who won MSI last year, and are now, they just won Spring Split, are slower teams. They don't tend to get early game leads. In fact, they tend to fall behind in the early
Well, that's what I mean. If you send our second and third, it's bloody, but RNG not really given that.
Shall we Predatoring in? The taunt's gonna land. Is there any way out for Inspired? Not today. First blood goes over to Wei.
just a nice gank there from RNG, right? And this is where I think it's kind of been an interesting conversation about RNG, because one of the big things that we used to see was Ming roaming around a huge amount. I mean, you look at them at MSI last year, right? Playing the Xiaohu plus 4 wards, essentially. But we're not really getting that this time around from RNG. And they've actually been playing a lot heavier around that bot side. The duo proximity has been crazy high, at least domestically for RNG. But Ming at this MSI has started to get that roam style back and making it work around Xiaohu once more.
The Predator Galio is the deadliest, found his prey, Inspired fell in the mid lane. Just not respecting the fact that the speed could come out of a Predator's Xiaohu. Because of that, as you say, first blood going over to RNG.
I think it's just a bit unfortunate for EG, though. I actually like what Evil Genius is trying to do, right? Play around Jojo Pyun, get this mid-jungle roaming, and try and actually hit the play first before Xiaohu's able to get control. It's just unfortunate there that RNG were in the better position to make that play in the mid lane, so EG ended up falling down. But I think they should still try and make these plays happen, like try and use the fact you're pushing bot side to get Vulcan in mid and get Xiaohu uncomfortable.
Let's see if they're able to do that. Because at the moment, Jojo, I mean, he's roaming around. He's trying to get out of mid lane a little bit to see if he can get into these other lanes. I assume he's hijacked away the Galio ultimate, that hero's entrance, but actually hasn't done it right now, just waiting for a little bit. Could look down towards that bottom side. Not much vision for RNG, who look to be playing towards the Rift Herald on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Jojo just moving out to get vision down on that objective, so there's the ward that he just placed, but will be spotted out by RNG. And as you say, Jojo Pyun not really taking any of these ultimates. I actually kind of favor right now, because at least if you're looking to try and skirmish at this Rift Herald, having like options here, do we need the Bin Gangplank ult to help us follow up? Do we need to steal Ming's ult to actually be a big engage tool? Like, keeping your options open, I think is pretty handy at the moment, but it looks like EG not really interested in trying to fight for this. Well, as I say that, actually, everyone roaming up.
Jojo looking for the damage into Xiaohu before this Rift Herald starts. Inspired started working his way down towards the bottom side, maybe going for that red steal, currently be done by Gala and Ming. Rift Herald will be taken by RNG, and the fight that perhaps was promised doesn't materialize. Instead, RNG will take the Rift Herald. Red buff secured by them as well. Smart play by the bot lane from the LPL to make sure that they could get that red and not lose anything to the fact that jungler was spending time up on Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, you get a ward in the enemy jungle for EG, but not really enough to write home about. So you get the reset from Gala Ming, they'll still get to catch this wave. So again, this is where you're kind of seeing like RNG, how they play the map and how they can slowly start to eke out these victories that we've seen against like teams like T1, against G2 yesterday as well. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to keep that pace up, because it feels like we're kind of waiting on that explosive moment from RNG where we actually get Xiaohu to able to go down to a side lane, but Jojo Pyun has been contesting well in mid and actually has a bit of a CS lead for himself.
Yeah, about 10 CS up right now. Jojo Pyun is having a very strong tournament, I think. Like, he hasn't peaked at the level of Caps or Xiaohu, but he is, for his first tournament in his rookie year, the guy is looking very strong, a great prospect for the future for North America.
And the big thing that I've liked as well is just seeing the growth of him, right? Like, even when he came in, look, you took a look at the group stage, whereas himself versus G2, and, you know, it starts off, he's struggling against Caps. He ends up having this Rise of Nivea game. It goes disastrously for him. And I think it's very easy in those situations to put your head down and go, you know what? These guys are just better than me. It's not going to be the case. But that's not who Jojo Pyun is as a person. As you've seen, like, from his Twitter, from his interviews, from everything, he's been absolutely incredible. And I love the fact that we're seeing this guy grow, because as a new player, the fact you're getting to go up against legends like Faker and Xiaohu, Caps, learn from some of the best mid laners that have ever graced the game, the best player to have ever graced the game. Jojo Pyun has been taking that in his stride, and to bring that then home to North America, to pop off even more than he has already, is going to be such a joy to see.
Obviously still has the opportunity to pop off here even more at MSI. Danny, though, isolated, pops the Feather Storm, trying to get away. Flash predicted by Ming, but not used by Danny. Instead, Ming flashes forward, and that's a kill for RNG underneath the tower. Reactions coming out from Jojo Pyun as he looks for Wei. Heartbreaker going in. Wei trying to trade here. Stolen away, the solar flare. Jojo Pyun looking for the damage to Ming. Stopwatch away. Zhao, who kills off Inspired down towards the bottom side. Jojo Pyun should be able to take one himself. Ming has nowhere to go. And Jojo Pyun and Impact should be able to chase him down. 2 for 1 so far in favor of RNG. Wei looking to make it 3 as Vulcan flashes to the safety of his turrets.
Yeah, he might have the hook though. Vulcan's still fishing here. Jojo Pyun waiting off the wings, but not going to try and follow up. So will be the 2 for 1 for RNG, and at least you have Impact, who did TP down to collect that wave, but he is losing a wave in the top side, and Bin is getting some of that much needed gold back in his favor. with that turret plate.
And Gangplank is so greedy. Like, he just goes around and collects all these bounties. The man is 25 CS down, and he has more gold than Impact. Impact burns his TP. Obviously, 2 plates going over to Bin as well. But Gangplank's passive. Danny here does everything he can to avoid this, apart from not walking into the bush.
Yeah, but you think you're safe, right? Because you think you've got the ward, but the amount of vision RNG have there that's already been swept, and Danny just unfortunately gets caught out by the flash stun from Ming. Jojo Pyun does get down here and nearly able to get the 2 kills, but the mana, just an issue for him there. And that's why when we look towards the river, RNG are confident to keep going, and we're still going.
RNG still chasing here. Impact stunned up with the Spectral Maul. Will dash across the wall. Solar Flag. Gwen's immune. And here we go with Wei diving further forward. Here is Entrance coming out from Xiaohu. Wei continues to look for the fight. It's the 3v2 right now. Xiaohu flashes. The Predator, the chase. The winds of war find their mark, and inspired alongside Impact will fall to the wayside. Now RNG hungrily ready to dive. Vulcan trying to survive as Nautilus is used to dives, but with the Rift Herald coming in, I'm not sure this dive is going to play out well for him. Rift Herald down, Vulcan nowhere to go.
Yeah, Jojo Pyun did steal the ult, but I think it's going to be Inting if you go in with the Galley ult there. Vulcan will fall. Another tower going to go the way of RNG here, it feels, or at least a lot of those plates anyway, as Jojo Pyun will push in mid. Danny's collecting top wave, and Dragon will go to RNG.
And you asked for something explosive. You said we were waiting for it. RNG have delivered. 13 minutes in, they're now 3,000 gold ahead. It's the second Dragon of the game for them as well. Wei is 3-0, Xiaohu's 2-0, and RNG just, they rest any control EG had over this game.
I like the way you looked at the non-existent watch on your wrist as you said, you know, it's time for the game to blow open. I appreciate, you know, the cameras are on, but you're still ready in case we pop up. You know, this is where I didn't need to get to the level of LEC. You know, always active, always ready. You know? But look. Phenomenal setup from RNG, and again, this is where we start to see why it's so difficult to play against RNG. Controlling bot side so well, setting up the vision in advance, and you just end up having to in a lose-lose situation. Danny ends up giving up a ton of CS and experience on bot side because he's like, oh well, RNG could be waiting for the wings, or you just dive for the tower and you lose all that as well. You never have a moment to just feel good. It feels so constricting playing against RNG.
And even though Impact had an early lead in this top lane.
Maybe. Oh, hello.
So the important thing about this is you look at Col 1 and Cat 1. Okay, that was 0.
Yeah. I was looking at main title left and right. I wasn't sure.
Oh, yeah, I understand that one as well. But yep.
See, this is why you're acting. So you're ready in case you come up on camera.
You never know what's going to happen. And Bin perhaps knows what's going to happen here. Puts the cannon barrage down. Impact trading well, though. Needle work, doing a lot of work. Xiaohu, though. The Predator, the chase. Impact nowhere to go once again. And Xiaohu on this Predator Galio is just everywhere on the map.
I mean, this is why he's been so prolific on it in the LPL. Why it feels like you've got to ban so many things against Xiaohu. Now he's going to move back towards the mid lane. Ming is going to hold on to the wave here. And again, you're just seeing this gold lead start to eke up further and further. Despite the CS lead that we had in the top, that's now nullified. The CS lead is still there in the mid lane, but you've got 3 kills for Xiaohu. That is making such a big difference here.
And for EG, of course, a win here would have been great, but it doesn't really change their prospects. If they lose, they still just need to beat PSG tomorrow to try and lock that top 4 spot. RNG with a win here mean at most they would have to play a tiebreaker against T1 for first place, but in like 99% of scenarios they're going to be able to get towards that first place and claim it for their own once again. Second year in a row, RNG looking to top out the groups and take the MSI win as Vulcan starts to posture for a fight. Rift Herald pulled back. Xiaohu going forward. Impact able to dash away. Oh, Danny!
Oh my god!
Against Gala! Gala kill! Gala! The killer instinct! You cannot give this man Kaiser!
Oh, he's so good on it. Just getting the heal, just about getting the shield. And Danny is baited and outsmarted. And now EG setting up around the Rift Herald. RNG don't have the Kaiser, but they're perfectly okay, right? They're just going to take bot lane turret, knowing the members of EG are there. You got push going in topside for Bin. Maybe they just look to throw down the ultimate here and, you know, throw the fisticuffs.
No kind of barrage available for Bin, but he is coming in. Vulcan looking for the knock up there. Hero's Entrance coming in as well, and Vulcan and Jojo Pyun will be knocked up. Impact going into the backline. Jojo Pyun trying to train onto Ming. Bin in the middle of them all. He's exhausted. The barrels, though, they still just burn you down. A double for Bin. Wei resetting. Jojo Pyun looking to try and cut this out, but Bin escapes. Jojo Pyun will get the counter kill. Wei, though, will chase him down. 3 for Bin, 1 for Wei. And RNG come out on top.
And now they get the Rift Herald as well. I love that Bin failed the flash over the wall. wall, which gets him the triple kill, but he does go down anyway. EG, just unfortunate there. This is the thing, just you end up getting caught out so frequently by RNG. The AoE ultimates coming in clutch there.
They really were. No Cannon Barrage even available for Bin, but he is just so strong now on this Gangplank. And EG, there was a slight bit of desperation there. You felt they were like, maybe we can find a catch, maybe we can find a kill. And that's kind of what you have to do in this situation, because you know, before that fight, you were 8-3 down. You were 5,000 gold in the hole, and even if you don't know exactly that, you know you are not in the best of shapes as EG once again look for another play. Wei has a tower here, though, and the hallowed path will give him the movement speed to get underneath that turret. EG, though, might not be stopping. The pain train keeps on rolling as they look for the dive. Wei here, underneath the tower.
Which way is it going, though? You've got RNG on the way as well.
Yep, he's there on your screen. You can see him. RNG Wei, as you say. Gala here on a ward. EG might try and turn. TP coming in behind Gala. EG looking to try and catch someone out, but Xiaohu was there. Impact dodges and dives. Cannon Barrage used just to dissuade EG from any further shenanigans.
All right, so EG will end up backing away. RNG, though, still in control. 30 seconds until this next dragon, and EG do get mid-priority and can start to teeter on over, but you still got another wave to try and deal with, and multiple members of RNG are set up in this mid lane. I don't know if EG can try and contest this Gala.
Ming going in, looking for the stun here. The damage from Wei is there as well. Xiaohu looking for that taunt. Only finds it onto one. Judgepin, though, stand up with the Solar Flame, and RNG unrelenting continue their advance. Xiaohu will be taken out, but the chase continues for the rest of RNG. Danny tries to get away. Wei rooted still with the flash and the auto and the heartbreaker. It's enough. Gala gets a triple. Judgepin left limping alone. The back comes out with a Rift Herald there from Wei, and EG. Just nothing they can do in the face of RNG.
Yeah, now you get the mid lane tower. RNG get to fall back over towards the dragon as well. I mean, it is a bloodbath for RNG right now, and it's hard. I mean, for EG, this is a composition where you were hoping to try and slow down the pace. Oh, hang on, Gala. No. Okay, trying to slow down the pace of RNG, but as you can see, it's not quite working out for them.
I give credit to Jojo for trying.
Yeah.
Like, that's the sort of, maybe I can do it, let me test. Because right now, like, you're 16 kills down.
What have you got to lose?
You've got nothing to lose. Yeah. But you know what you have to gain? A Prime Gaming emote. Surprise! Don't forget to grab it. It's exclusive Prime. Every time there's a replay, you can grab it, you strut when you flash in and turn a fight like this.
Yeah, and look, I gotta say here, Ming flashing forward to get the Nautilus, and this is where we get to see that Ming isn't even the best Nautilus on this team, because Wei hooks inspired as he goes for the kick. That could have been beautiful, but instead, RNG able to find those moments to bring it back. Wei chases down Danny underneath the turret, and it's all coming up for RNG.
And then the Rift Herald enhanced recall means that Jojobin isn't able to come around. You can see a little bit of a smirk, a little bit of a smile. That's what the way you have to deal with a game like this. Yeah. EG still in prime position to make it to the top 4, assuming they can beat PSG tomorrow. RNG in prime position to claim first spot once again. Definitely the most consistent team at the tournament so far, RNG, as they were last year. And with the Rift Herald coming down, 20 minutes on the clock. Jojobin looking for a flank position. Do you really want to try and take a fight against RNG here? Impact's here as well.
We're going for it.
The thing is, if they're on Xiaohu, what do you do? Solar Flare stolen away, Everfrost used as well. Xiaohu can just taunt you all, unless you're able to CC him down. Solar Flare used onto Ming, there's the hook as well. Hero's entrance coming down, and Vulcan goes in and goes down immediately. Gala goes godlike, Xiaohu's still on the chase, the double taunt. Just clips the wings of Danny. And because of that, he pays the ultimate price. RNG take down the mid lane inhibitor tower and will turn their eyes towards the Baron.
Ton of respect for EG, though. Like, I get super frustrated at teams that just kind of go, oh, well, we're losing. I guess we just sit in our base and do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, we just scale, you know?
Yeah, that's how the game ends. Like, realistically, what EG are doing is actually the correct play of like, hey, look, let's try and go for some of these funky angles, see if maybe we can get into a position, maybe get some of these shutdowns back in our favor, because realistically, the slow game is just going to end in RNG winning anyway, so you might as well take these risks, but just unfortunately couldn't quite get on towards some of the key carries, and it does mean that RNG still have Gala safe in the back line, still have Xiaohu able to just clip Danny and take this fight.
That's the problem when you are looking for picks like that against a Galio and against a Kai'Sa, because whenever you try and pick someone off, it's like, oh, there were 3 people here now. Can't really take that trade. Bin trading onto Impact. 3-1 on the Gangplank. Didn't have the best laning phase. Impact was actually able to shut him down quite effectively, but Gangplank is Gangplank, and Cannon Barrage gave him a couple of assists, and since that moment, Impact, even though he can win the 1v1, isn't really able to do too much in the rest of the game. Because EG have put so much time down towards the bottom side, RNG will start up the Baron. Feels like EG are giving this one up. They say we can get a bounty in the tower down towards that bottom side, get ourselves a little bit of gold, even though we know we are going to fall further behind as this Baron is taken by RNG.
Yeah, and I mean, look, this is where it gets very, well, already tougher for EG, because you've got the Rebel Baron power play, which is going to start to skyrocket. Then you get to push in these waves. You start to then look at 2 minutes until the Hexo coming through for RNG. And Baron is just going to be so good at preventing EG from being able to contest even that objective as well. So it just feels like this slow descent, which is why it definitely, I agree, if EG can try and make these quick plays and look for picks, it's worth it, but it just feels so hard to do.
And it is so hard to do. There's no feel about it, Dagda. It's so hard to do. We have perfect vision. I don't think either of us could make a setup for EG right now that would win them this game. Like, either of us being like, oh, if you just place here and then position over here,
I mean,
there's no wards in this
RNG
area.
just like run into them one by
run into
one.
them, sure, but
Yeah,
RNG have shown us so far this game, they don't really run into you too much. Like, bin occasionally.
I mean, I would argue they run at you a lot, and they're just doing it as
it's
a
more
group.
flying.
You know?
It's more flying into
yeah.
you. But yeah, I think it's one of those games where EG, you know, you sit back, you assess your losses, you try and make the plays, try and make the picks that we've been talking about, but it shouldn't dishearten you too much to lose in this fashion. RNG have just been able to strangle the game away from you since those early plays down towards the bottom side. EG will be looking to tomorrow. RNG will be doing the same. Of course, there are ways back in the game, but really relies on an RNG mistake for the LCS representatives. RNG, though, pushing in this bottom lane for that tier 2. And they will be able to secure it without too much pressure coming back from EG.
Yeah, and I mean, look, realistically, RNG going to be looking at that last game tomorrow where they are up against T1. In assuming that T1 take down Saigon Buffalo, who the hell knows at this stage? Because the Buffaloes apparently have gotten going, but shit, who?
With the flash taunt, chases in for Ming as well. Stun's going to go on to Impact, and although Inspired was able to escape, the same could not be said for his top laner. Impact falls way, gets a stun down. The rest of RNG not quite here. Killer Instinct is available for Gala, and he's going to use it in the midst of 3 heroes. Entrance coming with the chase as well. Cannon barrage in. Gala dodges away from the feathers. Stopwatches the pullback. That blade caller was negated entirely by the AD carry from RNG. And now with 2 players down, EG can only look and watch as RNG push towards their Nexus towers. Wei continues to chase forward, Vulcan doing what he can, but he can't do much. Solar Flare hits 3, but it's too little too late for Jojo Pyun and for EG. A good day for them still. Remember, they beat T1 earlier today. EG showed us that they can fight with the best. Today, though, RNG were just that little bit better. 7-1, clearly the best team at MSI. RNG take down another.
I mean, sometimes they're the best, sometimes they're not so hot as well. It's the 2 sides of the coin for RNG, but this time it comes up in their favor. Inspired will fall, the Nexus will go, and RNG will hit 7-1.
Strong performance by them all round. 2 more games tomorrow, of course. As we said, they play up against PSG and T1 to round out the group stage, or the Rumble stage. EG have some difficult opponents, PSG and G2. That EG G2 game, that could be
that is definitely going to be. I'm so excited for that game.
That's going to be good.
I mean, honestly, look, with RNG kind of moving into almost taking the top spot, like, you still have a ton to work with underneath that, right? Like, we really don't know what way it's going to end up with, like, T1, G2, PSG Talent, EG, like, and there's so much to play for. Even the opportunity to try and, like, deny yourself having to face off against the likes of, you know, RNG or T1 or with the top team that take it is going to be super important. So, honestly, a huge amount has to be settled in the Rumble stage tomorrow.
And at the end of the day, 24 hours time, or thereabouts, depending on tiebreakers, we will know who our top 4 teams are going through to the knockouts. Jojo Pyun and EG looking to be one of them in prime position to do it if they can take down PSG. RNG looking to be in that top spot. And what a day. What a day of League of Legends we have had. Saigon Buffalo almost taking down RNG, then beating PSG, G2 losing to PSG and to T1. Like, the T1 G2 game was probably the most dominant game we have seen at this MSI Rumble stage. Like, 21-minute shellacking. It was just great to see.
And I think that's the thing, right? Because we've seen teams like opening up looking absolutely incredible. We've seen teams that have struggled. We've seen different styles and different forays that have come to the table. So I really can't wait to see exactly how this all just pans out when we get to tomorrow.
It's going to be a lot of fun to see. We're going to be right back after this break. We'll see you for MSI Cooldown.
the sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed.
Go riders, go right, gasoline lighters, more fire. Skid tires, blow up dynamite, need more wires. 너의 샤이들이로 거무하면 조용할까 일어나면 그렇게 만들어 평 water. Set it off like this, set it off like set it off like this, set it off like set it off like this, set it off like set it off like this. Burn it up, take notes. Yeah, I'm a prodigy. Ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me. Thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth. Now my mind at ease. Works out of me, comes out of me. We don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition. I am vicious. They can't handle me, I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends. This is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters. Let that fade off. Whichever cheese told me I wasn't gonna make it. Should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking when the edge catch don't pay off. And I know your work. Add tax and take off. Take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all bark. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweat.
Ready or not, we letting it go.
And welcome to MSI Cooldown after, frankly speaking, a ridiculous day of games. We're going to take a moment or two to celebrate RNG's win on day 4. Emily, pretty much as expected, I think it's fair to say. EG a little bit outmatched stylistically, and ultimately RNG picked up the win.
Yeah, and I mean, as we were walking off the desk, Alex said something that I agree with, which is like, if you have two teams that kind of are stylistically similar, the one that is better is just going to have a significant advantage. The Predator Galio coming out of Xiaohu, like this is, if you just add Camille and Nautilus, it's like the perfect RNG comp.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, they banned away the Camille, they denied the Nautilus, but like if you think of the iconic champions or the champions that this team leans on, this is everything they wanted and more. And you kind of saw in the skirmishes, super comfortable in these picks, constantly finding these fights. But I have to respect, EG did try to check them, but it just felt like every time RNG had the edge.
That Gala Danny kill right at the bottom, summon a heal, keeping Gala alive. We were screaming backstage. Now, just before we went live, I got informed by Augs that if RNG pick up just one more win tomorrow, they guarantee themselves first place. We'll talk a little bit more about the semifinals in a moment or two. But before that, I'm going to speak to my LPL and my LCS representatives and talk about the LCS versus the LPL MSI all-time head-to-heads.
Okay.
So I first saw this spotted out by one of our favorite Redditors and validated with the stats team. Now, I don't know where the graphic's going to come up, but if we go all the way back to MSI 2016, 1-1 CLG RNG. 2017, 1-1 TSM WE. I think you'll see a trend. 2018, 1-1. 3-3. Emily, why did EG let us down? For years and years, it has been a 50-50 win-loss. And today, after that game, Danny, Jojo, the crew, they disappointed me.
Wow, that is incredibly harsh.
That's surprising, though.
I was going to go back to the TL IG and be like, do we count that as a win for TL or do we count that as a IG like
perspective? Half full, half full.
I just can still see those games in my mind.
What blows my mind is I was quite surprised to see the MSI all-time being so, you know, even, quote unquote, between the regions. I mean, Augs, you are just as shocked as I am.
This graphic's ruined now. This is the last time you can use it because we had like the equal sides.
Yeah.
It won't work next MSI.
Live evil. You have let us down. That would have been perfect symmetry had it turned out. All jokes aside, though, I did want to talk a little bit more about some of the other results and some of the other sort of discussions and analytical threads that the two of you introduced. Let's start by talking about Saigon Buffaloes. We had a blueprint for them, what we wanted to see for them to win. They picked up their first win. I think, Augs, I asked you to talk about it in Countdown. Let's watch the game a little bit back and then bring back the key points that we were highlighting.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things was trying to stabilize Froggy and get him on a lane. And I mean, I expected the game to go better if this happened, but I didn't expect it to be this drastic, constantly making these massive plays. And they were so close to taking down RNG, but I think even though they've been knocked out, even though they're not going to go further in this tournament, they have shown how much they've improved and learned from this.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the big thing, the big story of the day has to be BJ and Froggy, right? And how they're working together. Because, like, that is exactly what we want to see. Like, focus mid-jungle, get him out of lane. Like, I've reiterated the entire day, Froggy out of lane, as long as he has some, you know, some resources to work with, is fine. He's just getting him out of the laning phase, because even in BCS, he wasn't the strongest laner. It was about his team fighting.
I mean, it was heartbreaking watching that game. I feel like
so close.
I feel like many people wanted to see the Buffaloes pick up that win, and you know it could have gone either way. But it was dramatic. It was chaotic. It was quite indicative of many of those games. And as we said, draft creativity. Did we see a lot of that today?
In the final
like the
game.
Shen. Yeah, I like the Shen support for Taki.
Definitely better execution. Froggy didn't necessarily need protecting. Everyone else needed protecting from him, which I think was the biggest surprise.
I mean, that's the thing. They protected him in lane, and he just paid back so much when it came to after that. And I just love the initiation and the way they were finding their engages, because we talked a lot about this team in group stages as being like an aggressive team and like to pick fights, and you kind of saw that on display today.
Yeah, despite the fact PSG also just lost that game a moment or two ago to Buffalo. Let's take a look at their blueprint. And Emily, talk me through what you saw from PSG. How would you rate their performance today?
Yeah, I think this is still a fantastic blueprint for PSG. Specifically, I did like the Syndra nod for Bay. Again, it's something that he has been successful on historically in his career. Easy to execute comps with 5v5 potential. And then the most important thing, in my opinion, unified on a hyper carry like the Tristana, and Kaiwing on something where he is the primary initiator for the team, because this bot lane has been together now for, I believe, over 5 years, like just the two of them. They work really well together, and Kaiwing in particular is a phenomenal initiator.
And I think, honestly, some of the challenges I had in the Saigon Buffalo game is often Saigon Buffalo were the ones starting the fights, looking for the engages. And I feel like this is a team who work very well when they're the ones picking the fights at their own pace and having multiple initiation tools.
Like we saw them taking down G2 in a pretty one-sided match. The day began...
Is that a big deal? Anyone could beat G2 right now.
There was... Was it... Oh, I'm just going to say, Freak had a fantastic joke where he said, PSG can only beat the two worst teams at the tournament. Now, what I did like was, after they took down G2, that started to throw the potential semifinals into a complete spin. Then Buffalo ended up helping sort of repay EG and G2 by taking down PSG. It created quite a stir. But I do think for PSG, still surprising, still difficult, still interesting to see what impact they can have, because now they are the ones playing catch-up in tomorrow's last day of games.
Yeah, so a lot of work for them to do to catch up. It's still possible, but they've with that loss to Saigon Buffalo, put themselves in a bit of an uncomfortable spot. But I think, the main thing is that we've seen them playing better and learning from that. I think one of the issues against Saigon Buffalo is, like, we talked about how shutting down Froggy is important, and Bay, our main focus is just stabilize things, but stabilizing wasn't quite enough there.
I mean, Syndra was so good in that first game. Honestly, heartbreaking. Okay, now, probably one of the most enjoyable games for at least our broadcast today, and I'm hoping for Ms. Rand as well, is EG's win over T1. I want to take a look at some of the highlights. Take a look at, do we have the blueprint first? No, blueprint first. Okay, let's take a look at the blueprint. While that's coming, no, it's going the other way around. It's been a long day, everyone. Emily, tell me what made you happy about this.
So what made me happy was their drafting, obviously, right? Like, they seem to have a much clearer understanding of, you know what's winning? 5v5 team fight compositions. You know what we're playing? 5v5 team fight compositions. And I think you saw in this win, the exact thing that we want to see from this team, right? Early game was super rough, but when it came to the team fighting, they were able to be coordinated. I would still like, them to have a little bit better handle on those early game timers, but when you have a team fight composition like this, it gives you so many avenues back into the game. And Danny, on something that he is super comfortable on, like in these fights, with impact damage, it was just
Emily,
great to see.
I have a penchant for making some bold statements.
My goodness.
In particular, bold statements that feature Bjergsen, Faker. These are things that I really like. So here's what I want to try on you. Tell me what you think when you hear the following. Jojo Pyun, his second game against Faker, did something that Bjergsen and Jensen could not.
Well, that's interesting.
Take him down. What does that emote in you when you think of Jojo, when you think of the future, when you think of this EG roster?
I mean, everyone already knows my feelings on starting Jojo. If you watched LCS finals, I kind of popped off on that. I think in terms of going up against Faker, there's a reason why he is the greatest of all time, right? It's like you're always going to want to measure yourself against the best. So I guess that's a nice benchmark for him. For Jojo specifically, I'm just looking forward to continuing to see his improvement, because I think he's a phenomenal talent that North America as a whole can look to as his future goes on.
I want to see him in best of fives as well.
And honestly, more impressively, he beat Froggy.
Yeah.
Honestly, you know what?
That stings me. That really stings just a little bit.
No.
Do we actually have the scorecard to come up? Because I know we've kind of jumped back and forth a little bit for the assets. If we can, let me know. And then basically just finish that off before we move on, talking about what we want to see from EG. Were you happy with what you saw, Emily the Nogs?
I mean, I still think, so obviously we just came out of their second game, right? Which was a massive loss to RNG, where it really looked like, RNG had that game in hand for most of it. The big thing for me is Inspired and Vulcan teaming up, because where I want to see them look better in the early game, a lot of that is on support roams from Vulcan, and then also Inspired having better communication with his lanes, or being able to farm up so that then he's controlling skirmishes.
I think one big concern for me is if EG do make it into the top 4, RNG are looking likely to be first. They will probably pick EG for the stylistic reasons you said, and that's a rough matchup.
It's a really, really rough stylistic matchup.
We just saw that now 0-2 letting NA down with that 50-50 win-loss for 5 years.
Shame.
Okay, Orgs, I'm going to turn to you now, because T1 have consistently snuck, cheated, tried to brazenly do Baron at 20 minutes. It has bitten him in the ass so many times, until this 21-minute Baron bait against G2. I think I've got a slightly special replay plan with a little bit of pause in there and vision. Talk me through why this was so good.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is them adapting from just starting the Baron when the enemy team is there. They have deeper vision, and obviously, G2 are aware that Baron is going to be started, but there's so much more space for T1 to utilize here to try and find and engage. And critically, they're not trapped in the pit. They're not getting melted down by the Baron, so it goes just far better.
Yeah, and what you can't see here, because we have the full vision toggle on, is the way that they're playing with fog, right? And kind of like, so they have to funnel in here. And yeah, there we go.
Can I also just say, this is where the nightmare begins. You can play the rest of the clip out, and then I'm just going to hand over to
I love this. This was great. And, but I feel like the hilarious thing is if G2 have been watching all the games at T1, they probably would have assumed that T1 had started the Baron. You even see the Hexgate come out, just completely past all of them, and that swift engage comes in. and we finally see a good T1 Baron.
And in addition to the Baron, which is obviously great, right? This is exactly what you want to see them doing. And I know, again, Chronicler and Atlas backstage are watching with us, and they're like, they're learning, they're evolving. I think the big thing for me was the way they played around Kumayushi on Felios. It was a lot more resemblant of what we saw from them in the LCK, with having him get down those early turrets, having them play around those early timers. And it was nice to see with a composition that then also had such massive team fight potential, because again, it's not like T1 can't 5v5. It's just that a lot of the times they've been going in with these super early game focused comps and haven't been able to stand up to the late game scaling of their opponents.
And of course, the production team just want to keep celebrating this win.
We can run it again if you want.
No, I really don't want to. I really don't want to. I mean, it was fantastic. Great to see from T1. Painful from G2 now on the 4-game losing streak. And Law caught up with Owner after that victory over G2 in the Verizon post-game interview. Take it away.
And we are back in Busan for the first day of the Rumble stage, and T1 grabbed their victory against G2 today, and I have Honor with me to talk about this game. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Thank you very much for joining me. We saw the player cameras at the end of the game. How important was this victory in terms of the team spirit?
네, 오늘 경기가 마무리되고 승리를 확정 지었을 때 선수분들의 개인 캠을 봤더니 정말 이번 경기에 대해서 많이 기뻐하는 걸 확인할 수 있었는데, 이번 경기 정말 팀적인 분위기, 사기에 있어서 얼마나 중요한 경기였나요?
일단 중요한 경기이기도 했지만 저희가 이지한테 약간 상대적인 약팀한테 졌었을 때 뭔가 너무 부담감이 다들 있었더라고요. 근데 그 패배로 인해 부담감을 떨치고 다 웃으면서 해가지고 스프링 때처럼 좀 잘 됐었던 것 같아요.
So yeah, of course, this one was really important, but I want to go back to that EG game because we were facing against relatively a weaker team. So we were playing under such a big pressure. And so after losing that one, we actually were able to get rid of all the pressure, and we were having so much fun in this game. We were just laughing, just like we did in the spring split. So we had a lot of fun.
That is very interesting. So would you say that with this game, you finally found your form in MSI?
그러면 이번 경기 승리를 통해서 드디어 이제 최고의 폼을 좀 되찾은 것 같은 그런 느낌도 드나요?
저희가 스프링 때도 뭔가 조금 초반에 불리해도 무조건 이기겠다라는 생각이 들었었는데 이번 G2에서도 그런 생각이 들었었거든요. 그래서 저는 개인적으로는 지금부터는 진짜 다 박살낼 수 있다고 생각하고 있습니다.
So, I mean, in the spring split, we had this confidence that even when we were falling behind, we were just so confident that we were anyways going to end up winning the game. And in this game, we felt the same way for me. So I want to say, like, we are almost there, and I'm just so ready to crush other teams from now on.
All right. Well, talking about other teams, then I think the next one important on the list is going to be the rematch against RNG. What can you tell me about this matchup and your confidence into taking them down?
그러면 정말 이제 남은 팀들 다 박살 내겠다고 했는데 남은 팀 중에 하나가 또 정말 중요한 RNG와의 리매치인데 얼마나 좀 자신 있으신지 어떻게 예상하시나요?
일단 RNG전도 그냥 다른 팀과 똑같이 그냥 충분히 너무 쉽게 이길 것 같아가지고 그냥 자신감은 저 포함해서 다 저희 팀 다 있는 것 같아서 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각하고 있습니다.
I mean, RNG, just like other teams, I think it's going to be an easy win for us. And I feel like I'm so confident, so are my teammates. So, yeah, I'm just so ready for that.
I love the confidence here, Honor. 유튜브 감사합니다. 화이팅 하세요.
감사합니다.
Jisan, thank you so much for the translation. And you guys in Berlin, back to you.
Oggs, pick your jaw back up off the floor. What was that about the last?
Just like other teams, it'll be an easy win. What easy wins have T1 had so far, man?
Oh, man.
It has been like constant fights to get this team to the point they are now, but I mean, I guess we'll see.
And also, if you are a G2 fan, you can thank EG for beating T1 to allow all of the stress to go away. But I mean, interesting interview, interesting perspective. Again, we're hearing the team and the players talking a little bit about the domestic sort of mentality and shift. We still want to see a little bit more, some more adaptation. I think the draft specifically has been our crystal focus for today.
Yeah, I mean, the draft, and I think the Baron call that we talked through earlier, T1 came out of today looking, I would say I'm more confident in them now than when I watched them in previous days in terms of their play, even with the EG loss. And one thing I do want to reiterate that Owner kind of touched upon in that interview is that, like, this is a very fun team. Like, they like playing together. They enjoy playing together. A lot of their success, I think, domestically came from how much fun they were having just playing the game. If we can see that on stage with them being able to play without the pressure that I kind of talked about initially in our countdown, I think you're going to see a much scarier looking T1.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen them sort of learn a lot from the games they've had so far, and also it's good that they're sort of feeling a bit more of a lead from the pressure, because I think that was the point you made earlier, that going into Worlds, there wasn't nearly as much pressure on this team, right? There was a lot more focus on Damwon in particular, and then we had a situation where they outperformed maybe people's expectations, but here everyone was looking at this team to be the best team in the world, to stomp the tournament as they did the LCK, and then obviously that hasn't happened.
It's funny, in my head, I think even if they get scary, even if they get better, I still think there's a looseness to this version of T1 that's different from many previous versions. There's a funness, a willingness to be more scrappy, opting into things maybe they should not be opting into, that previous iterations would not have opted into, but it makes them very enjoyable, very entertaining to watch. And that is going to be part of the reason that our current standings look the way that they do. I mean, today, the day of upsets, the day of surprises. RNG 7-1, T1 5-3, and then we go down the list. So RNG is the only team locked into the knockout stage. They need one more win or one more T1 loss to guarantee them that first seed, and that will mean the choice of opponents. Now, Augs, I'm going to come to you as we have this on screen. Choice of opponents, expectations are here that EG and G2 will be that third and fourth seed. The expectation is T1 takes second, right?
Yeah, I think if RNG get first, most likely go for Evil Geniuses. We talked before about how Evil Geniuses are similar in some ways, and but RNG are a stronger team, so that should be an easier matchup for them. And honestly, as much as G2 have kind of, fallen off since their 0-4 in the past couple of days, I still think they're a scary best-of-5 team.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'd be pretty afraid of G2 in best-of-5s. I also think, the other thing that we can't count out is that PSG do still have a little bit of an angle. Historically, I will say, as much as I obviously love this EG roster specifically, I'm never going to be the NA rah-rah person. But with this roster and their composition and their coaching staff, I do really love them. Historically, North American teams haven't been the best at clinching their own spots, even when they've been in control of their own destiny. I can just think of the scenarios in my head, so I'm cautiously optimistic because I like a lot of the stuff I've seen out of them.
What makes me so nervous, because you're saying that from the EG perspective. For me, from the G2 perspective, they play Saigon Buffalo tomorrow. And I've been expecting a loss to Buffaloes on G2's behalf.
Froggy is online. You gotta watch out.
Take a look at the schedule. Take a look at the schedule here. And I think our stats team have given me a few one-liners here. Okay, so if EG beats PSG tomorrow, EG locks in the semifinals, okay? If G2 beat Buffalo, they will at least have a tiebreaker for knockouts. And then if G2 beat EG, G2 will lock knockouts. So those are kind of the three core matchups, at least for the LCS and AC teams tomorrow. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And then obviously T1 RNG rematch at the end of the day. We'll see how that's going to play out for potential, the expected finals. Today we kind of got fully reset back to the beginning. T1 RNG back on top. Nothing's changed.
Yeah, I feel like expectations, definitely different to when we started the tournament, but things have really shaken up. We have G2, the best team in the world, and now it's
worst team in the world.
Yeah, I don't know, but it'll be interesting to see, especially the rematch between them, because I think if T1 has learned and has still kept their strong early game, which has typically been something RNG has struggled with, that could be a rough matchup, which is one of the reasons that coming into the tournament, I was kind of scared for RNG off T1, so a return to form could be problematic.
All right, safe to say, 1, 2, 3, 4, RNG, T1, G2, EG.
No.
It's never safe to say.
It's never safe to say.
RNG, T1, and then it'll be EG, PSG, just because that would be hilarious.
Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else, Augs is calling here, G2 get eliminated from knockouts tomorrow. That's his prediction. I want that stamped. I want it in a grayscale photo. Let's see what happens. There's one more day of MSI 2022 Rumble stage ahead of us, and only one team locked in the knockout stage. Which 3 teams will follow RNG? You've just heard our discussion. Do remember, we start 2 hours earlier because of potential tiebreakers. That means countdown starts at 7:30 a.m. Grab your coffee, grab your bagels. We'll see you then. You seriously think they're going to drop out?
Matter of fact, we creeping, now we sneaking, and